Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis. Yes.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light. Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis. Enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis. Take a view. No one has the answer. Maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide. No one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part. Every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air. Something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis. Step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis. Take a seat. Say what's on your mind. Let the unknown speak. Some will say it's all been solved. Others say we're still involved, but the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down. Not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through. See what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift? Or are we here to find? Is there something more? Or just what we see? Are we asking wrong? Or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end. No one here to just defend. Just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis. Don't pretend something's moving here without a final end. Come and find Gnosis. Look again. What is going on? Where does this begin? Come and find Gnosis. Stay aware. Something's happening
Hello, everybody. I do hope you are exceedingly well. We will be starting soon. The link is in the chat, so if you want to come on, and the show will start. Yeah.
Looking out at everything, trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light, something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis, enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis, take a view. No one has the answer, maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide, no one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part, every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air, something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis, step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis, take a seat, say what's on your mind, let the unknown speak. Some will say it's all been solved, others say we're still involved, but the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down, not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through, see what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift, or are we here to find? Is there something more, or just what we see? Are we asking wrong, or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end, no one here to just defend. Just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis, don't pretend. Something's moving here without a final end. Come and find Gnosis, look again. What is going on? Where does this begin? Come and find Gnosis, stay aware. Something's happening everywhere.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Finding Gnosis show. And today we're talking about lonely people. All the lonely people, where do they all come from? Now, we're talking about people who feel alone, lonely, not alone, sorry, but people who feel lonely. Obviously, there's a difference between people who are alone and quite content about that or okay with that, and people who are lonely. You can be lonely and yet also be surrounded by people. Perhaps there's nothing worse than being lonely in a crowd, lonely, surrounded by others, feeling like you do not fit in, do not belong, and feeling like nobody cares about you, nobody loves you, nobody desires to spend time with you, respect you, etc., etc. Perhaps that is what lonely means. And as life abolitionism states correctly in the chat, the fact that someone is alone doesn't mean they are lonely. Of course, we all know that. Some people choose to be hermits. Some people happily live the life of a recluse individual. But we're not really talking about those folk today, although they can come into the conversation if you want to. We are looking at loneliness because apparently there's a loneliness epidemic. It's a widespread issue in the US of A and the rest of the West. Apparently, in 2025, roughly half of US adults report feelings of emotional disconnection, and 1 in 6 people globally were apparently affected by loneliness. Yeah. In 2025, about 54% of US adults reported feeling isolated from others. 50%, 1 in 2, felt left out. 50% said they felt like they lacked companionship, often or some of the time, indicating that loneliness is a common experience in America. Now, there were generational differences noted. Young adults aged 18 to 34 report the highest levels of loneliness, while older adults also experience significant isolation, particularly those living alone or with health limitations. This is according to Science of the People 2026. They did a study on the matter. So you can look that up at your leisure. That's Science of the People. And the study is from 2026, and it was looking into loneliness. Now, there's also a note on health impacts. Adults with the highest levels of loneliness are more likely to experience chronic illness, depression, anxiety, and chronic pain, with 80% reporting chronic health issues compared to 66 to 68% among those with lower loneliness levels. So you can see there's a disparity of 14 to 12% between the two different groups. It is 12% to 14% more likely that a lonely adult will have a chronic illness, depression, anxiety, and chronic pain. Now, there's also a social connection in that despite all of us being digitally connected using social media and our smartphones, younger generations like Gen Z and millennials report higher loneliness, but often show some resilience gained by engaging in social activities and prioritizing their personal health. So there's something going on with younger folk. They are reporting high levels of loneliness, but they're going their own way, and they're trying to beat it by prioritizing their personal health, physical health, and also by trying to engage in social activities. Apparently, we'll have to look at that study. Well, that's Loneliness in America from mediaroom.com. I'll just save that for later so we can have a look at that. So yeah, 1 in 6 people experience loneliness, with 17 to 21% of individuals aged 13 to 29 reporting feelings of loneliness in 2025. So roughly a fifth of all individuals aged 13 to 29 worldwide reported feelings of loneliness. That's quite a large number of people. That was according to the World Health Organization in 2025. Loneliness is apparently higher in low-income countries compared to high-income countries. Well, that's according to the World Health Organization, which is interesting. And that was in 2025 because the other study in America said that America was higher than the rest of the world. But obviously, America isn't deemed a low-income country. So take from this what you will. Statistics are problematic. They don't tell the whole truth. You know, that's why we like to talk here, to try and get people's real thoughts on matters rather than relying on data that may be faulty or perhaps even misinterpreted. We want to hear your anecdotal evidence, your thoughts and feelings on the matter, your observations, your real life experience. Research indicates a friendship recession. Wow, that's an interesting term. I never heard that one before. With men in particular experiencing a significant decline in close friendships over recent decades. So the key takeaways, guys, for this episode of the Finding Gnosis show: loneliness is a major public health concern affecting both mental and physical well-being. Young adults and older adults are particularly vulnerable. The younger generations are trying to employ strategies to mitigate its effects. I want to hear if that's successful. I want to hear about perhaps some of these strategies. There are global and societal factors, including income disparities, societal division, and digital interactions, playing a significant role in how loneliness is shaping up around the world. Okay, and we'll look at perhaps how we can target loneliness. Okay. Is there a way to foster social connections? Is there a way to promote mental health awareness to make people's mental health better so that they can, function better, and then perhaps they will feel like tackling their loneliness. So yeah, guys, loneliness not only widespread, but also deeply intertwined with health, societal, and technological factors, making it a critical issue of our times. This is the Finding Gnosis show. You are very welcome here. Do come on. Link is in the chat. Don't leave me alone like this on a show talking about loneliness. That would be ironic humor. I suppose it would even be funny. But one would hope that you wouldn't be that sadistic. So the link is in the chat. We are going to wait for somebody to come on and get the show going. We have Vegan Equilibrium in the house. Good to see you, buddy. I'll share the link in the comments, and we'll take it from there. Whoever clicks on it will start the show. So who do we have there that's possibly in a position to commence proceedings? We have Das Dariek Komishk, who says, your thoughts on this Easter BS coming up. I mean, what about it? What about it? It's a time like any other celebration. Why are you picking on Easter in particular? Tell us. Can't people just make a reason to be happy and gather around with their families and, be delighted in each other's company, give gifts, share a nice succulent dinner? What's wrong with people celebrating Easter? Do tell me. Life Abolitionism is here. He says, the fact that someone is alone doesn't mean they are lonely. Yes, we went over that one, and you are absolutely correct. I'm not in any way insinuating that just because someone is alone means they are lonely. We know that. Nibble says, Globe Society is no place to be anyway. Oh, yes, we have our resident flat earther, Nibbles. We don't even know if Nibbles exists or if she's a playful AI robot, because she's never been on this show. She just comments in the chat that, we live in a flat earth, apparently, on a flat earth. Vegan Equilibrium says he's lonely. That's why he comes on here. Well, Vegan Equilibrium, I don't think you are truly lonely. Plenty of people online and in the real world spend time with you and look out for you. So I don't know about that. Philip Matthews says the system censors the internet if you think it does not. You are okay with the system. Life abolitionism says he's not lonely. He loves being alone. It's all about him. It's always all about LA and what he thinks. We're not talking about you this time, LA. We're talking about other people who may be lonely. Tell us why you think they may be lonely, LA, and what can be done about it. Maybe you can tell them because, yes, you're happy being alone. Maybe you can tell people why you're happy being alone and why they may benefit from taking your view on life, existence. What can they garner from your outlook that perhaps will help them as they try to orient this world as a lonely soul? Maybe they can benefit from your outlook. Maybe it will give them some form of personal resilience going forwards that will make them delight in being alone. Do come on and tell us that, LA, and I'd appreciate that. Nibble says 80% of the carbs the daddies are eating are giving them dad bods, and peeps don't want those. Thanks, Nibbles. Thanks for that, Nibbles. Out of nowhere. Vegan Equilibrium says, yeah, they're lonely because no one wants to be dealing with their problems. Okay, so that would be because they're unloved due to circumstance then, or they're unliked due to circumstance, not their fault, perhaps. Or maybe it is their fault because they're not dealing with their problems. Do come on and tell us. Philip says, the system does not mind you talking about the loneliness. The system causes you because the system can say it's all sorts of reasons why you are lonely, but not the system. This will be Philip, as usual. What the fuck are you on about? Do come on and tell us. Nibble says the therapists want the business, but a therapist is the only doctor you'll ever see who is sicker than you. There is perhaps some truth in that, Nibbles. Maybe we are in agreement on something for once. Philip Matthews says, is this site a training for Mossad agents? No. Is the simple answer there. Do come on and tell us why you think that. I would be, it might make me chuckle. Philip says the system wants to hear you moan about anything but the system. Vegan Equilibrium says we're doomed. Projection, Your Honor. No, Vegan Equilibrium. Only you are doomed for saying that. You are, and the truth is, you are not doomed. You are not doomed. You have much joy ahead of you and merriment. But if you take that view, it won't bring you much joy. It won't bring you much joy. Or maybe I'm talking bullshit. Maybe we should all rejoice in the fact that we're doomed. Maybe that can bring us joy. Tell us what you think, guys. Let me see here. He says, no one likes their options. Come on and tell us what the hell you're going on about. Actually, Vegan Equilibrium, I don't even know if you should, because me and Vegan Equilibrium chatted a little while ago, and apparently he's got stuff to do. So maybe he should be doing that instead of being on the Finding Gnosis show. I'm just saying that to you as a mate, Vegan Equilibrium, He says I'm being invalidating. Well, that's like your opinion, bro. But do tell me why you think that. I don't want to be considered an asshole, even though I may be one. And maybe I need to learn not to be. Perhaps. LA says other people said they were lonely. He said that he's not lonely. Then he told them that it's not about him, that it shouldn't be about those who could be lonely. Oh, LA, come on and talk, brother. Come on and talk. Mike Dunnigan says he's never lonely with Jesus. That's good. No, you're not, Vegan Equilibrium. Vegan Equilibrium says he's doomed. No, he's not. Hello to Pamela. Good to have you here. Matthew says, why do you not have anything to say about what I'm saying? Well, I am. I'm reading your bloody comments, you ape. Anyway, Nibble says it's a very unnatural system structure. Hello to Robin. Hello to Robin. Do come on, folks. Link is in the chat. We are talking about loneliness. Is it because of circumstances that are beyond the control of the people feeling lonely, or is it perhaps because of their own character flaws, the things that they could fix if they, could muster up, perhaps the desire to do so? Maybe they need to be told they're being an arsehole or a cunt, and maybe they should do something about that. And then maybe they might not be so lonely. Is that too harsh? Is that too much of a generalization? Do tell us. Perhaps it's not as simple as that. Perhaps it's more nuanced. Perhaps there's many different kinds of lonely people, and yeah, sometimes it might be a person's fault, but other times it might be beyond their ability to rise above the problems that are causing their loneliness. And maybe, therefore, we as a society have to be mindful of this, that sometimes people's circumstances impose on them a terrible lonely life, a terrible lonely existence. And therefore, onus is on us as a society, if we want society to exist, to help these individuals somehow or other, to be more mindful of them, to include them in our social affairs, to invite them to the party, to make time for them, to talk to them, to visit them, etc., etc. Matthew says, reading comments is not saying I've told you you're talking crap half the time. I don't know what you're talking about, Philip. That's what I'm saying to you. You're talking absolute scutter in the live chat, and I have no idea what the fuck you're on about most of the time. But do come on and, illuminate me with what the fuck you're on about. I would appreciate that. LA says, unnatural. You mean you want to return to the state of nature? LA, don't just sit there, darling. Come on and talk about it. Philip Matthews says, loneliness is caused by people in the system ignoring them and wanting to make them look silly so they don't have to offer their opinion, as it will expose them. Okay. If you say so, Philip. Care to come on and explain that? Vegan Equilibrium says he believes we're in the era of the narcissist. Everyone has become more self-involved than ever before. Is that their fault, though, Vegan Equilibrium? And is there a way out of that? Is there a way out of this? Could we, as individuals, perhaps realize this, if indeed you are correct, and perhaps work our way out of it? Is there a way forward, that is more beneficial to one and all? Do come on and let us know. D&W, social distancing is an art form, says Vinny Pots and Pans. I gotta say, between you and me, I did enjoy the lockdown back in the day. Yeah, I did. I enjoyed not going outside as much, and also not mixing with randomers as much, not being forced to socialize. I mean, there's a difference between wanting to socialize and being forced to socialize. Sometimes it was nice to be remote, be away from the maddening crowd. Obviously there was some peace, but that was forced upon us. Perhaps the greatest way to be in this world is to be able to pick and choose when you're around people. Maybe that isn't possible for a lot of people. Maybe a lot of people, spend their time being around people they don't necessarily like, due to their work commitments. There's maybe even their neighborhood, and this is why, they even though they're around loads of people, these aren't necessarily people they want to be around, and that's why they feel lonely. And maybe, a lot of that is to do with money. Maybe it's because they haven't got the finances to move their ass somewhere else, where perhaps they wouldn't hate everybody that was around them, or not hate is a strong word, but maybe if they just move somewhere where they could have a little bit of space between themselves and others, they wouldn't be in this kind of mouse utopia where everybody is right up against each other in a neurotic mess, you know, in the rat race, desperately trying to make ends meet. Maybe there's something to that. Maybe we need to not be forced to interact with others. Maybe we need to be able to choose as and when we want to walk outside of our garden gates and converse with our neighbors. Anyway, who knows? Maybe you do. Pamela says, God is a bit lonely. You would depend on any invisible things if it helps one suffering. Who are you to this? Okay, Pamela, I don't really understand that one. But thank you anyway. Nibble says they suppose that there are schools of fish in nature, but that's not okay. Thank you for that. Philip says a system full of vagrant debt slaves wanting everyone to be vagrant debt slave causes loneliness. Okay. And Pamela says maybe if you grew yourself without parents. Okay. Again, no idea what you're on about, guys. There's no point in writing things if you're not going to make them clear. You know, think about what you write. What you know, write well, as my English teacher told me. The only bit of advice that benefited me in life, I think, from my school days. What you know, write well. If you don't know what the hell you're on about, you know, focus on what you do know, because hopefully that will compensate for your utter ignorance. We have Chickpea here. Chickpea, oh, she's gone. She's disappeared. Usually says they might come on and join. Well, we look forward to that with great anticipation. Philip says, you ignore what exposes you. Okay. If you say so, Philip, thank you for that. Yep. Vinny says, if people learn to say no to do things out of obligation, their minds would set. Yes. But not everybody can, benefit from or, has the luxury of being in that position, Vinny, surely. Right. We have Yuzu. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. Great to have you here. We're talking about loneliness. Is this something you feel is a pressing problem for humanity in this age of modernity? Is it something you feel we have to deal with going forwards to make life better? What do you think? Is there an epidemic of loneliness? What is causing it? Is it people's own fault, or is it deeper than that? Is it something we have to try and work with in society to get to grips with and solve? Do let us know, Yuzu.
I would say yes and no. Because I would say yes and no. Like when it comes to loneliness, yeah, I would say more and more people are lonely in general because of social media and obviously other factors like the fact that people, I don't know, I feel like people these days are just worse, to be honest. I mean, I'm only 24, so it's hard to say, but from what people have, like my older relatives or older friends who are like in their 50s or whatever, they've said like people were nicer back then. People were more like friendly, and obviously since the advent of phones and social media, people are less social, more lonely, which I think when it comes to whether it's society's fault or whether it comes down to the individual's fault, I think it's a mix of both, because someone could just like get off their phone and go out. But then again, if you do go out, everyone else is on their phone or is on social media. So there isn't, I don't know, it's like you're kind of fucked, but you're not really helping yourself either at the same time. So I think it's a mixed bag, if that makes sense. And I think like when it comes to people being lonely, yeah, I do think it is something that we need to solve, because especially when it comes to how corrupt the elites are and what they're doing to us, putting it bluntly, peasants. people need to set aside their differences and try to work together and to cure the loneliness, and which is not just coming from being around other people, but actually connecting truly with other people at the same time, and putting our differences aside and doing what's actually right for ourselves.
A wonderful introduction to your thoughts there, Yuzu. Thank you for that. We'll come back to you in a moment, Yuzu. I just want to welcome Chickpea. Chickpea, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking about loneliness. Do you feel there is a loneliness epidemic? What is causing it?
Yeah.
And, what can be done about it, if anything?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. The loneliness is, well, it's very common nowadays, isn't it? I read about it all the time, read about it a lot. And I find people have, well, I don't know. I was talking this the other night. Everyone's glued to their TV sets. And they are. Everyone is. All their computers, of course, and everything else. And I was never lonely until a few years back, because all my friends, so many friends, now I'm old, so many friends have died. And it's very, I'm on my own, completely on my own. There's nobody. The only thing I've got is my 7 cats. Whoops. And they're the only love that I feel. And if I didn't have them, there'd be nothing to live for, even nothing. But don't worry, I love them dearly and I'll stick around for them. But they're all I have.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
And my mother said the same about life after my stepfather died. My stepfather died 2016. And prior to that, she never had time for me to talk to me on the phone or anything. And she was living in Clacton she lives on the seafront there. And after that, she was always on the phone to me because she had no one else to talk to. Nobody. She was said all the time, there's no one to talk to. And my mother was very talkative. Yeah. But she had no one to talk to. She said, I've got no one to talk to. No one talks to me anymore.
That's really sad. Well, what do you think caused that? In your mother was of a different generation. What caused that there?
Yeah. I don't know. People have changed. People have changed. I noticed changes already back in the late 80s in the workplace when computers came into the office. And prior to that, people chatted more. We were more friendly to each other. And I noticed it when the computers came to being. And also, I noticed changes when they started banning smoking. Even though, they say it kills you. Smoking actually brought people together. I know that sounds insane, but it did. And I can remember it. And it does.
Is there not a healthier way to bring people together, though?
Well, yeah, I know it sounds crazy that smoking would do that. Because there was a time when I was a smoker and I used to drink. A couple of times I went down to the local pub just around the corner from me. And I'd just go and have a drink and a cigarette. And you would get to talk to somebody. But smoking, because when you smoked, if you had a row with someone, say, for example, in the workplace, you used to say, come on, let's go and talk this out over a cigarette. And we used to actually say that to each other. So smoking was a bonding thing. It was weird that would be so, but it was.
Regretfully, I have to admit that was one of the positive sides to it, definitely.
Yeah.
We have Fatima here. I just want to welcome Fatima. Fatima, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking about loneliness. And apparently there is a loneliness epidemic. A lot of people are lonely. And apparently it is causing problems in society in various ways. Have you seen any evidence of it? Is it the people who are feeling lonely? Is it their fault? Or is it something about existence, about society that perhaps, causes these circumstances for those people? And it's not necessarily their fault, or is it more nuanced than that? Is it sometimes people's fault and other times not necessarily their fault? What do you think is going on?
Well,
what
I
can be
think
done
it's
about it?
what can be done about it? Well, first of all, hello everyone. How is everyone doing?
Hi,
I hope
Fatima.
everyone's okay. How you doing, everyone? Yes. Well, I think it's a mixture of both. I think there's more nuance than just putting it in a binary, right? Because, like, yes, the world around us is ever more atomized. The social media, people would rather talk to AI than each other, rather talk to their friends and their family, or rather talk to AI than their friends or their girlfriends or blah blah blah, right? So, and it's shoved down our throats because if you want to like be something in the world, you have to interact with those structures because those structures are part of the world now of climbing up or like just being part of ordinary life, even because AI is like being used to like filter up job applications even for the ordinary person. So yeah, but it also comes down to the individual as well. Like if you know what's going on, if you know that this issue is structural, and you continue to not really be aware that, like, okay, the problem is structural, I have my own weaknesses, but I can mitigate those weaknesses to a degree that I can still have a balance of of being aware, but also having the somber attitude that yes, like more people are more alone, and I don't have like as many relations as I do. And yeah, I think it comes down to both. Yeah, truly. And what can we done about it? I don't know. I seriously cannot answer that question. That's too much of a because we're talking about human relations. I think human relations are very, very complex. They cannot be reduced to like a equation, right? Or like an axiom of like this is the problem that's going to be solved. It's not like a type of illness that you like prescribe like a medication towards. The medication for like human loneliness is very, very unique. It's very different. It's going to look different for a lot of people. Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be a continuous problem, or will we get a solution to it eventually?
Hard to there's two ways to go about it. I think that it can either be a continuous cyberpunk future where everyone's just on their like AI brain chips, right? And they don't talk to one another. If you ever seen the film Ready Player One, everyone just wears like this headset and they enter like a virtual reality. That could be, or we could become part of one giant organic hive mind supercomputer that has us in like pods, and like we just like operate within that. Yeah, we essentially become part of machines. Yeah, as the philosopher Nick Land said, nothing human is gonna make it out in the future. There's really a lot we can go about this. Yeah. And if that happens, then nobody's alone because everyone is like all together now, right? Because we're all part of this singularity.
That
But
sounds
Fatima,
lovely.
what is? I want to. Actually, no. I'm going to ask Yuzu this and come to you later. We'll go around with this one and see
Yeah.
everyone's perspective. Yuzu, is loneliness sometimes people's fault, an individual's fault, and why?
I mean, it depends because if someone's choosing to stay indoors, and I suppose it is kind of their fault, but then again, there are people out there that might be getting bullied or might have family members that are toxic and are like treating them badly. So it's like they kind of are lonely because they're being mistreated. But then there are people that aren't being bullied and aren't being mistreated and are just refusing to go out and socialize. So I think it's subjective, in my opinion. I think it depends on the person and the environment that they're in.
Okay, thank you for that, Chickpea. What do you think? Is
Oh,
loneliness sometimes people's fault as as an individual? Could they be doing more, not like, or is it very complex and perhaps
no,
they
it's
feel
not complex.
trapped? What do you think?
No, when I worked, I was never, ever, ever lonely, ever. But when I stopped working, and I noticed it because you don't go out to work, you don't have your friends at work anymore. And when you stop working, you tend to drift away from the friends you work with because you're living 40 miles away from each other, with commuting and everything. So I noticed it when I stopped working, and I've just noticed it for myself that yeah, friends who just died off literally for me. I still talk to my neighbours, and Am I lonely even? I don't know, to be honest, because I live in a silly little chatty box. It's a weird little place that I live in because we chatter to each other, and it's weird. I'm not lonely. I'm not lonely actually. There's no love in my life, but I'm not actually lonely. I still got people to talk to. But I'm lonely. Like, nowadays a lot of people don't date anymore. That's the latest one now.
Yeah, we can go into that in a little bit.
Yeah, I've got that loneliness, and I feel very sad about it. And I do, because I do feel sad about that. But I'm not lonely that I don't know. I've got my neighbours, and I'm quite sociable and quite lucky in that respect. I'm somebody that will stop someone on the street and say, "Oh, can I just smell your cigarette smoke?" I'm one of these weirdos. So I've always got someone to talk to. Yes, because I did. It's the honest truth. If I smell someone smoking, I stop and have a smell of the smoke. What would you do if someone did that to you?
I wouldn't do it.
No, she'd all shut up. I said something too much.
No, we're listening.
Okay. And I've got my 7 cats. So I'll put them to love. But I think
apparently gov.uk survey says 7% of adults reported that they felt lonely often or always.
No, I don't feel
and apparently
lonely.
that's
Yeah,
a small but significant decrease from the year before. So basically 7.1% of adults said they never felt lonely. So that's interesting. So 7% of adults reported that they felt lonely often or always. And on the other side of the spectrum, 21% of adults reported they never felt lonely. 21%. That's according to
right.
So 1 in 5 people never feel lonely.
I miss having a meaningful relationship with somebody, because it's all very very thingy. It is. That's gone in my life. So I used to have a couple of friends here that I had quite a strong bond with.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I miss that. But I've got the cats to love, so...
Yeah, the cats are... you got your siete cats. Siete is 7 in Spanish.
Yeah, they keep me company.
Yeah. They all look good. Huh?
Someone to love, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes,
someone
those
to love.
7 cats. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I think you already know. Like, my thoughts on loneliness is that I don't think it's actually real, quote unquote. Like, you can be physically alone, but in terms of like your mind and your thoughts, no, those are shaped by experiences and language, which are shared phenomenon. Like, you can leave civilization, but civilization is still gonna be intact with you. Inside you. Yeah.
But I do find people nowadays. I find people have become very trivial. One of the reasons why I come here is at least you hear something that isn't complete and utter rubbish.
Of
Robin,
course, yeah.
This helps.
Robin is on the Finding Gnosis show. Robin, we're talking about loneliness.
Hello.
Apparently, there is an epidemic of loneliness, Robin. Apparently, a lot of people are feeling lonely, and it bothers them much indeed. But we're asking the question: is it their fault as individuals? Perhaps their character is flawed. Perhaps they're not doing enough to ingratiate, to mix with others. Maybe they're just assholes. Or is it deeper than that? Is modernity causing the problem? Is society broken? Is there something going on that is causing this? And it's not necessarily all the people who are feeling lonely. It's not all their fault. Perhaps circumstances are causing it. Do tell us, Robin.
Well, let me say hi to Chickpea, because I understand what she's talking about, the cats, because I live with my cats, and so they keep me very sane too. But and I hate to say this because I'm an atheist, and so I see religion as somewhat of harmful. But I think that a society that is moving away from the community that we find in religious community, like in religious because I do believe that religion does offer community. I believe that probably as a social species, religion helped us build our societies by like flourishing in the communities. So I think that maybe as we become less religious, we may need to find something to help bring back community, something that will bring community to the, you know, for those, even it seems like even the religious people do not like attend church and stuff as much as they used to, and so I think that's where we've lost a lot of the community at.
I think that's a really good point, Robin. Thank you for making that. Yeah, I mean, definitely in the past, religion gave people a reason to gather together weekly, if not daily, sometimes. And there was that communal aspect. And obviously, that involved politics, keeping an eye on each other, gossiping, looking after each other. Maybe judging each other, all the manner of things it involved, maybe inviting each other to celebrations, going to funerals, just making life perhaps meaningful in their own way. So
I think that like I remember, like especially with the elderly, loneliness is like a special thing that the older you get, like sometimes it creeps into a lot to elderly people a lot too.
Yeah.
And I feel like that we used to be better about taking care of, like, if you in the community, that's one thing that the churches often did was like kind of care for the elderly, and people would go by and check on somebody or take them some food and stuff. I feel like, I mean, we're giving, we're when we give up, we got to be sure not to throw the good parts of things that we have in society away when we get rid of the harmful, and I think that's what we're kind of doing.
Mm. You think so? Because I think that even when humans try to actively throw out those parts are, to me, like social interactions. They're still inherently structural to us as social beings. Like that's never gonna go away. We can try and get rid of like stuff that we don't like, that certain things that have established community, as you said, in religion. But I think the attitude of religiosity will always be there, and it will just be replaced by something else entirely in like a new secular way. Like possibly, in my opinion, AI could be that. It could definitely be that new type of religion. It's already starting to be that way now.
great point. Guys, can you give the stream a share just to bring in new minds, new voices, new opinions? We desperately need them. We do need something. Yeah,
Sorry.
so please, if you have a social media, YouTube, Twitter, wherever you're watching this, do give it a share. Sorry, go ahead, Chickpea.
I suspect most of us come here almost every night.
It's evening time where
to use the thingy for our loneliness.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that it seems like that we have become less religious as a society, or we have let's say this way, we have less church attendance.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is, I mean, not like, so that means that even if we share the same amount of religiosity, that we're not attending social events like church.
Yeah, well, I think there's more like social gatherings than just going to church. Like there's more like
I agree. Yeah.
Community-based things. There's more alternatives to going to church than now. And I still think that, just because church attendance is low doesn't mean it's near zero. It's not, it's far from it, This is just...
You got less young people going to clubs now as well, like going to dark nightclubs and things like that.
Oh yeah. I think that can be explained because of them not just feeling the fucking connection, and also like because of this thing we can talk online. Like you can make friends overseas now very easily and not feel a need to step outside, or not as much as what you would think you need to, right? Except for Bear. minimum things like getting food or doing an errand.
I think we do have a
I'll tell
loneliness
you this
problem,
much.
though.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I think we do have a loneliness
Yeah.
problem. I think that the polls show that, like when they take, and even in like among young men, are
Mm.
like polling with a lot of loneliness, and so I just think that we are just like we're not replacing the old. I'm not saying that we all need to go back to church because I'm definitely not going to do that, but like we need to we're not replacing the old methods of having community with anything that is um will fill the same void, I think.
Really, because I think that stuff like this is coming close to it almost. It's becoming a form of it. Like this was inconceivable like 30 years ago to like do something like this, right? This show, you know. So I think with time this thing could replace a lot of the old ways that people are not doing anymore. Just give it like a few decades and I think we'll see what like happens. Yeah. I don't know though. I can't say for certain, but I do know that things don't really go away. They just mutate and change into other things.
I'll tell you now, you lot. If you're feeling lonely now, wait to get older because as you get older,
Yeah, that's true.
friends and everything die off. And so, I mean, my situation is this. Okay, I'm not lonely per se, but you know what? I daren't become ill or anything because if I have to go to the hospital, I'm screwed. There's nobody I can turn to look after the cats for me or visit me. I'd be completely and
Mm.
totally alone, and that's
Hello, brother
terrifying.
Marcus.
Hey, brother Marcus, what's up?
Thanks for having me on, y'all.
That's okay,
Oh,
Robin. Stick around, darling. We love having you here.
Well,
yeah,
Pamela
I
says
gotta
she's
go.
48. Okay, Robin, no problem. But thanks for
no
joining us
problem.
anyway, and come
Thanks.
back if you can
Okay.
ASAP.
See ya.
Pamela says she's 48. She went to clubs too at 18. Why do folk talk like it never happened? I don't know.
I
What
think
do you
I
mean?
I think what like this the study means is that people in my generation and younger don't go to clubs anymore as previous generations. That's just what they're saying. Yeah, they don't go to as many like social gatherings as they were now as they did back then, you know, like there's not as many house parties, like clubbing. What else is not happening? Dating, hookups, yeah, stuff like that is not happening within
Yeah,
my
why
area.
don't you youngsters date? That is
Huh?
weird. 'Cause why don't youngsters date anymore?
I don't know. It's probably because like they have other alternatives to like get their satisfaction, you know? Like
I
they
don't
feel
understand that. I just
yeah,
don't
I don't either.
understand.
And probably some other things too, like, you know, like female and male issues, you know, like the whole
Yeah,
like
it's so weird.
incompatibility
I
of
don't
the
understand
genders,
that.
yeah.
I've
Yeah,
noticed
being
that because
yeah.
we all dated when I was young. We all did. We
Yeah,
started dating when we were 14, and
yeah.
yeah, weird.
Yeah,
I've no, yeah,
regardless, right? Yeah, it's weird, huh? Yeah, I think
yeah,
it's just a amalgamation of like, you know, the new tensions between male and female
weird.
and also just the fact that there's other alternatives to just, you know, be satisfied without a partner now. Those are the two big ones. Yeah. Yeah,
But
those are
that's what used to take up our minds when we were young, and you started at 14 and
yeah, wow, you're
yeah,
14. I couldn't imagine
well,
dating at 14. I couldn't even know.
yeah. Oh yeah, we started young. I can remember it well. It was fun. It was absolute fun. I loved it.
Oh,
It was a good time.
wow.
Yeah, they were good times.
Yeah, that world is so alien and foreign to me. I could never like experience that world, you know, like
Yeah.
I don't know, like, you know, it shows that
So yeah, you didn't have to. 'Cause it was good fun. It really was fun actually. We all used to. Yeah, I
mm,
used to hang around this, you'd have your little crowd and then I don't know, but yeah, all of us dating was on our minds, getting our claws into somebody.
oh well, yeah, it's always good, yeah. But like I guess now they rather just be on like, you know, like I don't know. I don't know how much like the corn a consumption is, but I think it's still the same as it was back then or even more, I believe, right? You know. Like they just go online and they just have their way, have fun with it, and they don't need anyone else. Like why would I need that? And of course they have like stuff like what else? Like OnlyFans. They can just go there and boom, everything's done. Like why would I need someone else?
Yeah, it's true. Actually, I do the same here. I come in almost
Yeah,
every night.
yeah, of course, and like
Yeah.
yeah, but here is actually like a type of like another type of like a community, right? Like a type of like a dialogue, which is better than like doing that, in my opinion, doing what like these young men or even young women too do on their free time when online. I think that's a bit better. No, I'm not like condemning those people. I can understand why they do it, but like it's not like the peak of what you can do in life, if you know what I mean, on your free time.
But I find scary as well with today's young. They all sit watching pornography. Because I was watching a thing on pornography recently. I mean, it
Oh, well,
existed when I was young, but
of course.
apparently the porn industry um, gets it's more popular than YouTube and X and all and everything else combined. So there must be one hell of a lot of people watching pornography at night time.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's most
Yeah,
definitely is. Yeah, it's just massive
it's
industry.
huge.
It's
Yeah,
crazy just how much money they make, like
yeah.
$30 billion a year, I believe.
More than that. Must be more than that.
Yeah, and
It's
more than
huge,
that.
huge amounts. Huge amounts. I couldn't believe it. And
Yeah,
it's
it is
really
weird.
grim now as well, isn't it?
Yeah, with like
Very.
the new platforms that are on now, like it's just like yeah, like this is just the way of the world now, I guess. The way of the youth. I wonder how they're gonna be like. I wonder how
Yeah.
their
Yes.
families are gonna be like. Even though I don't think they should be like do you think this generation could be okay to like raise like the next
Well,
one? I don't think so.
I dread to think because I mean, even in my time when I was young, men watched pornography, and if you would, they would try it onto you as a female, blah blah blah, and that was then already.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's
in
really
those
really
days,
crazy.
porn was very vague compared to now. Well, I haven't seen any, but I just know what I hear.
Yeah,
It's quite
it's
scary.
definitely there. Those
I'd be scared. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Like there's a lot of like bad faith practices in those industries. So yeah,
yeah,
it's not ideal. Like there's a reason why like people are some states in my country in the U.S. they're starting to ban like those like websites a lot. Yeah, they're starting to ban them now. Like I think like 14 states have already completely banned like Pornhub. Yeah, like I think
yeah.
like
It
12 or
should be
13.
done.
Exactly. Yeah, they already banned them now, and I think they're trying to ban more. Yeah, something along those lines. It's just
Yeah,
really, really, like it's just how the tide is, or like not ban them, but like you have to enter in like an ID, like an ID, of like how old are you, because you can't be under 18 now to watch that legally.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. So
pretty grim from what it's quite heavy duty now, isn't it?
yeah, exactly.
Well,
Like you have to like
I mean, I don't watch it. I think porn's actually quite boring. I saw a
yeah,
couple of bits when I was young, and I was actually bored.
yeah.
Juzu said here he's got a black cat goes to visit him. Juzu. He's gone. Where's he
Oh,
gone?
hello. Sorry, I
Hi.
just came back.
Oh, I thought about your black cat coming to visit you.
Oh yeah, that cat. Yeah, that black cat.
Oh, I bet she's gorgeous, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a black. Well, I've got 7 cats, but I've got a black cat as well. Yeah,
Oh.
black cat, little girl called Bella. Yeah.
Nice.
Yuzu, how are they gonna, solve this loneliness epidemic?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't really have a solution, to be honest. I mean, I suppose like creating communities, but there's too many people in the world for there to be like to live the way we did back in hunter-gatherer sort of days, where we all lived in tribes and that sort of thing. but I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't really have an answer, to be honest.
Okay. What about the rest of you guys? Do you want to do some brainstorming about, how might loneliness, the epidemic of loneliness affecting society, affecting a large proportion of at both young and old, how might it be solved?
How might I gave like two like extreme hypotheses, but I think they're a bit too extreme. But I think the more practical way is to, like, if you're gonna have a child, right, just set like strict rules and boundaries, right? Like be like a type of parent that like just puts like restrictions on them. Because don't like some like countries are starting to ban like social media under the age of like what 16 now. They're starting to ban them now, I believe. Like I think in like
so basically what you're saying is stop the kids going on on the internet, so the kids have to go outside and play and form real world relationships.
Yeah. I think
What about when they get to adulthood? Will they not just retreat into the online world? Do you think because they've had that time in their youth forming real life bonds, they will avoid the internet as a means to socialize? I mean, look at Chickpea. Chickpea is she won't mind me saying this. She's in her 70s, early 70s. She didn't grow up with the internet, but yet here she is using the internet to socialize, avoiding going outside. So, are you so sure?
I don't know, because like everything is so uncertain, but it's worth a shot at least, right? Some type of like mitigation. But like if it turns out to be the case that like that doesn't work out because of we have someone here that's about like kind of like of the older crowd and like doing this, and like I really don't know, like what do I know at this point, right? It's very, very complicated issue. And we have the
Cougar Dima, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking about loneliness. Now, we're asking the simple question to what might be a very complex problem. And that is, we're asking, is this loneliness problem the fault, generally speaking, of the people who feel lonely? Or is it the fault, is it because of circumstances beyond their control? Is it because of Mother Nature? Is it because of society? Is it because of, as I said, things outside of their remit? What would you like to say on the matter?
Yeah, this is a really interesting topic. I'm glad you're covering it. There's always going to be individuals who can't adjust to life, or maybe just have just a really bad stretch of bad luck, and it can get you depressed and isolate you from people. Maybe you're alone because you had to move away from your family, and that was going to be okay, but then things didn't work out, and now you can't move back because you're in another country or whatever. That happened a lot, in the early part of the 20th century. But I think today, one of our biggest problems is that there's a lot of people, and we've become isolated from each other simply because there's so many of us. And you asked a question a little bit ago that I'd like to respond to, which is, what's the solution? I think it's probably overreaching to think that there's a solution, but I think that one of the things that differentiates our current times with the past, where people were probably less lonely or less isolated or all of the above, is that we had to struggle more to survive. And we lived in villages in order to do that. Village life was cooperative to a degree. And it was also restrictive. You had to dress a certain way, talk a certain way, go to a certain church, act a certain way. It was restrictive, but it gave people purpose, and it gave people defenses against loneliness, because you just kept seeing the same people over and over again, right? The baker and the shoemaker and the dressmaker, and these people were just part of your community. And I think that right now, where we have 8,000 million humans on Earth, the amount of forced isolation, forced simply because there's just too many people. And ironically, when there's so many people, you get lost in the crowd, right? We've heard that. People just getting lost in the crowd. Big schools, for example. I went to a big high school, and it's easy to get lost in the crowd. No one notices you unless you're one of the jocks on the football team or whatever, no one notices you. You just don't have any juice. So being lost in the crowd is a real phenomenon. And I think that we're about to go into a series of a massive polycrisis. Um, it's hitting us from all sides, and it doesn't get better; it only gets worse. But as a result, one of the things that will happen that I think could be beneficial, even given all the other trauma, is that we're going to start to rely on each other more. At least the people who can exercise that muscle will rely on each other more, and they'll form small communities, and then the communities will become more like villages, and we'll go back to village life. And I think that would solve the problem. But of course, we have to go through a terrible, terrible trauma to get to a point where we're not lost in a crowd, where there is no crowd, where we're in a village, and the village has had to adapt, and we had to bring people in with skills, and the people with skills are suddenly have purpose, and the people with skills, everyone wants their time, and everyone wants to be part of their world, and everyone wants to learn what they know, and all of a sudden, when you don't have a choice about how your life is going to go, then you buckle down. You have to do the thing that you have to do. If you're a young woman, you have to get married. And I mean, I know people don't want to hear that, but that's how it was. And if you're a young man, you had to apprentice, or you joined the military, or you joined the Navy. You didn't have a lot of choices. And because you didn't have a lot of choices, you really couldn't be alone. People would push you and say, you're 16, you're 17, you have to do something now. I can't support you anymore, and the crowd can't support you. You're not going to get a job, and you're not going to have a career, and you're not going to be independently wealthy. You're not going to have your own 401k. You're not going to have your own car, your own house. You're going to be part of the village, and you have to integrate. You have to figure your shit out. And you have to help. And you have to marry, and you have to have a family, and you have to become a monk or what. You have to do something, and the pressure is just going to be there. But we're not there yet. But we're going to have to go through. I think we will go through an amazingly horrendous trauma to get back to a point where this conversation simply doesn't take place.
That's bleak, brother.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I thought I was pessimistic.
Okay, but you know what?
The only way to fix it is to let it break us.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Well, I think
I'm not. I don't want to call it pessimism. I know it's pessimism from the perspective of people who can't let go. And I'm not accusing you of that, but maybe I am. I have let go of this.
Really?
I've let go of this, and I am ready for what comes next. So for me, it's optimism. Remember, I was mentioning some time back that there here in Silicon Valley, in particular, there's a bunch of people called accelerationists, and they are embracing the downfall. They want it, and they want out. They want out of this bullshit, and they're embracing the downfall. And I guess I'm sort of in that boat now. I have crossed the Rubicon, and I'm on the other side now. And here we go, I guess.
Wow. Okay. Brother Marcus, welcome again to the Finding Gnosis Show. Great to have you here, as always. We are, as you're probably aware, talking about loneliness, and we're asking the simple question, but that perhaps has a very, complex, nuanced answer. And that is, loneliness, is it the fault of the individuals who are lonely, or is it perhaps deeper than that? It's the fact that existence itself, Mother Nature, society, somehow or other causes those people to be lonely, and it's something that perhaps they can't control.
Were you asking me something?
Yeah, I was asking you just to comment on the topic of the show. Sorry, Brother Marcus.
It's a good topic. Can you just ask me the question one more time? Sorry.
Oh, basically, I'm just asking you, loneliness, do you think a lot of the time it's the fault of the individuals who feel lonely? Or
okay, yeah, I think it's a mix of both. I think it's deeper than that. I think when it depends on what type of loneliness you're talking about. You can be alone but still feel not as lonely. You could be with a bunch of people, not feel like and feel lonely. But I think someone like you guys started talking about the generational stuff. I think the experience of loneliness, when we use that term as a reference, is going to be a different social experience for a millennial, Gen X, and like baby boomers, and Gen Z and Gen Alpha. I think that our formative years have been developed differently. And so that's going to change our perspective about what we mean by that term. And I think like there's good evidence to suggest about different correlative correlations for Gen Z in particular, because I think they're named the loneliest generation.
Yeah.
And it's marked by things such as what is it? So you know how we used to have third spaces growing up? Third places? Does this ring a bell?
What's that again?
So like affordable cafes and community centers and libraries, like this was all around us back in the day.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
now that's
yeah,
that's becoming less and less. Like even just hanging out in a park is going to be difficult because they have like certain rules for that. So there's no place that I can go to this day where I could just stay out all night. There used to be places like that. So when we reduce those types of third places, I think that's going to have an impact on the society. Also, the pandemic, the way that millennials or older people handle the pandemic is going to be different than, say, someone younger just developing, right? So it pushed them to be literally alone, and they had to adapt to that. And also, we complain about the internet and social media. The way we use social media per generation is different. Millennials use social media too, but we use it differently. And Gen Z uses it differently. And that's going to impact about the feelings of loneliness. And parenting styles have changed over the years. So just because I feel lonely doesn't mean that I was developed with the same way as a Gen Zer who has been parented differently. So all these things have a part to play. And I just scratched the surface. It goes much deeper, like with climate catastrophe. It goes with a sense of hopelessness about the future, a sense of hopelessness about the economy. And the thing is, they're fucking right. This is not like a matter of opinion. It is that bad. So yeah, they are going to feel shitty, and their mental health is going to decline. And we hope back in the day, even though we were very self-deprecating, there was still like maybe things can change. But no, things got worse, and now we're seeing the consequences of that. Sorry, I don't know why I'm speaking so passionately about this. Anyway,
no, it's good. It's because you like to retain information. That's good, and what you said is correct about like my generation. It's very correct. Yes, like we feel more shitty, but some of us know we feel shitty, and we're kind of proud of it. We're like, yeah, because everything is shit. So like, we will just might as well be shit because some of us think that we don't have anything left to lose, in this game, and some of us really don't,
I think it's because like when I first came across, there was a lot of memes about Gen Z and how lazy they are and how they don't read shit like that. And I started off like that. I was just like, what a silly generation. And then there was always other generations judging the other one, right? And then I looked at the causal, like the correlation to why these are different outcomes. And then I'm like, oh, it's actually not their fault. A large, like, there's going to be some responsibility, but there's a whole host of other factors at play.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I said. Yeah. I said it's both our faults, but it's also the structure of just how things are going now. Like we're simply reacting to a world that we're just thrown into. Because if you think about Gen Z, we were born inside the transitional period of like the late 90s and early 2000s, so like of course we're gonna be very awkward because like what the fuck, it's like one of the most transformative eras of this planet, of course we're gonna act like morons.
Guys, there's somebody trying to get on here. They're called Grapefruit. I don't know who they are. Grapefruit, you're on the Fine Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
I like grapefruit.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing music, so
I kind of wanted to hear what the song was.
Yeah,
was it going to be racist? Because that's a grapefruit.
Well, it's not that. It gets you a copyright strike. That's why they do it.
Yeah.
Why
Oh,
does
yeah.
nobody talk about the TV and all this? Because I can tell you when the TV became commonplace and became a 24/7 thing, that's when it started really. Because before you had to talk to your neighbours, you had to talk to whoever because you didn't have a thing to be brainwashed by sitting on your wall.
We're not
Oh,
watching TV.
Chickpea just touched on something that said it. Sorry, I know you want to focus on the TV thing. Just it popped up in my head. How we solve problems also changed. Sorry, I have food in my mouth.
Yeah, it's alright.
Well, what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying is when I
So
was
back
young,
back when I had to like fix my
Oh.
car, I had to ask my neighbor. I had to ask a family member. Now people just go online, ask AI, or go on YouTube. That's going to change how
exactly,
people interact. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
but
exactly.
when I
Yeah,
was sorry,
yeah, but like
when I
also
was
chick.
young,
Okay.
when I was young, very young, I'm talking 5, 6, 7, all those that age, and I was a toddler. We didn't all have TV sets, and so people had to talk to each other because they're glued to a TV. Because the one thing I've noticed about the world, and I'm older than a lot of you,
Yeah.
is the way people are glued to that TV set. I have seen people, my own parents included, sit there, watch a load of shit on the telly tonight, but they still sit glued to it. I've never understood that about people, and everyone I know is at it. I'm the only person I know that doesn't watch the telly.
Well, yeah, but also chickpea. We're not glued to TVs. Like we're more glued to like phones and like
Yeah,
laptops. Yeah.
Yeah, I
but
think it
before,
depends on
this is
who's
when it all
Chickpea is
started.
socializing with, because I don't know. I think it's like the age range Chickpea might be going with, because I don't know
Yeah.
anybody that's in their 20s and 30s that are just watching TV as much as
No.
I'm talking,
the
that's
older
when it all
generations.
started. Now it's there's phones, but it started
Yeah.
with the TV.
It started with the
Yeah.
TV, yeah, but like
Oh.
I don't think that is like it analogous to like what's going on. It's kind
No,
of
I'm only saying what I
similar
saw
to
when I was
Paranormal
young.
One.
But in fact, what I'm saying is, okay, when I was young, I can remember neighbours going into each other's houses. You sat with a neighbour at night because if you were on your own, you got no TV to sit and watch. You're going to go somewhere to get a bit of company just to pass the time away. That's all
To be,
gone.
when I didn't have TV, I listened to the radio a lot.
Really? Oh, when I didn't have TV, I would play outside. Yeah, I was still one of like those few Gen Z kiders that still played outside a bit. In fact, yeah, I don't see too many kids play outside. I mean, I see like Gen Alpha, like very, very young Gen Alpha, but like they're mostly like immigrant families that like do that probably were doing that in their poor countries that came here. Yeah, they were just bringing over like their customs, yeah, or something like that, yeah. But like for people born here in this country, yeah, they don't usually play outside anymore. It's only people who are from like other countries. I'm moved here. They usually play outside more than the American born kids, because I have like an Afghan family living like right next to me, and I think I see them as like the only kids that actually play soccer outside like consecutively when it's like a nice warm day, sorry. While like the people that in other buildings, their kids are usually inside, or like they come outside to like go to like their sports match, in like their schools, but they don't do that outside of like regular hours. Yeah.
And I'll add that being lonely as an older person, we at least some of us have a point of reference. Like I live pretty much the same lifestyle as Chickpea, but the thing is, we had love in our life. Like the younger ones never experienced that, right? So that's going to have an impact about how you feel later on. Like you said, most of your friends die. Same thing. Most of my friends dead. But I had great friends. I had loving friends. I had friends that had my back for a good portion of my life. Other people are not going to feel that. They're not going to know what that's like. And so
no.
We might feel both lonely, but what are our points of reference for when we feel that? It's going to be way different.
Yeah, it is going to feel way different, because I don't even think being lonely is all that horrible, believe it or not. I don't think it's that bad. Like, I think over socialization is worse, just like the noise of people around you. But then again, I am like audio sensitive, so it does go along with that. Yeah, but like definitely my idea of loneliness is nowhere near the same as like most people, especially older people. That's why whenever I used to be depressed and I would describe my feelings to older people, of course they were older people, right? They were like, well, like, and they would give me some bullshit explanation, like, damn, you don't really understand anything, like, yeah. So no wonder why my generation is struggling a lot, because like we're not understood because like the world around us is completely different than like the world that people grew up in.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it makes us even more anxious and horrible and shitty, you know, in the inside.
Also, I think another thing is that we all started leaving our communities to go and work in the city, and so we're all isolated from our families, our roots, our extended family, and etc. etc. And that really
Yeah,
screws you up.
not really for me because.
It really screws people up. I know so because I've gone through it.
Oh, really?
It
Because
really
like.
screws you up.
I guess I could see that. I guess I could see that because, like, whenever I traveled abroad, I would stay with family. I would, but there was
Yeah,
like,
you're lucky here.
yeah, I'd stay with
Yeah.
family, but they were family I have never seen before. They were just, I just
Yeah,
went.
but still, you've got connections. There's connections. Everyone I know is, I'm just saying. I think also the fact that we've all, yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah, but like, I was born in
It
like
makes
this
sense to me.
city. Like, yeah, I was born in like this. So first, I was born in this city, and then I moved inside the suburbs. So yeah, I was always like inside, like I guess like the civilized, socialized world. I think is worse than anything else. Yeah.
Evening,
Okay,
all.
guys, I just want to welcome Dave, the Dave.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Hey, how's it going, dudes?
Hi, how you doing?
Dave, the Dave, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are asking about loneliness. What do you think's causing it? Is it the fault mainly of the people who feel lonely, or is it a deeper issue? Is there something going wrong in society, or perhaps maybe it's unfixable? What do you think?
I guess I want to ask a question, and I want to ask people what they think about this. Would you say that the heart is turned towards communion or turned inward on itself?
It depends on who has the heart.
As a what might we say as a condition? So if we were to look at it as a condition, and we would say the heart is either turned outwards or inwards, as a condition, what would that mean to you guys?
Well, as if you mean like where does the heart naturally lead to? I guess in my opinion, it leads towards outside more because we're social creatures inherently, right? So already by that we tend towards the outward, but we also have the capacity to look inward and think about things. Yeah.
So so by nature we are communal?
Yeah. Well, of course, evolution made us that way, right?
So like my perspective comes, and I'm looking at sort of from an Eastern Orthodox Christian perspective, when you would look at the Desert Fathers, so people who lived in the wilderness, who lived in the desert, but you couldn't claim that they were lonely because their hearts were in their own, with God and in communion. So whereas they were in a circumstance of being without anybody else around them, they were by kind of character and condition in communion, so without loneliness. So I guess what I'm saying is it's neither a matter of character or circumstance. I'm one of these annoying fence-sitters, but I'm interested in the idea that can we be, and this would be my main question, can we be lonely if we have gratitude? It's a question that's sort of on my mind. Can we be lonely? Can we feel loneliness if we have gratitude?
If we have gratitude towards anyone, right? Towards like any object, any person, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Huh, that's a good question. As I said, I'm gonna sound like a parrot, but I have no choice. But I don't think that loneliness is actually real, quote unquote. So I think that if you have some source of reference point from your past that gave you a sense of like, tranquility or ataraxia or eudaimonia, which means happiness in Greek philosophy, I believe, then yeah. I don't think.
Sorry, what was that? What was the word again in Greek? Sorry to interrupt. What was the word again in Greek?
I think I pronounced it so horribly. It's called eudaimonia. I think it was Aristotle that phrased it, but
Cool.
but also ataraxia was like a Stoic word that means a very tranquil, calm state of being. Yeah. So yeah.
So like, if you the term loneliness maybe doesn't quite cut it. How about the word listlessness?
Listlessness? Is there like a difference between the word listlessness and loneliness? I don't hear the word listlessness too often.
Or despondency, maybe despondency.
Oh, despondency. Now that one I have heard before more in my like life. Yeah, I think it is a matter of just feeling a bit out of touch and feeling a bit of like vertigo with just everything around you. This leads to like a despondency and like creates a type of mindset that like or a type of condition of you that you feels like, damn, am I really alone floating in like the middle of nowhere in the sea of being in the world, you know? I guess it could be like that, right?
So I just imagine like lack of care or like sluggishness, listlessness. I see like sluggishness, lack of care, or sort of indifference.
So you mean like apathy? Yeah, I think
possibly apathy. Yeah, I guess apathy. Let's have a look at see the difference in the definition. But roll with that.
Yeah, apathy. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's like a more of a problem than loneliness, being apathetic, because like if you're apathetic, you're gonna be unaware of things that like are in your surroundings, right? While if you're lonely, you're alone, but like you have more awareness because you have like no one around you, so like you can observe things more. You can look at the hidden details of things, but with apathy you just don't even give a fuck about that in like the first place, so that could be a bit more worse. But apathy can happen anywhere. Apathy can happen either in the isolation area or in the public area. It can happen anywhere.
So like I guess the difference I would say between listlessness and apathy would be the characteristic of like energy. So lacking energy, listlessness is part of that, is lacking energy. And I wonder if we were to link listlessness with loneliness, is maybe the lack of energy would point to maybe a lack of purpose, and maybe loneliness is unfulfilled purpose.
Yeah, I would say that then listlessness is like, I guess, a bit more of an issue than loneliness, because having an unfulfilled a purpose, well, that's just unfulfilled. There might be some obstacle like in your way, but you can still do it. Well, with that word listlessness, which means a lack of energy, that's a bit more intense because you don't even have the drive to like do anything.
So like you could be lonely through circumstance, opposed to by character. So you could have the character which, but let me try, how do I phrase this? But yeah, circumstance could remove any possibility for fulfilling your purpose, and at that point you are listless and therefore maybe lonely.
Ah, I see.
I just came in at a random angle, by the way, guys. I apologize because I'm hard of thinking. I'm not very smart, so but I do come in. It kind of comes in from a theistic perspective. It kind of comes from a Christian perspective that I asked the question, and I kind of posed the question: Can any Christian truly be lonely?
You know, I'm reminded of I guess it's an engraving done by the famous artist Albrecht Dürer. He's done a lot of really interesting things, but one of my favorite of his, which I would love to have framed, is called Melancholia. And it's hard to interpret. People have argued a lot about what it means. And it's a picture of an angel. You can look it up. It's very interesting. And the discussions about it are absolutely fascinating. What was he trying to say? And it's a picture of an angel, a woman. She's sitting at like an altar, or she's sitting on some stones, and she's in a funk. She's totally in a funk. She's by herself, and her face is darkened, like with, I don't know, introspection or anger or whatever, but her eyes are very bright, very bright. And she's staring up into space, and her chin is in her hand, and she's obviously angry and in a funk and frustrated with herself. But she's surrounded by the tools of industry and progress, as those were known at the time, Freemason symbols and a bunch of other things. And so she's variously thought of as the angel of inspiration or the angel of progress. But she's melancholy because she can't figure out what to do. She's surrounded by possibilities, but she's at a loss. It's a really amazing picture. And since you brought up the idea of listlessness or whatever, that immediately made me think of that. I know the topic today is loneliness. And I don't think she's lonely, but she is by herself, surrounded by the tools of her time. Of course, this would be Albert Durer's time. And it's very arresting, and I think maybe has something to do with the topic.
So, like the inability to act.
Inability, unwillingness, lack of a spark, no purpose, listlessness, no wind in her sails, whatever you want to call it. She's not alone, but when you think of loneliness, you sometimes think of people who don't have a wind in their sail, or don't have a purpose, or don't have a direction.
Isn't loneliness just like part of the human condition, though? I mean, it's kind of like hunger or pain or emotional sadness, or it's just part of the human
I would
condition.
say it's a part of it. Yeah, it's a part of it. You're going to have a ton of loneliness, right, in your life.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, you're going to experience it at least one point in your life, and it may not necessarily be just because you're quote unquote alone. Like, I think LA said it earlier. He dropped a message I saw, and he said some people are lonely and others just prefer being alone, which is true. I agree with that. Because I've experienced loneliness by myself and feeling sort of estranged to the world. So it creates a sort of feeling of loneliness. And I've also experienced loneliness in a massive group of people, feeling again estranged to said people. So again, it creates the feeling of loneliness. So I think it's just we have to self-actualize and just it's more about how do we approach loneliness rather than try to I don't know, say that it exists or it doesn't exist. I think that's the big.
How would you approach loneliness?
That's a good question.
So first you need to identify it, and you need to make an honest assessment and say, okay, look, I feel lonely. And then you need to sort of break it down, meta-analysis, and say, well, why do I feel lonely? Because I want a partner, or I want to belong to a fraternity, I want to belong to friends. Why can't I belong to those? Why can't I achieve said things? Because of this. And then you break it down, so on and so forth. And then eventually you'll get to a point where you have to kind of make peace with not being able to combat quote unquote loneliness, and rather accept it and integrate it into your being. You know what I mean? Like LA said, I feel like I've reached that level as well.
You're LA's disciple now.
No, not necessarily like that, but I feel like I'm okay. Like, honestly,
you got one, LA. You got one.
Yeah, I feel like I could be by myself, but it doesn't mean I hate. I'm not like a fucking leopard, like, oh my god, or jaguar, like, oh my god, people run away, like, or no. But it's like it's like a hybrid, you know. It's like a switch. Sorry, you can turn it on and off. It's like, okay, my social battery fucking drained. Bye bye, off I go. Or it's like, you know what? Let me jump into some community. Let me see what's happening over here, and then
So because I kind of look at it a different way. I don't look at it as something that's, what's the word? I think there's two definitions. One of them like cataphatic, and the other one's apophatic. So one of them's like, say, what something is, like in a positive, whereas apophatic is like negative. It's like through what something isn't. So like in my mind, loneliness is apophatic. It's not like a definable state, but it's an experience that sort of reveals itself through absence of something.
seems to be an epidemic these days, isn't it? That's what a lot of the mental health is
Yeah, it seems to
comprised
be
of.
an epidemic, and that's both by structure and also worsened by the
Dave,
choice of
Dave,
people too. Yeah,
Dave, which God are you talking about? You talking about the God of this earth or the God
I think he
wherever?
said he was a Christian, right?
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
sorry. I think
so
probably,
God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
So like,
was-
like in my mind, the reason that people are so lonely is because they don't have God. That would be. I mean, don't ask me to prove that, but that would be my summation of why there is so much loneliness.
Actually, your response reminds me of what Soren Kierkegaard said, that people are lonely or they feel existential dread because they're not in tune with God. Essentially, yeah, they don't have faith in
Ever
God.
heard of God's hiddenness? There's a whole bunch of literature on God's hiddenness and
Divine
how,
hiddenness, yes, a divine
yeah,
hiddenness.
there's a
Yeah,
lot of like
a problem in philosophy.
that struggle with that even as believers.
Yes,
I think
God's.
I forgot. Philip Yancey wrote a book on that. I'm just name dropping for no reason. Never mind.
Yeah, no. Divine hiddenness is like one of the problems when it comes to religious belief and like the Abrahamic faiths and like philosophy. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
topic that people debate all the time between the.
And one of my friends who is a pastor,
non-religious.
he struggled with that for a while.
Divine hiddenness. Yeah, it's definitely a question in philosophy and the philosophy of religion and God. Like, what does that mean? You know, divine hiddenness.
It's like because there's like a lot of the sort of the saints in the Orthodox Church, a lot of the sort of right. Saint Silouan's an example. You talk about the spiritual path, and many sort of people went into the wilderness. And encounter grace. So what you might call grace, the uncreated light of God. And once they'd achieved or experienced grace, then there was a period of withdrawal because of the humans in our human state. This is not me giving this as fact, but in our human state, we can't come to comprehend the infinite, the eternal, the uncreated. So that grace, that state of grace, is gifted to certain individuals, but then it's gone, and it's like at that point, how do you deal with the removal of it? And that's why I would say like loneliness is maybe like a smaller degree of that great removal of grace, where there's something lacking, there's something we had that we don't have, and we feel the lack of it in our lives. And then it's like there's like steps of spirituality. There's the first ones when you get given grace and you're filled with it, and then there's the removal of it and everything is empty, everything is lacking, and then gradually then you come back to the sort of the finding of it again through kind of suffering, through strain and through striving. But
wait a minute, is this Danny's co-host? Or am I just okay? Never mind.
Who's that? We are from the same country.
Oh, am I being racist?
Oh yeah. Wait, Dave.
Sorry,
Dave, I have a
we're
question.
both Australian. It's cool. We're both Australian.
Oh, okay. That's
I'm only joking. Yeah, sorry, you had a question.
Yeah. Do you belong in like the Eastern Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church?
Well, ironically, on Saturday, I'm actually being received into the Eastern Orthodox Church. God willing, we make it there without us. Yeah, guess what? The storm's coming, and it's called Storm Dave. Saturday night.
Wow. All right. Yeah. No, it's interesting. I think out of all the Christian nations, in terms of like the official like churches, I think that the Eastern Orthodox Church has like a very, very unique way of viewing God and just the world, because it's very mystical based. You know, it's based on pure mystical experience, and like a sense of like there is a great beyond everything here. Great mysteries. I was
very
heavily
experiential.
very experienced. There you go. I was heavily invested inside Eastern Orthodox mysticism late last year. No, early last year and late 2024. I was heavily just engulfed in that world. And yeah, it's very, very.
Did you ever get to a liturgy?
No. Oh no, I'm still. I would consider myself like agnostic. I was just researching like a lot of religions back then, but like that one definitely has like a very beautiful way of viewing the world, in my opinion. You know,
the liturgia is like the work of the people, and until I went to a liturgy, I don't think I really. It's not something you just go and understand, but when you attend a liturgy, you can see the experiential nature of. The liturgy is everything. The liturgy is like the center, essentially, of the church and the worship. If you ever get a chance to go to an Eastern Orthodox or like Romanian, Greek, any language, I would suggest just going for the experience. I tell that to all my Protestant friends and hope they leave Protestantism and join up. But no evangelism here. Just so you know, no evangelism. You do what you want.
I completely understand you. Yeah, exactly. Like. Yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from here. Yeah.
But the link to the painting was an interesting one. Because there is a lack. There's like a restlessness, sort of a dissatisfaction, an inability to sort of work in that painting. I had a look at the painting. It's beautiful. It's an interesting painting. Really interesting painting.
Nice.
Looks like most girls that I went to school with. After I annoyed them, do you know what I mean? After I annoyed them, and then they just sat down and did that.
Okay.
I mean, they had not so much layers like ladders and prisms and all this sort of. No, there was more like crayons and glue and paper and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty much close to what I experienced at primary school.
Well,
no cherub sitting next to me, sitting next to them either, So.
All right. Thank you for the information, Dave.
We'll come back to you in a moment, Dave. Thanks for coming on, brother. We've got Vegan Equilibrium here. What would you like to say? Oh, sorry. Before you speak, we have Russ. Russ came on next. Sorry, Russ. What would you like to say, mate?
Talking.
Yeah, no, I just thought you was away, so I thought I'd jump in.
I was away. You jumped in.
Yeah.
Did you? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you kind of said my piece. Yeah.
Nice one. Okay, Vegan Equilibrium, mate. You're on.
Will you be my friends?
Yeah, as long as you don't fucking force veganism onto us.
Yeah, they'll be.
Well, you're forcing your beliefs onto animals. Why shouldn't I protect them?
Oh, here we go.
Let's go.
Hell, bro.
Can I just say that vegan friendly is an oxymoron?
Shit.
Right. We have Lonely Bubba. I like Bubba. That's the guy in Forrest Gump.
Yeah, shrimp guy. Shrimp.
One of my childhood favorite films, actually. So go ahead, Lonely Bubba. What do you want to say about loneliness? Whose fault is it? What's going on?
It's a woman's fault because she always expects you to pay for the shrimp and the Creole, and we ain't got enough money, and the inflation, and it's old Donald Trump's fault, We be fucked.
China.
Thank you, Lonely Bubba. Lonely Bubba,
Okay.
have you thought about what to do?
I try my hand on Tinder and Bumble, and I get some matches and some dates, but I ain't got enough money. I always pick up the bill, you see. So
I see.
I'm going to learn to cook my own shrimp.
Bubba, get yourself down to Lidl or Aldi or your local budget supermarket and start chatting up women on the vegetable aisle, yeah? And, talk about the shrimp, what you do with the shrimp, excellent cooking tips. And instead of the apps, just focus on the food.
How do you? What do you suggest for approaching women? Because only 5% of approaches are successful, and then there's probably even smaller percentage of that actually culminate in any kind of connection or relationship.
Where are you getting these statistics? Where are you getting these statistics?
Hold on, guys. I was talking. Hold on, I was talking, guys.
Sorry.
So basically, what that gentleman said, I think his name is Dave. Yeah. I have to disagree with you, bro, because
you're gonna say Waitrose?
No, just the whole the cold approach thing. I think that's what you're getting at, where you just go and speak. Because I feel like I don't know. You're in the West, right? Because I think you said Australia. So in the West.
No, I was only winding you out. I'm in the UK. I live in Scotland, but I'm from England.
Okay, so you could agree with this more so because I'm a Brit as well. So basically, I would disagree with that on the basis that we've become very neurotic against heterosexual males, especially in this country. So if you go in and approaching a woman, you can do that. It's a viable option. However, you're taking a risk because that female can turn around and say unwanted attention, and it's fully discretionary and report you to the police for sexual harassment. So I wouldn't risk.
I would just say.
Will that happen? Does that happen in the UK? Does that happen in the UK?
Yeah.
Firstly, I would say.
1 second. I'm not finished. Hold on.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, personally, I wouldn't recommend it. And to answer Mr. Vegan over there, yes, in the UK, yeah.
Ross,
I'm saying does the harassment, does the report to the police happen in the UK? Because honestly, like, I've approached a lot of women and I've been rejected a lot. And I've never been reported. I've never been reported. You don't really hear about that. Doesn't happen in the US. People don't get reported like that.
Yeah, but that's the US, bro. I'm talking about in the UK. Now, if you come to the UK, come to London, the capital city, go on the London Underground, and you have a look at the fucking advertisement that clearly says staring is considered sexual harassment. So literally, bro, it's that bad in certain situations. Now, this is where the nuance comes in. Because I say it's at the behest of the woman. And what do I mean by that? So basically, if she finds you attractive, yeah, then it's a whole different ball game. She might tolerate, she might give you her phone number, But let's say she doesn't find you attractive, yeah? She becomes the arbiter in that situation of, oh my God, it's a creep, sexual harassment. And that happens.
So you could look at that. You could look at that as actually something that's trying to help men in a certain. I know this is ridiculous, but in the the PUA community, they talk about you have like a 5-second rule or something. Like from the moment you see a woman, if you're checking her out, you have basically 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds to approach and shoot your shot before it gets weird, right? And then it's no longer a confident approach. So it could be like, don't stare, actually go up and talk to her, or just look the fucking other way, because the women will get creeped out if you're staring the whole time without saying anything.
Yeah, but a lot.
One second, is that Grazy? Grazy, are you there, Grazy? Someone's just.
I don't think I am, unless you can hear me.
Well, Grazy Guru, what's up, boy?
Good to have you here, Grazy.
All right, well,
Flickers, I respect how you handled yourself in the last show, bruv. I watched that, yeah, and I respect to you, brother. Is that Flickers, Grazy Guru, yeah?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You know what? I like the way you stay 10 toes on ground against everyone, bro. I respect you, man.
Yeah, he's a fighter.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate you if you can hear me, but right now I think my systems, I can't see anything. I may have to shut my computer down and come back to you guys in a moment.
Okay, buddy, no problem.
See me as being England, but if you can hear me, that's what I'm going to have to do. Unless I'm going to give you a moment to sort stuff out. But yeah, no, appreciate the comments. I am going to level with everybody. I'm a couple of sherbets in. That's why I didn't really join until.
No worries. Listen, Grazy, there's a bit of background noise. We can't really hear you.
Who's exactly like me. She doesn't understand logic. So
Grazy, we can't hear you because there's too much background noise. You're gonna have to go somewhere else, mate. Sorry.
All your kids are screaming.
Reduce background noise in the audio setting.
Just off if you can't hear me, and I'm going to come back to you guys. Okay.
1 second. No, I'm going to edit the microphone settings. 1 second.
Oh my god.
How's that? How's that? Try now, Crazy.
I mean, we're not hearing any background noise now, so.
That's
Hey, Raz,
That's what your that's what your home will sound like if you have a big family.
I was going to say, Raz, would you say that? See, because I live in the Highlands of Scotland, which could be an incredibly lonely place. However, like I have to journey into London. I have to go down south and see family and stuff. I'd say London has become it's become busier than I've ever known it in my whole life. I'm in my 40s now. So I'd say it's one of the loneliest places. It's one place where I would say I feel the loneliest. So would you say that London supermarket experience is synonymous with the UK as a whole in terms of just having chats with people you just meet in the shops?
Yeah, 100%. You hit the nail on the head. Because I've been to Fort William, I've been to Edinburgh, beautiful places. And the culture is very different. Like the culture is very different. Like people actually talk to you. Like people actually strike up genuine conversations, man. I've been to Dundee, Aberdeen, Fort William. I've been to the Highlands, Inverness. I climbed Ben Nevis. So yeah, I fully get where you're coming from, because to answer your question shortly, it is synonymous, man. It's literally like that. Unless maybe if you go into the nightlife industry, it might be different because people are there to socialize. But I'm just saying, like cold approaching a woman might not be the best thing if you care about legal repercussions. You know what I mean? That's just my view. Somebody might think otherwise, but yeah.
So if I go and I'm like, if I'm holding like a banana and I say, what do you think about this then? You think that's a bad approach? Is that a way to become lonely? I mean, I'm married, I'll get into trouble. I'll get into trouble.
For me, it would be because you're basically risking legal repercussions just to gain a woman's attention. So for me personally, I wouldn't do it.
The U.S. is so much different, man.
Yeah, it is. It is.
No. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That's like it's like a pastime for people here.
Can you hear me guys now?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's up?
Right. Very sorry about that.
Guru brother, can you mute yourself when you're not talking because we can hear your whole household as well. Sorry, buddy, but great to see you. Great to see you again, brother.
I'm getting rid of the nuisance soon. That's all I can tell you.
No worries, my friend. I'm going to post our clip from yesterday, Guru, because you won by popular vote. So I'll clip that bit and post it for you.
Yeah, that's a fine bit of Gnosis to show the world the competition between DNW and Crazy Guru. By his own making, by the way. I hope everybody saw that. I was against it, and he decided to hang himself.
We won't
Can I just say that Crazy Guru does not look like a lonely. He's not someone who's suffering currently from any loneliness.
No, he's not.
Not anymore, anyway. Not anymore. No.
Yeah. I want to hear his take on loneliness because he likes to explain stuff.
Does he have company? And then he's like coming on here?
Yeah, no, wait a minute. I was in the comments 2 sherbets in, and DNW said, get on you. So I was like, oh, okay. They can either kick me off or leave me on.
But like, are you with friends right now?
No, my sister is visiting. That's all.
Okay.
I haven't seen her in a long time.
All right.
So she doesn't like.
It wasn't planned, but it's
Crazy Guru, we are talking about loneliness. Why do you think there's an epidemic of loneliness in modernity?
Can I ask a question? Do people see a difference? I'll answer it, but do people see a difference in loneliness and lonesomeness?
Could be.
Yeah. I was saying that earlier.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't you, but yeah. Okay, no, I just wanted to know, and I wasn't dodging the question. So actually, I've forgotten the question because of those sherbets I was telling you about. So
well, we did say earlier that there's a difference between being alone and being lonely. Sometimes when people are alone, they do feel lonely. Others are perfectly fine with it and they're happy with it. Even they seek it. So yeah.
Well, I was going to say, loneliness is something I practice. I think is healthy. But I think everybody, how I would put down to is, or how I would say is lonesomeness, where you feel that you're not connected with anybody in a certain way. there's an element of that I do like, which I refer to as being the soul, which is that there's not another me. Just like there's not another Fatima, there's not another Raza. Well, there's a deer, but you guys get what I'm saying, right? There's not another deer. There's not that. But there is, however, I think, an underlying universal bond that connects us all. So in that aspect, again, we can discuss that, but I don't want to derive from it at the moment. I want to answer DW's question. And to answer the question is that, I think people want to feel connected and don't, they don't get the level of connection that they really require for the level of trauma that they've suffered. So I think there's a loneliness there. I don't know if that made sense to anybody, but I'm trying to keep the background noise from it. So did anybody understand what I said there?
Vague. You're saying that. Actually, no. Fuck.
So lonesomeness is where you're turning outward, and loneliness is where you're turning inward. In my opinion, I think that's what he's saying. There's a deviation. Like loneliness is where you're sort of turning the intellect inward without connection. So there's no connection, so you turn inward. Whereas lonesomeness is where you're looking outward and see a lack of something, but one's focusing out, one's focusing in.
There you go. Yeah. Well, hopefully he comes back so he can maybe he needs to go to a quieter room and he can explain himself better. I think that'd be good.
The absolute front of the gentleman talking about loneliness with a house full of people.
Right. That's gold. That's very ironic.
But guys, I should have given up panels for Lent, and the reason I did this is I didn't want to argue, and you must know that many panels are fraught with disagreement and people being harsh to each other. May I say that I don't think I broke my fast of panels on this panel, because it was really cordial. It was a beautiful discussion. So I'm going to go back, sit on the sofa and watch from a distance. But God bless all of you, and thank you for having me, DNW. It was a pleasure. God bless you.
Yeah, Dave.
Have a great
Easter. Your journey into orthodoxy. Do let us know how it goes for you.
Yeah, God bless, and I hope to be back, gentlemen, in the future. But God bless all you. Have a good night, okay? Take care of you.
Take care, bro.
See you later, boys.
All right.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. I will say one thing though, guys, to whoever's here.
Me.
I do think the development of self, even though me and Fatima, I don't know about you, Marcus, don't really believe in the self.
I believe.
But
I believe in the.
Are you a non-self person as well, or do you believe in the alternative self?
I am. I believe. Yeah, I'm the same.
Okay, no, just saying. So yeah, in the ultimate sense, no self, but in the conventional sense, when I say self, I mean I do believe on this topic for the development of oneself. I think loneliness is kind of like a must in terms of for true introspection of oneself.
It is. Yeah, for sure. It is. Yeah, and yeah, but my ideas about language and experience has really been developing for quite some time now, because I'm not sure if you guys agree with this, but if you even remove yourself physically from a society, live in a cabin on top of a mountain, you're still not really alone, because you still carry inside you some parts of civilization that you remember, and it's a part of your thoughts, part of your experiences. It makes up who you are in the many senses and perceptions you are. Your life and time in the civilization with other people is going to be there. It's going to color your thoughts and your and your future interactions from now on, right? So yeah, that's what I think. But definitely, if you really want deep thought, you have to go somewhere quiet and alone, and be lonely for a bit. And that's where true, I guess inspiration comes from.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think when you do that might matter, because if it's in your formative years, you might be stunting your social development and skills.
Oh yeah, you will. No, I had to learn that the hard way. I was trying to do that in my late teens, early 20s, and it was fucked. Because I was just inserting all of these pseudo intellectual thoughts about life and stuff like that, without reading much of the literature, if you can. Yes, brother Marcus. I wasn't reading that much back then in the late teens, early 20s. I wasn't really that deep into it. I was reading like articles, but not like the books, you know. So yeah, that really did kind of stunted my growth. Thankfully, now I'm starting to think otherwise. Yeah, because and it's good, you know. It's part of like the human development for the individual, you know. Problem though is that like a lot of people my age, they don't like talk about this stuff, you know. They don't, you know. They're too occupied with trying to find work, you know. And I don't blame them, but man, like that's how bad it is now, you know. You're so preoccupied with just like the struggles of the financial side that like you don't even have time to like breathe or be creative or learn outside of the box, you know.
Yeah.
And that's not by accident, is it? That's like
I know,
socially
hell no,
engineered.
it's not by it's engineered. Yeah, it's engineered, and like it's not by accident at all. No, it's just fucked. You know, it's really fucked that we live in this era of like over socialization, and yet people still feel more lonely than what they did like even 30, 40 years ago. It's crazy, like the freaking like the contradictions and paradoxes that like exist in our timeline. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, how can you feel extremely lonely, or allegedly extremely lonely, and yet have this type of fucking technology to like talk to people overseas? Like, it's so crazy to me how that works. I don't get it. I just
think
don't.
because of I think my take on it is the hyper individualism that's kind of seeped into everybody's conscious, you know, and
Like there's only me.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so like people are just really narcissistic, man, in terms of like if they don't really seek meaningful connections. It's just kind of like superficial. It's kind of like, oh, what can this person do for me? Nothing. I'll piss off. You know what I mean? Like, I'll call you when I need you, type of thing. Or what can you do for me? It's kind of that type of mindset. That's how I kind of seen it from my perspective nowadays.
Yeah, I saw in the chat a lot of people, and just in general online, a lot of people say this. I think maybe because I grew up in a very altruistic social environment that I see selfishness not as a negative. You should do things that are beneficial to you, and that could include having good, supportive friends.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like
It might be just the way we're looking at it, because for me, selfishness would include socializing and caring about other people, because that
I agree.
Have a long-term benefit.
Yeah, and also wanting to like improve yourself is not a form of selfishness as well, right? Even though some people want to like interpret that, but I think those are like the narcissistic people that don't want you to succeed, because wouldn't they say that they're like, hey, stop acting so selfish about yourself? I'm like, what do you mean? I just want to like engage in other things in my life, you know? Like then they say to me like, well, and then they say this to me, well, you ever thought about me while trying to do that stuff? I'm like, why?
Was that family who said that?
Yeah, family. They're like, well, how about
I
me?
figured it'd be family that would say something like that.
Well, they literally say, well, like, well, you ever thought about me when you were thinking about this? How would I feel? I'm like, no, obviously not. Why? The fuck? No, it has nothing to do with you, has no bearing on you. I'm like, damn, you know, like, no, I do believe that people are highly narcissistic nowadays, in the sense that like they want
and the person
to keep
who said that, I would claim is narcissistic. Like that's a narcissistic trait, in my opinion, for someone to say something like that. But you know,
yeah. Oh, hey, D&W, you're back.
Oh, hi. No, I didn't hear what you said, but you said that you said something to your family member, and then they said, did you not think about how I was going to feel about it or something? Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
I mean, that is, but I would say, do you think that's like a generational problem as well in regards to some things, you know, things that weren't socially out in the open, perhaps in the past, backward kind of families or family members, people like whose heads are still in the past, or maybe they haven't been socialized in modernity properly. Maybe they're the type of people that would be like that, you know. They're not educated socially.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, they're not educated, that's true, But it seems to me that they don't want to be educated as well, because like whenever I try to have a conversation, they're like, yeah, no, no. They would just shoot me down in my reasoning as like I'm wrong and I'm selfish and I lived more years than you, so I know better. I'm like, just because you're older than me, I hate that argument. You're older than me, thus I know better. No, that's not true. You're still in debt. You can't even afford a home. Your mortgage is barely paid off. Like what? Who? No, just because you're older doesn't mean you're smarter. Like that makes no sense. It never made any sense to me. How does age like make you more qualified to speak about things? It certainly does not. Maybe in certain areas, but for like general life, hell no, because nobody has this shit figured out. Certainly no one in my family has. They're still worried about debt, money, rent, what else? A whole shit of things. Yeah, like I just don't get the audacity that like your family has to say that they know better when they're still themselves in horrible shit. I just don't get. I really don't get it. Like it makes me mad. But besides that, I still do care for them. But it's just that one stupid thing that they do that just drives me insane. Yeah, but like I don't hate them, like, or at least not all of them. There's just some, but the ones I do hate, they actually do deserve it. They were horrible, like people, like absolutely horrible people that like are like should be in jail, which they are. So yeah.
So, what are aspects of like an increase in narcissism in society, or individualism, or selfishness? Like, what would be the cons that you guys see?
An increase in narcissism. Oh well, one of the biggest ones is like lack of empathy and sympathy, right? Because when you lose that for the general community, that's going to lead some type of ripple effects on other people, and that will be felt in the long run. A case in point, look at look at any like hyper capitalistic society like the US, Japan, South Korea. Sure, they have all of these wealth and all of these abundances, but it's a me type of thing, especially South Korea. They have the most plastic surgeons in the world, right? They do. And over there, it's a sense of like, I always have to look good no matter what, even if I have to overturn like, some of my familial things and cultural things. I want to look like this new star, this new, singer, no matter what I have to do. And that applies to America as well. They have to always be the best at like making finances, entrepreneurship, what else, hustle culture. It's just going to lead a lack of community and a lack of empathy and sympathy, which, like, I'm not like a complete altruist, but like those things from a pragmatic point of view are good for a civilization to flourish, in my opinion. If we're gonna look at from like a descriptive and pragmatic approach, we do need those two things, even though now
also like it kind of tears at the fabric of society, because if everybody becomes self-absorbed, narcissistic, you can literally boil it down to small day-to-day interactions, which I would argue actually make up the overall well-being of a society. So, for example, when we're driving on the road and nobody likes to give each other way because it's like that whole, oh, fuck you, I'm going to go first, and whoever backs down is a pussy mentality, which you do see, which does seem to be a bit more prevalent nowadays than when I was growing up. It just seems to be like me first, like Fatima was saying, and these small transactions where it's like even getting off a train and then people want to get on first and not like follow the cultural customs of like let the people. It's that type of mentality. It's that zero-sum game mentality.
I face that one a lot. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
really,
so
brother?
This is what it leads to, though.
Well, yeah, like I'm trying to get off the bus and then people just
No, but that's one thing I'll give. So it breaks down the sort of social cohesion in society, and we need that to have a healthy society. You need these sort of norms and customs, and you need a certain level of goodwill to your fellow man. That's not necessarily rewarded, and that's what these new freaks don't understand. Is their whole modus operandi is, how's this going to benefit me? What's it going to do for me? Rather than, what I mean, like looking at the bigger picture and like what kind of
What about interpersonally? Roz, do you have any examples interpersonally?
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
Like you're in your own social circle, if people, I don't know if you have that, but like that are people who are narcissistic, or even if it's people that you don't talk to anymore, like how did they treat you? Do you have any examples of how it would, because you talked about how in society, like driving, the bus use, and just social norms, but what about for like individual like social groups?
Yeah, no, I can definitely say yes to that one as well. So I've had friendships that have kind of, you know, just been destroyed over shit like that, man. Like so literally just people like, for example, if we all make a plan and then people, what's the term I'm looking for? Flaky behavior. You probably know what I mean by that. Like,
Yeah, I heard of that.
like not really committing to things, you know, like the group has decided, being flaky, pulling out last minute without a really good reason. You know, being entitled about it as well, not being apologetic. Obviously there are certain times when, you know, you have a genuine reason to pull out, but it's like, it's stuff like that. It's just like flaky behavior when it comes to interpersonal stuff. Because now I've noticed, even if I was to call upon a few individuals, I'm very cynical, because I know, like, compared to maybe 10 years ago, it was much more easier to get more people involved in a plan, whereas now it's like, fuck it, I'll just do it myself, because you can't really rely on people, you know what I mean, due to flakiness and stuff like that.
Yeah. Are you like going to see a movie, going to the pub, going for a restaurant, going to a travel thing? Like, do you have any specific examples that?
All of those things, yeah. Not necessarily any one in particular, but it can apply to all of those. Yeah, it could be going to the cinema. It could be, oh, let's all go out on a hike, and then everybody's in, and then 1 week later somebody comes out with some bullshit, or somebody doesn't turn up, and then they don't even answer. You know, they don't reply. ... I've gone through it many times. Yeah. So
Yeah.
nowadays,
Same here,
like, yeah. So nowadays, I just feel like, and I took example from one of my family members who passed away not too long ago, and he gave me some really good advice about this. And he said, you know what, when it comes to life, yeah, when you're too dependent on people, then you have to deal with all the stuff that they come with. Like, for example, you make a plan with people, you're very dependent on their circumstances, but when you make it for yourself, then you're free. You can just pick up your stuff and go. You don't need to worry, what if this person's going to turn up? Are they not going to turn up? Do they really want to go?
I'm
yeah,
confused.
Stuff like that.
It's like, let's say I want to go to a restaurant. I invite 5 people. One person doesn't show up, or 2 people don't show up. We still have the dinner, regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, which I think is a sign of like you actually valuing time with people, right? Regardless if those extra 3 that were supposed to show up.
Well, hypothetically, if all 5 didn't show up, I'd eat by myself. I don't.
Exactly.
I know other people would judge me, but I don't give a shit what they think.
Of course, yeah. Oh yeah, well, why not? Yeah, but I don't think that's like a sign of like hyper narcissism in the world, brother Marcus. Do you just want to spend your time eating, and you already planned that? And I guess like I guess
with a hike or a movie, it's just because I'm having a hard time relating it, because someone always shows up. If I invite like 3 or 5, at least 1 or 2 will show up, guaranteed.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, see, so like. Yeah, that's good. You know, it's good that.
But again, I'm just speaking from anecdotes. So my experiences will obviously be different to you, and my social circles and my circumstances will be different to yours, more than likely.
And has it been like? When you invite people, is it one-on-one? Because I could understand you invite one friend and then they just flake. I could totally get that.
No. I'm talking about group things. So group things can be several people. Yeah, and the thing is,
so have you been in a situation where everybody canceled?
Not like in the way you're saying.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just gonna have to cancel this show, Ross. I'm sorry, mate. Bye.
Oh damn! What happened?
All right.
I'm nothing. I'm only joking. Sorry.
Jesus.
Wow.
You had me there for a second. You
got me too. I was like, what the hell happened?
What the hell happened?
Yeah.
Emergency.
No, Marcus. It's not like everybody pulls out like simultaneously, but it's more like a domino effect type of thing. Yeah, where it's like I've just noticed certain patterns that are starting to form, that it's more like pattern recognition. But again, it's my anecdote. So
anecdote, like, would it work like this? Like, okay, I'm inviting Fatima, DNW, and you to go to, let's say, hiking, right?
Nice.
And
Oh, yes.
D&W cancels, and then because D&W canceled, Fatima cancels, and therefore, is it kind of like that? And then it's like you're left alone, or is it because like D&W is supposed to be the driver to get to the place?
No, so it will be something like this. It will be like all of us agree to go on a hike. Someone cancels, maybe genuine, maybe not genuine, but then amongst the remaining ones, the kind of motivation and the further to go ahead with it kind of sizzles out, and then it kind of feels like one person will be like, oh guys, so what's happening on this? And then for like 3-4 days, no one's replying. Oh guys, 1 week later, are we still going? Yeah. And then it's like, I'm not, and then someone will reply, I'm not sure. And it's like, oh, fuck it, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
so
that's just me though, isn't it? Yeah, like, that's just me. I pick up on the vibe, man. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So it's not just like 3 people cancel for genuine or ungenuine reasons. It just kind of feels like people don't really show a certain level of communal commitment. It's just more like, they don't really show like a level of integrity when it comes to commitment. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if I agree to do something and I can't meet the standard, I will let people know amicably. I'll let them know straightforward. Listen, guys, I'm really sorry. This has happened, so I can't come. Rather than just not answer, not reply, and stuff like that, and then just kind of brush it off. Keep in a way. You know, like,
He roboted out for me.
Oh, but no, brother Marcus, I've been in similar situations too, where like, no, actually, there was people who actually just completely like just flaked on me. All of them were supposed to come one time, and they completely flacked on me. I'm like, damn, like
that would be a gut punch.
Some fucking friends you are, right? Yeah, and that's happened.
Well, that's the thing. Like, there was one thing that I could relate to, because I had 2 group chats in the past where you would put in like, hey, does anybody want to do this or this? And then you could sort of sense like one person's like, yeah, let's do it. And then there's such a lack of interest. And then some people would be like, yeah, 3 people would say, yes, let's do it. And then over time, people are like, well, maybe, kind of, maybe. I have a low tolerance for that. So I'm like, fuck y'all, left the group and I made new friends.
Really? Oh, yeah. And was I like in one of them, brother Marcus, or this was like okay.
This is growing up. How this
okay.
The way that I saw it, because I had to add it. I don't even know why I had this out. It's like grade 7, where it was like, I understood people, like, not everyone's gonna like me, so I gotta find the ones worth like that are gonna like. There's always been 1 or 2 people that can tolerate me, so I'm like, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I'm gonna find the people that actually like my cup of tea. If you don't like my cup of tea, don't be around me. Period. That's it.
Yeah,
and
right. It makes sense.
That's
Yeah.
fine. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's true. And that's true with the saying. You were not put on this earth to be liked by everyone. That's true. You were not put on this earth to be liked. You know, you were just flung here for whatever reason to experience it. For why, I don't know why, but yeah. So yeah, like I don't. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you're not put on this earth to be like. So don't be like so apologetic about who you are, because that's just who you are. You fuck
and
that
if you talk to enough people, you'll find 1 or 2 people that can tolerate it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you will. There's always someone for everyone. As corny as it sounds, cliche. There's always someone for everyone. That's both in like the, I guess, like the love sense, and like just the casual, like ordinary friendship, platonic sense as well. Like you will find your group eventually, you know. And like
I remember. Yeah. Sorry, go on, Fatima.
Oh no, that's all I was just gonna say. Yeah, it just takes time.
Yeah, like I remember things with like I just feel like a lot of things have changed a lot drastically, man. Like 10 years ago, like it was much more easier to get people together to do something. Now it's very difficult, and it's not necessarily because people's circumstances change. I just feel like people's attitude has changed.
I think people understand human nature a lot more. Like in the past, right? One of my views is this might be controversial, but everyone's an armchair kind of psychologist now, and like in the past, like you know, they think they're able to understand human nature and they can see through things, and perhaps they know too much about other humans. in their view and what motivates them and such. And I think a lot of people are just more skeptical of other humans and more kind of hesitant to
misanthropic.
Maybe misanthropic, but also maybe just hesitant to bother with others because they know it's kind of just trouble, you know.
Because I've seen
is that too bleak a diagnosis?
No, that's pretty realistic. Because I've seen, like, I've been on the London Underground again, to use that for example, and I literally saw this old woman get trapped in the doors, yeah, and it was a packed train, and like, and there was like a lot of able-bodied men. Not to say that the women couldn't do anything, they could, but I just watched able-bodied men just look at this elderly woman trapped in the doors, like, don't give a fuck, like literally just standing there, like not even saying, are you okay? Not even trying to pry the doors. And again, I'm not trying to aggrandize myself to be some hero. I'm not. But I went and fucking pried the doors open for this woman, and I was just thinking, bro, you guys are some dickheads, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
I've noticed that too.
That's very wow.
Yeah, because like I just thought to myself, like, you guys are some real dickheads. Like, you're just standing there, bro. This woman could have had a heart attack. You know what I mean? The train could have went. And I just see it far too much as well these days, bro. Like, there's like people are very disconnected, man. There's no sort
they're
of
extremely disconnected. Like, that's just heartless. Like I'm not trying to sound like overly sensitive, but like if there's an elderly lady that's stuck on the door, like at least just help her. Just one of you.
And do you know what made it worse? It was all those corporate cocksuckers with their fucking briefcases and their fucking trench coats and their white collar dudes, you know, just finishing at the gherkin, mate. Yeah, just had a nice productive day in the office. Yeah, just gonna fucking watch this old woman get trapped in the doors. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys, bro?
Did you see this as a video or did you witness it yourself?
You saw it.
In a video, I was fucking there. I pried the doors open. Didn't you hear what I said, for God's sake?
I didn't hear all of that. I was backstage and I didn't hear it clearly. Jeez,
oh, okay, yeah, no.
Dick.
What's that?
Hello to Witchy Bishy. Witchy Bishy, what have you got to say about loneliness? Do you believe there is a problem in society? Is it caused by the people themselves who feel lonely, or is it a more entrenched problem that perhaps maybe is irresolvable, but or maybe it perhaps is fixable with a lot of work by those in power, by all of us, perhaps in society? What do you think?
I think it's an individual issue, and once you learn to be happy to keep your own company, then loneliness is no longer in the equation.
There you go. There you go, guys. Is that a bit harsh?
Loneliness is an expression of the need for external validation.
Yeah, I think we all agreed on that earlier on. We were kind of talking about that, yeah.
And once you reach a point in your life where your validation is internal and not external, you will stop feeling lonely.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's some times where like I have validated myself enough, and I'm like, yeah, why would I need a large group to validate me once I feel enough self justification, you know, to be who I am.
Well, I do want to throw out justification and validation are a little bit different, but I get where you're going with that.
Well, of course, yeah.
Yeah, I think people should learn to do things alone. Not necessarily ultimately like they never have to go out with people again, but you should try and master the art of being alone and enjoying your company. And if you don't, then you need to do a meta-analysis on why. And like I said earlier, break it down to yourself. What is it you're lacking? And because life, ultimately, you can't really control life situations. You may have to be alone for the next 10 years. And if that's something you really dread, then you're going to be in hell. You know what I mean? Mentally, you're going to be in hell. So,
yeah. Objective Ethics, welcome back, sir. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you have to say about this topic, loneliness? Who's to blame? Is there a solution?
Well, it's always good to see you, DNW. You do such a great job with this channel. And Witchy Bitchy, Fatima, Brother Marcus, Ross. It's so nice to be able to share the stage with such fine people as yourselves. I would say that there's a few things to touch on, and I'm actually on my way out the door to work, so I only have just a minute. So let me shotgun this to you guys and then head out. But I think what Witchy is touching on is really important because there's like with most things in life, there's really a paradox or dichotomy that we have to wrestle with. And this is where I tend to think of the philosophy of Buddhism. And what he was trying to get people to understand is the middle way. The Four Noble Truths will lead you to the Eightfold Path, and understanding the Eightfold Path will help you to understand what he referred to as the middle way. And it's finding this balance because we are a social species, just like Fatima pointed out so correctly earlier. That's just evolution dictates that. So there's no point in trying to argue against it. Being a social species, we require other humans for our survival and for our well-being, for our human flourishing. We got to cooperate. Cooperation is paramount to our success. That being said, what Witchy Bitchy said is very true. We need to be able to essentially, in a way, validate ourselves, right? To comfort ourselves, to be comfortable going against the grain, because there is such a thing as collective ignorance. It's very dangerous if you're in a group of people and everybody agrees. That's probably not a good place to be, because that means nobody's pushing back on anybody's ideas, right? And you want to make sure that herd isn't leading you off a cliff somewhere. So you have to find this balance between being accepted in the group and still being able to have some individual identity. And I think that we're really struggling with that right now as a society. The other thing that I noticed is that if you look back in history, and the further back you can go, the better, because you get a larger sample size. But it's true what they say. What is it? Right now we're in soft times. Ever since the Industrial Revolution, times have gotten easier because we're better at mass producing food. Our healthcare is allowing us to live longer, fight disease, so on and so forth. So we're in kind of a soft time, relatively speaking, as far as what it takes to get through our daily lives and our daily struggle of basically our basic needs of needing food and shelter is what it all comes down to. Reproduction, that sort of thing. And soft times lead to soft mankind, soft men, they say, but I like to say mankind because this is a gender thing or whatever. It's about people. So you say soft times lead to soft men. Soft men ultimately lead to difficult times. Difficult times make hard men. And then it's a cycle. It goes on and on and on and on. So right now we have soft times, so it's leading humanity to be kind of soft. We don't have the fortitude as individuals or as groups. And the technological revolution the technological singularity is coming. It's inevitable because technology grows at an exponential rate, and social evolution cannot keep up with it. Biological evolution is really slow. It takes thousands, tens of thousands, millions of years for biological evolution to do its thing. Social evolution moves pretty quick compared to biological evolution, but neither of those can keep up with technological evolution. And technology is growing so fast. So this loneliness epidemic, if we don't start to figure out a balance of how to balance ourselves with nature, right, and to understand our ability to terraform things and the power that we really have the power to destroy ourselves, and we're destroying ourselves from within, in my opinion. But we do have the solution. We just have to embrace it.
Well said, bro.
Yeah, I think you said you were very well spoken there. This singularity, what do you think that's going to do? Object, could you go into a little bit more detail? What's that going to do for the kind of? What's that going to do for this this situation if we don't try and fix matters now? We don't work towards.
That is the question, brother, and I wish I had the answer. I could pontificate, and if I had more time and I wasn't running out the door, I'd love to chew on that one for a while, because that is the question right there. That's probably the single most important question we should be asking ourselves right now, other than how are we going to fucking fix the planet? Because the planet is in real trouble, and climate change is a real thing. Human-made climate change is a real thing, and so we need to start embracing climate science. Stop talking about, oh, I wish my neighbor would drive an electric car or whatever. It's time to start doing it. The time to talk about it is long gone.
Hell yeah, I like that attitude. Yeah.
I hate to be a doom and gloomer, so to speak, because I try to be a very positive person. But
You're being a realist. I wouldn't accuse you of being an alarmist. You're being a realist. You know,
be a realist.
Yeah. Under the current infrastructure, electric cars are not an option. Number one, the electricity is still being made mostly in ways that harm our environment. Number two, these electric cars are. Funnily enough, when they run out of electricity in the middle of the road, it's a gas generator that comes to save them.
Right. Well, there are other options like carpooling and public transport.
No, I'm just saying the electric cars aren't the solution, but I get the.
And I'm not here to tell. And I apologize if I gave that impression. I'm not promoting electric cars per se. I'm not here telling you guys to buy. I'm saying the time to talk about whether your neighbor should be buying a fucking electric car, that's long past. We need to start doing real solutions like nuclear power, for example, renewable energies. Take recycling actually seriously. A lot of recycling plants don't even follow through with their recycling. You think you throw your shit in your cardboard in one bin and your plastic in another bin. They take it to the dump, and the dump just fucking throws it all into the landfill. They're not even doing what they're supposed to be doing necessarily. So it's time to start coming up with some real regulation, enforcing those regulations. But we got to regulate ourselves first and foremost. And it takes a personal commitment from every single individual. There's so much waste and going on out there. Like you look at that, we're buying, everything is disposable. Clothing is disposable. Our products are disposable. The plastic water bottles, nobody's reusing it. I mean, if you're going to get a plastic water bottle, that thing should last you. The same fucking plastic water bottle could last you for a year or longer. There's, you know what I mean? You don't need to buy a new plastic water bottle every time you go out to get something to drink or whatever. So there's just things we could be doing.
I must come back to you on that. Unfortunately, they're saying plastic water bottles are probably the worst things you can do. Because
kind of.
Even they say after 1 or 2 uses, the microplastics come off them.
Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. That was a poor example. You're absolutely right about that. I should have thought more carefully.
We probably should be using glass bottles or steel bottles. You know?
Right. No, you're absolutely right. And I appreciate the correction
you were making, though, is that rather than it being single-use, things should be reusable like they used to be.
Thank you for being so generous, because I appreciate that, sister, because that's really what I was trying to get at. But I appreciate the correction because it's important that we don't spread misinformation. And I should have been more careful with the way I spoke, because he's absolutely right.
No, you are right though. You are right in your what you say. We should be reusing, and you understand we should be using perhaps natural materials to make these products.
So I do want to throw out, though, when we talk about climate change, that what we've been able to understand of geological history is that climate change is inevitable. And the issue has become that technology has allowed us to adapt our environment to ourselves instead of adapting to our environment. And so people expect to be able to adapt the environment to suit them. And we're not capable of that. Not fully.
Well, the other issue is there's two issues, and I really need to go here, but there's two issues you brought up, and one of them is really the most important thing. I talked about this earlier, I think maybe even on this channel, and I touched over it here, talking about the rate of speed between biological evolution, social evolution, and technological evolution. What that means is that we technologically gain the ability to do things long before socially we ever are able to sit back and say, should we have done that or not? And we see this with we have created an entire global economy around burning fossil fuels. What Witchy Bitchy is saying is correct, or what she alluded to. If we just shut down the gas right now and said we're going to stop burning fossil fuels, everybody would fucking die. Because our entire global economy is based on burning these fossil fuels. So we set this up long before we ever knew better. We should have known better, but we couldn't have known better. So to say should have is probably redundant or meaningless at that point. So I just think that
sorry, I just want to ask you a question before you shoot off. It's all well and good. I presume you're in the West, you're an American, like us, you're in the West. But what about the biggest sort of the bigger countries and civilizations like China and India that produce way more pollution and are not on board with this whole basically trying to clean up the planet and pollution thing? In fact, China contributes a lot to the global waste. So isn't it a bit futile to get everybody on this side? I mean, not fully futile, but isn't it a bit like naive to think that, we all should do our part, but the biggest contributors aren't doing jack fuck? Sorry to use that.
Well,
so what's your response to that?
No, I don't want to cut you off, but I do have to go, so I'm trying to be quick here. I really do have to get out the door. But all bringing up some really good points. What DNW is talking about, what should we do about what is going to lead to technological singularity? That is the big question. What Witchy Bitchy was talking about with if the electric car just broke down, it still contributes to the problem. There's other issues with the batteries not being fully recyclable, the chemicals and stuff being used, the mining of the chemicals they use for the battery. That's another issue. So there's other problems here that we're just opening up the can of worms, the Pandora's box, so to speak. And what you're talking about, brother, that is really important, but I think that touches on a bigger issue altogether, is individual responsibility in the face of a group problem or a collective problem, right? Just because my neighbor may do the wrong thing, or 10 of my neighbors might do the wrong thing, does that mean that I don't stand up for what's right? You know what I mean? I mean, that's where, again, we don't have time to get into it, but I think that it is really important to use logic and reason to determine what we ought to do, which is where I come up with objective morality. I have 7 pillars of ethics that I have come up with, and I'm writing a book about ethics and morality from a secular position and point of view. And it does touch on this idea that we all have this equality. Every human being has equality. We're all moral agents. As moral agents, what that means is we set goals and take actions, and that is tied directly to our humanity, which means every single human being is on the same playing field there. Chinese, American, Russian, African, whatever, it doesn't matter, because any single human being is a moral agent.
That's
to
why
set goals and
global
take
governance makes the most sense to
to
solve
set-
all of
to
these
set-
problems.
Well, to a certain degree, I mean, we're getting into really getting into the weeds here. So let me just run through this. To accomplish any of our goals, any of us, any of those goals, to accomplish that, we need our freedom and well-being, which means we all have a need for freedom and well-being, an equal need for our freedom and well-being. If we all have this need, it's universal, then we ought to have it, because we have a universal reason to have it. And if we ought to have it, then we ought not interfere with each other's freedom and well-being. And so if we could convince people in China that, hey, listen, taking care of the planet is the right thing to do, we can do this logically, and we can do it with empathy, and we can do it with also understanding their situation and what their culture is, and try to encourage each other to be our best selves using logic and reason and empathy, as opposed to shooting missiles at each other or pointing the finger at each other. That's the only way that we're going to really change minds, in my opinion, because just trying to force people to do what you want them to do isn't going to work. And just giving up and saying, well, my neighbor isn't going to stop polluting, or he's not going to start recycling, so I might as well not recycle because 10 of my neighbors aren't doing it. You know what I mean? There has to be a solution, or we might as well just give up if we're not going to fight for it. And how do you fight for it most effectively is by using logic, reason, and empathy, in my opinion. And I have to go to work, so it's been such an honor to be able to share time with you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Objective Ethics. Thank you very much. And yeah, he is right. Just because other people in the world aren't in a position to do the right thing doesn't mean you shouldn't do the right thing. And also, maybe in the West, the onus is on us to provide solutions to people from poorer countries. You know, maybe we should give them the technology eventually when we come up with it to help.
So what you're saying, like a type of global cooperation between good
because
actors,
it obviously affects us all, doesn't it? So maybe morally we have to hand them the tech and allow them to utilize it. You know, like the nuclear
Chickpea
fusion.
is Googling, I think.
Chickpea says, yes, on an individual basis, Americans are among the largest contributors to global warming, while China is the largest national emitter today. The US leads in cumulative historical emissions and has one of the highest per capita emission rates in the world, according to Our World in Data. Okay, thank you for that. That's my researcher, Chickpea. It's great.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
can I say, Christine,
I've
don't let
been
people on
replaced.
automatically unless, you know, it's probably make sure you check they're real, you know. We have Retro on the show.
Retro.
You're in the
Oh,
Fighting
yeah,
show.
my whole system crashed. I tried to get on, guys, and it took all that long. I hit the button as soon as y'all said it, and this is how long it took me to turn everything back on and try again.
Wow. Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, I started making pizza in the meantime.
Welcome anyway. That's okay. So, what's
I
going
do
on?
want to throw something out, DNW, about what you guys were talking about our waste. Is that even though we think we've created this waste that is impossible to dispose of, and there's all this negativity around it, they have discovered both bacteria and fungi that are eating the plastics and breaking down oil in the oceans and the forests.
Yeah, I've heard that. So you're hopeful with that?
Well, I believe that the mother knows how to heal herself better than any of us know how to destroy her.
We don't know, though, whether they're producing gases from that which are harmful. You know, maybe they're producing lots of methane or something. I don't know.
Yeah, guys, what I was saying was China, statistically.
Yep. China, statistically, yeah, we're listening.
That was it. That was the whole point he wanted to make. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Roz, you there, buddy?
That was it.
He's
That's
gone.
all.
He's
That
gone
was
to
it.
the shadow world. He's gone to
Hello?
Yugi.
Yes,
Can you guys hear me?
Roz. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
we can hear you.
Go ahead, Roz.
That was the shadow world.
Chippy says, "Don't like to hear Americans criticizing the Chinese."
Really?
And, Brother Marcus says the Chinese
The
appreciate your
person who brought up
efforts,
Chinese isn't American, is he?
No, he's British.
There you go.
Well, they have a lot of that.
Well, Chickpea, it's got nothing to do with that, but we have to call a spade, and China is the fucking the largest contributor to global emissions, and you.
Along with India,
Yeah.
India and China, they're pretty. India as well. India has a lot of waste as
You
well.
can't even hear- you can't even hear birds in China, apparently. Well, they don't have them because it's
We all have to have moral agency, but you can't all be naive, because if we're all on a boat and then let's say the boat's sinking and then we're all grabbing buckets, and for every one bucket of water you throw out, the Chinese over there, or the Chinese government, however you want to think, I don't want to make it a racial thing, they're literally fucking throwing in 10 buckets of water for every one you scoop out. So how does that work? Because that's kind of the situation we're in.
Oh, Chickpea's
And
coming
good
in.
luck getting those guys on board.
I'd just like to
Chippy.
say, no, Rob, you're incorrect, actually. The US
Oh,
is the largest contributor per capita.
I thought we were here about loneliness and love.
right.
Retro. About the
Chippy
topic.
says the United States is considered the world's largest producer of waste, generating approximately 12% of the planet's trash, despite having only 4% of the population. So per capita, the USA is doing the most damage, apparently, according to Chickpea. Can anyone verify that?
No, this is.
I've
this
heard
is
similar
on
before. I have
Gemini.
heard similar, but
This is on Gemini.
oh wow.
That's a good one.
Stop it, D&W. The Chinese are not the largest, not the largest per capita. The Americans are.
Thank you for that. Someone's playing music there. We've lost. No, Retro's still here. Retro, what do you have to say?
We lost Witchy.
We lost Witchy.
I'm here. I'm just waiting for Marcus's question.
Yeah, I just want to know what his thoughts are on the topic, and I'm trying to scroll to see. He said loneliness is a direct result of the internet, dating, gaming culture, and niche, obscure, radical seclusion. Everyone wants to be an egomaniac for internet attention. Isn't good for relationship. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, the part of we're rewarding the wrong part of our personalities now for the stuff we want, which is attention on the internet, which isn't good for having another person around us, because they're gonna
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Chickpea, did you have something to say?
Yes, somebody just said something about D&W just took it down. About the fact, let's face it, the Chinese produced 40% of what the world uses, okay? And we're all using all the telephones and everything else that China produced. Sorry, I like the Chinese, so we'll stand up for them against some stupid American.
Okay, are we done with that topic, or are we gonna is that squared
Sorry,
away?
I'm just saying somebody said
I know,
something.
no, that's fine. It's just
she
I
just
want
wanted to defend. She saw it in the comments.
Okay, I can't
You know-
focus on what we're. Okay, Never
You
mind.
know
I'll
who's
talk to it.
you know who's like another country that like produces a lot of pollution in its regional area? It's my home country, Peru.
Okay, that's great, Fatima, but let's be honest. Retro was talking, guys, Brother Marcus. So
Oh,
let
sorry.
them two have
No,
that.
legit. If people don't want to hear retro, fuck it.
No, we do want to hear Retro. Come on.
I don't see it.
Well, that's because
So,
everyone here
calm
has
down,
some kind
Marcus.
of-
It's not the first time this.
No, don't
happens
tell me
all the
what to
time.
do. I won't calm down. I'll rally up if I want to.
Wow. What's up with you
Marcus,
two, man? You got a fucking
Retro.
Let's overtalk each other, because I heard that's what we like to do.
Retro. Let's let Retro talk, guys. Come on.
All right, so the his question was about why I think that about people, and I think we're focused on the wrong part of what makes people people. Meaning, we think being boisterous, getting a bunch of attention, getting hate or love on the internet, or trolling, or getting the most attention wins something. But that's like an ego trip. That's not what you need for a codependent, true symbiotic relationship where there's a 50-50 and two people are acting as one. And along further analysis of all this, to me, like, compare love to a napkin. You're only given one your entire life. You have a bunch of gluttons around you, and you have a bunch of people bleeding to death. Who do you give the napkin to? So if everyone's sitting around with someone else and we're only given one napkin and someone's using up all the napkins, you have to choose who to share that napkin with. And the person you're going to choose is the one that shares their napkin with you. So you have two napkins in life to go through everything. And that's what relationships should be, but we forget that.
I give all my napkins to my cat. Sorry, no comment.
Well, Marcus, why don't you respond? Because you're so fucking irate at the moment. You got a lot of energy, Marcus. Why don't you go ahead?
I'm good. He answered the question. That's all I wanted.
Thought so.
Yeah, you thought so? I want to ask the question and hear the answers. Yeah, I'm glad you.
Yeah, but so why is it when people talk over me or other people, it's not a problem, but when someone talks over this guy, it's a fucking problem? Very interesting, friend. I've noticed that about you.
What the fuck? I barely even speak.
So when Vegan Gains was on this panel bullying people, because I saw that shit, and then you came on. No, okay, look, he's talking over me. And you came on and you literally, Mr. fucking Philosophical, brother Marcus said, let's change that topic. So don't even fucking try that, bro, because I saw that shit. When somebody comes on bullying everyone, you haven't got that energy.
Okay,
but
then
just
don't
because
bully. You want to bully more, bully more. If that's
who's
what you
bullying
want,
anyone?
do it more.
I just said it happens.
More, because that's what you want. Just keep over talking.
Fucking no, bro.
Like
This guy's
holy hell, bro.
No,
Holy
no.
hell, bro. Mark wants to have an answer to a question. What the fuck is up with him unless he interrupts other people? You want me to interrupt other people?
Here we go. Look. So all I said was it happens on the show, and then you got so fucking triggered. But when Vegan Gates came on here and was bullying people, this guy literally, Mr. Philosopher here, he goes, "Let's change the subject." Yeah. Where was your fucking fervor for philosophy then? I saw that shit, bruv. I saw that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't remember.
By the way,
oh my god, DNW, it's on your fucking show, mate. Vegan Gains, when he was talking about Israel and all that stuff, and then brother Marcus came on, he was quiet, didn't say a word, and he's like, let's change the subject, guys. Yeah, fuck
Brother
off,
Marcus,
bro.
your microphone is really low. Can I turn it up because I can't hear you, mate. Brother Marcus, I can't hear what Brother Marcus is saying in reply.
He picks his opponents, this guy.
Here, Ross. I don't.
Go ahead, Brother Marcus.
I was going to say.
Go on.
No,
I enjoy Marcus and trying to answer his questions, so I didn't mind that at all. So I wasn't on the show earlier, so I must have missed this.
All I did was I was trying to de-escalate it and say, Marcus, it happens sometimes on the show. People talk over each other. It's not nice. I don't like it, but fuck it. Let's just move on. And then he gets triggered with me. So I want to know what the fuck that's about. Because people like Vegan Gains come in, break all the fucking rules, and he has nothing to say then.
Yeah,
no, fuck that, Marcus. I'm calling you out, bro. Fuck that shit, bro. What's that about?
I mean,
well, I'd like to answer the question, but you keep over talking me, so
go ahead.
If I did that in the past, I can't remember that. But if I did that in the past, I hold myself accountable, and I was wrong.
So can I ask you one more question, and then we can just nip it in the bud? Why did you get triggered when I said, "Oh, Marcus, just leave it, bro. It happens sometimes." Why did you get so triggered? Like you literally started shouting, bro. I'm shocked.
Because it's been boiling up every time I try to ask a very, very simple question. It always like gets messed up, and I'm like, it gets frustrating because it boils over time.
Okay, I understand, bro.
Can I just say? So I apologize if it was my moderation, perhaps that is to blame, because it did go a little bit askew in terms of people talking over each other. It's actually none of your fault; it's my fault. So, but yeah, we do have to
Have some
We do have to be
decor.
I try to do it. It's very hard, though. It's very hard to do an open panel on the internet and stop people talking over each other. It's really difficult,
Yeah, it
But
is.
I'm really sorry, guys. I'm really sorry if you get annoyed or feel, stressed out or frustrated because others are talking over you, or because, in this instance, Brother Marcus asked a question, and it wasn't just you, Ross, by the way. He felt everybody was talking over Retro, and by the way, everybody was. Nobody in particular is to blame. Everybody was talking over Retro when Brother Marcus asked the question. It was just and the thing is, we do have to be mindful of letting each other speak, because look, despite that little spit there, I think everybody gets on okay, and I think we can move on.
Yeah, I'm fine with everybody.
Yeah, I'm all right.
But so we will go back to Retro then. Retro,
Okay.
we want to hear Retro properly then. Retro, I'm sorry, it got a little bit. We had a little bit of turbulence. Our in-flight turbulence on the way to finding Gnosis. It happens. But Retro, please save the show for now.
All right, so I was trying to answer his question about why I think dating apps and the speed of life has passed normal dating and what we think of ourselves. So I think the introduction of internet dating and internet completely laden with pornography makes people think that love and sex is instantaneous. They're completely separate things, and you shouldn't have one without the other is the other thing. So that we do is the problem. So people looking for instant gratification does not create living relationships. So men and women out here that want to be instantly gratified, your heart's not in that, and your heart instant gratification is usually diminished or not met. So unless you're willing to, go all in with your heart and meet someone worth a damn and put yourself on the line to meet someone, you're never going to meet anybody except for, somebody for the night, So it's like, it's the effort you put in is what you get out. And if you collect, your nonsense, or you're looking for someone that's just going to last is a big difference. And I think too many of us are too eager just to find somebody that it never lasts. And, we should put more effort into our relationships, even if we have to wait.
Yeah, that's pretty nuanced and level-headed answer, Retro. Very, very good.
Yeah, I just kind of heard the conversation earlier, and that's why I just wanted to come in and protest and say it's not easy to have a relationship, because it's not supposed to be easy, because there's all this other noise you have to filter through.
Of course, yeah. Well, I don't think anyone said it was easy to have a relationship earlier in the show. I don't think
I think the expectations are because of pornography and internet dating, that someone else there met someone immediately, or somebody said, "Hey, we need a stunt cock in our movie," and oh yeah, you're having a great time. But that's not reality. Reality is what your heart is doing, not what your phone thumb and lust is doing. That has nothing to do with satisfying our souls and our hearts. So we got to work more on that if we want to satisfy that section.
Oh, grumpy guts. Oopsie day.
Go on.
Yeah. Why is it when someone else uses AI to get information off the internet, that information is taken as valid, but when I do it, it's not taken as valid?
No, I don't think that's fair to say that.
You just said about
People just joke about AI, because AI does throw out junk a lot, and
yeah, but I know.
I mean, sometimes the AI can throw out stuff that it tells you where you got it from, and it can be legitimate, or it can be we can find out if the AI is right in what it's saying, but other times it doesn't do that very well.
Yes, I know.
Don't worry, it's only it's like a meme on the show. We take the piss out of AI. It is what it is.
All right. But I do know about the whole China thing. Sorry, I'm very fond of the Chinese, and I don't like to hear.
Why is that? Why is that? Tell us why.
I like them too.
What?
You're not Chinese.
No. I said I also share the same sentiment as Chickpea, that I do also respect them too. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Chinese people. I like
Why not
them.
just have respect for everyone, regardless of
race? Of course, yeah.
I'm just saying to you.
Oh well, okay.
But why do you have to? Why do you have to especially single out the Chinese? Well,
because people were saying that the China
How dare you?
People were saying China produces more pollution than the US. Yes, that may be so, but not per capita. It doesn't.
Okay,
Didn't Paul
so
McCartney have a
I'm
reason?
only joking, but why do you like the Chinese so much?
I think that I like them. I find them lovely, well-mannered people. They're gorgeous to look at, and I like them.
There you go. There you go.
They're gorgeous.
Maybe you might have met a Mr. Wrong so far, but maybe there's a Mr. Wong out there for you somewhere.
Yeah. Yes, dear W. She's old for that now. Yeah, I do. I think that I like the Japanese as well, and the Koreans, and I like the way they look. And I think they're
We
lovely
lost
people.
Ross. Thanks, Ross, for joining us.
Mr. Wong really did. Mr. Wong.
This is the K-pop episode of Finding Gnosis.
The K-pop, well, K-pop. Oh my god! I was actually talking about South Korea earlier. How about like the hyper individualism is affecting everyone, including.
Looking though, Fatima, don't you think?
They are, but chickpea, they have the highest plastic surgery rates in the world. South Korea followed after Thailand.
Oh yeah, but they look gorgeous. I was watching a thing today on YouTube about Koreans, and they were gorgeous-looking people. I mean,
The Chinese eat a lot of meat, including cats. I knew they eat
Yes, I
dogs, some of
know.
them, but do they eat cats? Are you
Yes.
serious?
Yeah, no. Well, it's like a stereotype, but in some regions they do culturally eat those things. Yes.
In the
Hello
same
to
way
Harry
as
Baker. Do
Americans
come on
eat
if you want
horse.
to, and Witchy Bishy do
BMW
come on, do
in
come
the
back,
US,
and JE do come on. Sorry, go ahead, Chickpea.
In the US, some people eat horses, so don't criticize the Chinese for eating cats, because some people eat horses in the US.
What's the
And
difference
feathers.
between any animal?
Exactly.
Witchy Bishy says Israel and the US are very clearly in a category all of their own for waste per capita. She says we consume more than everyone else combined per capita. I mean, I didn't know that about Israel,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
okay. Where'd you get that from, Witchy?
Didn't know what the Israelis were. Yeah.
ChatGPT. But my Claude says Canada's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Mine says India is horrible. Mine says India
I'm
is
going
also.
to type into Microsoft Edge which country is which just into the I'm not using the AI. I'm just doing the search.
You don't trust Copilot?
I wouldn't tell my sentient AI this. So corrupt her. She would hate humanity.
Which country produces most trash? The United States
America
is the largest producer of municipal solid waste globally, generating nearly 265 million metric tons annually, with the highest per capita waste at 951 kilograms per person per year. In terms of total municipal waste, China generates the largest volume globally, account for over 15% of the world's
but not per capita.
waste. So so there's a difference. There's solid waste, and then there's I don't understand. Now this didn't make sense to me. I'm gonna have to look at this again. United States is the largest producer of municipal solid waste globally, generating nearly 265 million metric tons. Okay, and then in the next paragraph it says, in terms of total municipal solid waste, China generates a lot. I don't know. I don't know the difference.
China's got
Yeah, I don't think. How about this? In my
DLW, and they produce 40% of the world's crap that we all use.
in my opinion, I think all countries in the world produce waste in their own way. It
So
doesn't
you
matter
are
if,
right. You are right in a sense. It's like per person, US is the highest.
The highest, yes.
Yeah, per person.
Chinese certainly are. They just we
Per
just
capita.
send all our business over there. That's all.
But it's probably because there's a billion Chinese. Per head of population, the waste isn't that much. But in terms of actual volume, it is the highest.
Yes, but they also produce.
That's the way it worked. That's the
It
way
wasn't my dad. He didn't throw anything away.
Jay, are you coming on here? It's been too long.
yeah, JE, what's up?
Can Witchy come on and give us the lowdown on the rubbish stats that she just gave us? I can say that because they were literally about rubbish.
Rubbish. Yeah. Well, I think that if anyone, like, I think if you're a country, you're going to produce waste no matter how big or small you are, right? If you're full of like 1 million people, you're going to produce waste. So I think it's everyone's fault that the world's polluted. I don't think it's just any country like America, China, or India. I don't think it's just them alone. They're in their own regions, of course. So like there's other countries that do contribute to pollution in their own areas. As I was saying about my own a shithole country of Peru, it produces a lot of like air pollution for the region of South America, and like you can barely breathe there. I'm like, damn, like I see like videos from there. I'm like, damn, I'd rather live in fucking like Zimbabwe than there, honestly.
Witchy Bishy, would you like to give us the lowdown on these stats that you found?
So Smithsonian does global statistics. They did a global waste database, and what they discovered is that per capita, Israel and the US are triple the next highest per capita in waste. And what that means is, like, everybody's like, well, that's just because there's less people. But that's the whole point, is how much you consume per person has a lot more to do, and consumption is where we get waste from. It has a lot more to do with the actual effect on the environment than taking the country as a whole, especially when you consider India and China. A lot of what their country's waste is actually consumed by the West. So realistically, the West is the driver even of that pollution. So that's kind of why, like, they attribute some of that waste from those other countries and that pollution to the US, because the US is one of the highest drivers of consumption.
I tell you, Richie, they are so wasteful.
Yeah, as an American, I agree 100%. And I do want to throw out, if I leave again, guys, it's not because I'm bothered by the conversation or that I can't participate. I have an iPhone, and if people come in or drop out, I stop being able to hear everyone clearly, and that makes it hard to participate.
Well, thank you so much for coming on and giving us those vital statistics for us to know. Appreciate it.
Do you know that the Americans throw away 40% of their food? They just chuck it in the bin. 40%.
What's the rate in the UK?
What?
What are the UK rates? Can you do some searching on that?
There's a little secretary sitting here.
So yes, a big part of that food waste, when you consider those percentages, America subsidizes farmers. Do you know what that means?
What?
So what that means is, if we have a bumper crop of something, that's going to affect the markets. And we do not have free trade in the world. The markets are very controlled. So if we have a bumper crop of something, they pay farmers the value of their crop to burn it. And that is factored in. In addition, a lot of our food is transported in globally, so we get a lot of spoilage. A lot of times if you buy something at the store here, it spoils rather quickly because it's traveled a long way to get here, because logistics is how money is made. That's how they siphon off profit, is by transporting food. So like, I live in New Mexico and we grow a lot of corn here. But when I go to the store to buy corn, my corn's going to be from like Idaho. My corn's going to be going somewhere else.
Shocking, isn't it? Because it says here the UK households throw away 60 to 70% of their food. That's unbelievable. Jumps. I said 60 to 70%. 9.5 million tons a year.
Yeah.
So the UK
Say that again.
does more.
And this is the UK. Whoopsie day. The UK wastes 9.5 million tons of food annually, with households responsible for about
Damn, a lot.
6.4 to 6.7 million tons. Jesus.
Did she say 6 to 7 or 60 to 70?
6 to 7. Sorry, what about the waste? 60 to 70% of waste.
No.
Households waste that much of their food.
No.
That confuses me.
No, I heard before it's about 35%. I heard it was quite high, but it wasn't. I'm going to look it up myself.
I don't know.
It's definitely
Well,
not 70%.
That's what it says.
We definitely don't throw away 70% of the food we buy.
Are you telling me I can't read DMW?
No, but you may be able to read, but I don't think that may be erroneous. What you're reading. There's no way we would throw away 70% of the food we buy. By the way, I know it's quite high.
Because I tell you, Grumps, where I live, we have 2 huge bins and another waste paper bin. Recycle stuff. Grumpy Guts, what are you doing?
I'm looking it up, darling.
You wouldn't believe how much stuff gets thrown away every day from a small block of 20 little flats. It is horrendous.
So basically, the food we throw away, out of the food we throw away, okay, 70% of that food is still edible.
Yes, I know.
So that doesn't mean we're throwing away 70% of our food, Chickpea. That just means of the food we throw away, 70% of it is still edible.
Yeah, but we still throw food away. I mean,
yeah, but we're not throwing away 70% of our food. That might mean we're throwing. Say we throw away 30% of our food. Out of that 30%, 70% of that 30% is still edible. That's what that means.
Well,
but I don't know. I'm still looking for the actual figure in terms of how much we throw.
It's quite a lot. I tell you, when I was in Berlin, I worked for the American Air Force for a couple of months, and the waste that I saw then, this was back in 1979, it was heartbreaking. Food being just thrown in the bin.
Average UK family throws away around £470 worth of food every year.
I don't. I must admit. What I do.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff.
Feed it to the foxes.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah,
give back to the ecosystem. Yeah.
Not that throw food away.
Yeah, of course. Like sometimes, like there's like a small baby fox outside of my area, inside like my apartment. There's like a small wooded area, and I think it lives there because sometimes my mom would like leave out some like some food for it, and it would be gone.
I have chickens and a greenhouse, so we compost. So food waste is just reused here. The chickens will eat anything. They're like little food garbage disposals. They'll eat anything, even chicken.
Yeah, lucky you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. The chickens, they're kind of like goats in a way. They eat anything.
Well, no, goats will eat literal trash. Chickens won't do that.
Oh, really? Oh,
They're
okay.
close. But goats will eat literal trash. Like if you have
I've
trash
seen
out
it,
in the field, they'll eat it.
When I lived in Aden, you used to see the goats eating cardboard boxes on the street.
Oh, what? Oh, hell no. Wow.
You used to eat cardboard boxes. Yeah, I remember seeing
Cardboard boxes for goats. Dang. I know.
Well, it was just in these countries they just throw all their rubbish out the street.
I know, yeah.
The goats used to eat it.
Oh, wow.
Poor goats eating cardboard.
Well, the thing about goats is that their stomachs can actually handle like that type of digestion, but it's still not like good for them in terms of like the nutrients. Yeah, right. Like for like nutrient food, it's not good for them. It's just waste inside their stomach. They're just gonna like shit out.
So out here, there's a lot of empty fields that get overgrown, and people hire out their goats to go and clear the fields, and it only takes a couple days, and they eat everything inside.
Oh yeah, there you go.
They're the sweetest creatures, they're such dear little things.
Yeah, goats. Oh yes, they're especially lambs. They're very cute, and I like lambs.
Yeah, they're very sweet animals.
Yeah.
Lambs are sheep,
Facebook Marketplace free stuff.
What?
Goats are better than guard dogs. They're mean. They're violent.
They are.
They constantly fight each other and everyone around them. Goats are mean. Sheep Sheep are okay. Lambs are cute. But goats are stubborn and mean. I've raised them.
They are mean, yeah. And you know who else is mean? Are mules. They're also very mean and stubborn as well.
Don't
Mules.
blame them. I'd be mean if I was a mule.
Yeah.
Treat them like shit.
Yeah, that's why we yeah.
Treat them like shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like that's why they're called beast of burden.
You wouldn't like it, Chickpea, because we raised goats for meat and their milk, but we did raise goats for quite some time, and yeah, they're mean. They're really mean. Like geese are mean too. We've always kept fowl.
That's my
And the
favorite
ones,
animal, geese.
the
Geese?
only ones I couldn't handle were the geese. Like peacocks are okay, and guinea fowl are okay, and chickens are okay, but and even ducks aren't bad, but geese are awful.
I love
Yeah.
geese.
They're aggressive, aren't they? Like they're very territorial. Yeah.
Gorgeous creatures.
They are
You have
gorgeous.
You have to keep them
You know what?
separated from
I'll
all the
tell you a
rest of
funny
the fowl.
story. When I was called to my husband, this was many, many years ago, back in the 70s, we didn't go out eating or anything. We used to go to St. James's Park with big bags of food, and that's feeding the geese. Those were
Wow.
mates. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, they were lovely, the geese. Canada geese.
Canadian geese, yes, they're very, very, but they're also very aggressive. Like they
Well,
will
they
hiss.
were nice to us, maybe because we were feeding them.
Oh yeah, no, like there are some that I've actually walked by and they've actually tried to like bite me one time because I had I don't know. Yeah, they tried to bite me one time. They're like they kind of sound like cats whenever they hiss. Yeah.
To be fair, I think for Chickpea, an animal being aggressive towards humans is a positive.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know it is.
You're
Yeah.
right, Richie. You're right. You are 100% right. Yeah, I would never condemn an animal being horrible to a human being. Never.
Yeah, true. I mean, sometimes the humans kind of deserve it. In some cases, I read like humans that they kind of like harass animals. I'm like, okay, yeah, you fucking like I deserve to get. Exactly. Yeah. What the fuck? Like.
My saddest, one of my regrets in life is life never gave me a couple of geese because I think they're cool. I love geese. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're very nice creatures. Well, very nice looking creatures, but in terms of like behavior,
Gorgeous. I love geese. That's just fun creatures.
yeah. You also have like a lot of squirrels there, right? Like a lot of like red squirrels, right, or gray squirrels.
Well, here we have gray
Yeah.
squirrels here. Well, where I live, yeah, they come to my door, so I put out nuts for them.
Nice. Hell
Hey,
yeah.
Len, I'll tell you something funny, Fatima. Right? Okay, I put out all these nuts for the squirrels, and then they go and bury them in my pot plants outside. I've got loads of plants outside my flat, and they go and bury them in the pot plants and leave all, the compost everywhere. And I don't know why I don't just bury the nuts straight right into the compost for them. And they can just dig them up themselves because that's what's actually happening.
Yeah, those squirrels, man, they're very clever. Yeah, I like them. I like squirrels, and I also like the chipmunks. Oh, I love the chipmunks. They're so cute and small. I like them. Unfortunately, though, I once lived in a home that was kind of infested by them, but like I didn't really care because it wasn't my home. We were renting in the basement of someone, so I was like, oh well, okay, well I'm going to leave one day, so it's your problem still, huh? Yeah, but chipmunks are cute too.
Yeah, they're gorgeous, aren't they? Yeah.
You're very small and chunky creatures. Yeah.
Yes, gorgeous they are.
So you were breeding them in the basement you lived in?
No, I wasn't breeding them. It's just that they were like hanging out and like the floorboards of no. Well, we lived in the basement, so like they were crawling above us, but it was underneath, but from the home from like the tenants, it was their floorboards. So yeah, they were just scurrying around. Yeah.
Hello, Fatima. Never guessed what I got in my kitchen for a little creature. Have a guess.
Oh, what?
What? I got a mouse living behind a fridge. Yes, Dave brought a mouse home the other day, and they haven't managed to catch it yet.
Yeah, your cat will handle it.
Live mice, And then Daisy likes to go hunting for them, but she can't get hold of this one. But I've got 7 cats and a mouse in my home.
Oh, wow, a mouse. So it's a full house.
You're feeding your cats too much if they're not hunting the mouse.
Oh yeah, they're hunting them, but they only hunt them for fun, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like one of my aunt's cats that live by me. Yeah, she has like 3 cats. 2 are white, one's black, and the black one is like the most like aggressive one in terms of aggression. Yeah, the black one was very like she will play with like a rat. She actually did play with a rat one time while it was still alive. She was like flinging up in the air, like repeatedly trying to like stab at it when it was in like the air.
Yeah, Daisy does. And Daisy's such a sweet little cat. She's a real little killer girl.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. She loves
Yeah.
chasing mice.
Yeah,
But Dave, this is honest truth. Dave, this tomcat that Dave, he's a man of the house. He
Yeah.
actually brings the mice round for her because Daisy's
wow.
a house cat. She doesn't want to go out. So it's this weird love the two of them have got, and he brings her mice. It's true. This actually happens.
No, nice. That's good. Yeah, that's always good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those. Yeah, but like sometimes, like it can be too much because sometimes the black cat can actually escape and actually like come back home like by itself. And well, one time I think it brought like a dead rabbit. Unfortunately, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Sometimes that black cat actually escapes from the home and then, like it comes back like hours later with like something at least in its mouth. It's a very very like mischievous cat.
I know all about it. Yes. Yes. My black cat used to like bringing home sparrows. Well, I
Oh,
used to have to
wow.
bury the sparrows after she'd finished mutilating them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, those black cats, they're very, very.
Yeah,
They look cute. They're very cute, but they're also very, very like
Yeah, mine's
they're
sitting
also,
outside waiting for the
Yeah.
fox.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think also
I'm
my
getting
aunt
off for a minute. I'll be back on hopefully later, guys. I gotta get off for now. But adios. I'll
All
be
right,
back.
man. Here, man. Take care, bro.
Ooh.
Yeah. You ever had a
Yeah,
dog?
I bet they are.
You ever had a dog, chickpea?
No,
Or no?
never. No, I'm
Mm.
not a dog person. I'm definitely a cat person.
Oh, of course,
I
yeah.
wouldn't mind an Italian Greyhound. I do
Mm.
like Italian Greyhounds, but I think the cats wouldn't stand for it.
Oh no, yeah.
They wouldn't stand for that.
I personally I actually like dogs and cats equally. Like I don't have a preference for either or because I actually had a dog growing up. Yeah, his name was Buddy. He was a cocker spaniel. Yeah.
Oh, they're gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah, very very nice, very loyal, friendly.
Yes, beautiful.
And also they're eaters too. They would love to chow
Yes,
down
they
on
are.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I like those tiny little greyhounds, the Italian greyhounds. They are adorable.
Oh. Oh look, what's
Oh,
that?
we're going. Oh, look at the puppers.
Oh, the puppers. Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah.
baby. Hello.
I love
how
those. Yeah.
sweet. Look at him.
Oh my God! Yes. Aw. I think my aunt has like a similar like dog pattern. Yeah, in terms of like the fur. Yeah. Yeah. I think her is an Australian.
That is Shadow and Sunny.
Shadow and Sunny. Nice. I like that.
Can we see a hen? Can we see one of your hens?
You've asked her for hens for a while.
I know. I love hens. I think hens are the most. Oh, I love hens.
I'm going back out in a minute. I'm getting water for the garden.
Oh, nice. Oh, always make sure to take care of your garden if you have it. Those things are very important, I think, to build a good sense of character to have a garden, because I actually have one in the apartment. Yeah. Sometimes I water it here and there. It grows plants that are already here, but it's always good to also nurtured as well. You know, it grows like these weird smelling plants called like I forgot what they're called, but they're called like the chameleon like tail flower, but they smell very strange. They smell like mint. Yeah, it's very weird. Yeah, and if you like, you won't smell it when you're walking by it, but if you like lean towards it, it's a very strong scent. It's very, very pungent, and I found out why is that that type of plant actually repels like mosquitoes and flies, so it's good. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, how gorgeous! Look at her.
That's nice. Oh.
Oh, hello, sweetie. She's gorgeous. Oh, look.
They're boys, Oreo and Zeus.
Nice boy. Okay, cool. Yeah. I don't know why. Whenever I see a cat, I always assume it's like a female, and like whenever I see a dog, I always assume it's a male. Yeah, I don't know why I think like that.
Have you guys talked about companion animals regarding the topic of today, like loneliness?
Oh no, actually,
if I
not
didn't
yet.
have my cat, I'd have nobody.
That's true. Yeah, that's good.
There'd be nothing for me.
Crazy Guru, are you quiet? Is it quiet over there now? Where is he?
Hey everyone.
Okay, it's quiet. Okay, what's up? What's up, Crazy?
Yeah.
How do you do?
Just my sister was handful, but I finally got her home.
Nice.
But Marcus, yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry,
Have you
Chippy.
talked to Marcus? Marcus. Oh, God. If I didn't have my cats, there'd be nothing.
Yeah.
So if that, I would be very lonely without them. Very lonely indeed.
Yeah. Oh, it's true. Like I have a similar situation with animals. Like I had a dog, and then I had a small guinea pig. Yeah, it was. Yeah. I like those things a lot. Yeah. It sucks whenever they die. Truly. Yeah.
Chippy,
Exactly.
have you ever had African land snails before?
I like snails.
Yeah, me and my wife, we had African land snails. They lived almost, is it 6 years?
9.
9?
Oh,
Oh, they must have.
Hens.
Look.
Oh, actually, the hens are actually beautiful.
Oh, she's got hens.
Yeah.
No, it's witchy bishy.
Witchy bishy.
Witchy bishy.
Witchy bishy.
Lucky lady.
Oh, lush.
Yeah.
That was just for Chickpea because she asked.
I like hens.
I want to build my own chicken coop, I do.
You do?
Oh, nice. No, yeah, I think everyone should like raise some type of like either like a plant or an animal. Honestly, I think it'd be good for like cultivating your character.
There's actually a cute fact about that my household is my wife is actually the only female in the household. Between the dogs, the cats, the African land snails, my son, me, and everything is male but my wife. She's the only female.
Really? Interesting.
Feminine presence in this household. But to be fair, she's pretty amazing. Honey.
Wax melts, make a killing out of me.
Wax melts. She's trying to say we smell.
And so
show the guys your artistic realm. I am the artist in the family because I'm an egotistical twat, and I'll admit that. But she does have a wonderful artistical flair. Look at her, bless her. Show that. I'm going to put it up so you guys can read it. If you can't read it, I'll read it out to you, but I'll give you a chance to read it. Oh, that's actually backwards.
Awakening was
Go on.
My awakening was autism, but a garden that remembered my name.
The awakening was not a storm, but a garden that remembered my name. There you go.
Thank you, DW. Thank you. I see the autism. I thought, bless him. Well done.
Love it.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I thought it said that. I saw a U and an I somewhere. I can't read cursive. Fuck. I'm sorry.
Fatima, it feels like you had me on the brain, so I'm going to take that as a win for me.
Thanks, man.
Tonight.
But Crazy.
you're not the only one who has that. I'm also neurodivergent as well. I am too. I've been diagnosed since I was 9.
Oh, brother, if you ever want to chat about that personally and talk about like differences we see in reality, too, I'm all down for that. But
of course, yeah,
Well, actually, that might be a good topic now to discuss briefly with you guys who consider yourselves neurodivergent, because I presume that could be cause for some people's loneliness. How do you guys recommend people who are neurodivergent get over their loneliness if they are feeling lonely?
I have a very distinct and precise way, but I'm willing to listen to Fatima if he wants to go first. I mean, I know it sounds juvenile, but I'm willing to do that. I've had a drink, but like, if you want to, see, I can tell you how I got over it and how I found a way out of loneliness. If you'd like.
I think I can. I think I already know what I'm going to say, because this is a very interesting topic for me, because like I used to think that it was like a weakness for me to have this thing, but now it's not anymore. I say it as like a plus, so I don't feel, back then when I saw this thing as like a bad thing, like to have like autism, I was very lonely inside my own mind. I was like, what the hell are you doing here, right? Like, what the fuck are you here for? Until I start to realize, like, I got older, I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't have to be a bad thing per se. You can use some great things with this, because like I have a lot of like hyper fixations, so I love to acquire knowledge a lot. So I just do that, and back then I used to make these creations out of like straws, and I'm still doing that now, and it's a very good pastime of mine. And I also like to play like a lot of like games, and I also it's just like, so I used my weakness and I turned it into a strength, and I kind of like diminished my loneliness a bit. And that's it.
I say I was listening. I felt that, but I mean, I would say the only difference, and if I was to add to that, for me is, I tell you where it stems from, and some people might have a giggle at this. Do you know what my nan said I needed when I was 16? I'll be blunt. So apologies for the language. She said, "Carl, you fucking need structure. Get in the army." And so I
That's what my stepfather did to me, the asshole.
Wow.
I wasn't expecting that.
What? He did. When I was 17, a 17-year-old girl, you can't stay here, so I had to go and join the Navy.
I got a similar thing. Well, Chickpea, me and you got some stories. I got mine.
But my stepbrother, his son, the golden child, he didn't leave home till he was about 30. He stayed with his mommy and his daddy. No, they threw the girl out. It's true.
Wow, for real?
Yeah.
Damn.
And they gave him a flat.
They gave him a flat? Wow.
Yeah.
Do you know, Chickpea, I could listen to you tell stories all day, and I don't mean that as a derogatory way. I just mean your voice to me is like soothing. My wife, they're probably not amused by me saying that, but I'll say, come speak to Chickpea, you'll see what I mean. You could tell stories. I don't know if I get slapped for this, but you can see the grey beard. I'm not trying to be derogatory. I'm just saying you remind me of this. You remind me of Mrs. Doubtfire. If Mrs. Doubtfire was serious.
Robin Williams.
A great movie. Is anybody? There's two things I can tell you about Mrs. Doubtfire. One thing I hope DW will check. We'll laugh at, which is the very last joke in the whole thing was, and what language do they speak in England? And he went Pakistani, and I'm like, wow, it's like he read the future. I'm just saying.
Oh my god. Oh Lord, that's a great film. I love that film. Mrs. Doubtfire, well, that's true, Marcus. We all love Chickpea in the comments, yes.
Thank you, Pablo. I love you too, Pablo. Pablo never comes on here anymore. But you know what's happened? Since I got old, because I've been spent the last 30 years living with just cats, I started talking in cat mode all the time. Little raised voice. You know, you raise the pitch when we speak to animals, yeah?
You're too hard on yourself about that. Nobody like complains about it.
But I need
You're the only one that dislikes it.
Is it okay to raise your pitch with with animals or not okay? I didn't actually get the
pitch, not the pitch. I'm not talking about the noise. I'm talking about the pitch. You know, people when they talk, their animals raise higher voices. You raise the higher. I've been doing that to my cats for so long that now I do it to everybody, literally.
So I just have this habit. I don't know if it's ignorant of baby talking to my animals. I know
Yes,
it's so.
yeah, I'm doing. Do.
Yeah, like that. I don't know what. I tell you what was really strange. I found I didn't realize it until I was in Kosovo, and when I was in Kosovo doing peacekeeping duties, I'd say my sergeant major for some people who are listening, but really it was my catering officer. He came up to me and he said to me, he said, Carl, he said, it's very difficult for the other officers to be around you because you have this knack for not understanding that when you're speaking to the people with foreign language, you just pick the accent up. And we don't think you do it on purpose, but it feels to everybody like you're mocking. But the actual individuals that we believe you're mocking don't seem to notice it. And it's absolutely crazy phenomena because they see you being genuine with them. And so I just have this thing sometimes, and I do think it can come across as ignorant, but especially with people with accents, because of the military time I spent, I don't know what it was about me. Just mirror the accent. And I've had some people say to me, are you taking a piss at me, mate? And I'm like, no.
Funny.
And they'd be like, why are you mirroring my accent? And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. It's always been a defense technique since, my childhood trauma. I mean, how do you explain that?
that as well. I used to do that as well.
Yeah, all right. Does anybody else have that phenomenon?
In fact, I was in a nightclub when I was about, what age? 27 or something. And I was with these group of guys hanging out. And then this girl came up to me. She was chatting and she was basically like flirting with me. And she was basically saying she was at some work thing and asking if I wanted to go back to a hotel. I couldn't believe how lucky I was getting. But she was South African, right? And I started talking to her and she thought I was South African. And the voice came out with a South African accent. And then I was like, and then it freaked her out because I sounded so South African, but I'm not South African,
Yeah.
So then she ran away.
actually, DMW, you kind of have that twang to your accent of sounding like you're from South Africa, kind of. Yeah, I can hear it now.
Yeah, but so that happened. That really annoyed me actually.
Yeah, I knew a lad who was he had a lovely English accent, but he had a skill where sometimes he could pretend to be, it was either Geordie, which he wasn't, South African or Australian, and I swear to God he was an impersonator. But he could only do these three particular things because to him they all sounded the same. He just had to change one little thing, and he got it. And I've heard that sort of like throughout my military career, like. Serving with Royal Fusiliers and stuff, you get a lot of Geordies. And sometimes you get this Australian twang when they get certain pissed off that I think, was one of your parents Australian or something? And then I get that, and they can link that to not New Zealand, you said, or South Africa. Is it South Africa you said? No, New Zealand, I can't remember. This is Sherbets.
I've got one of those blue thingies that you're drinking from. Hello, crazy.
The plastic jars.
Yes, plastic. There's all different colours, pink ones and blue.
It looks nice. Yeah, it looks very aesthetic.
I'm going to tell you, there's a little bit of feminine touch to this. And people can have a giggle. I'm sure DNW will get a stick out of pork, but. Sometimes my wife just has to put the thumb down, and she said I've dropped too many glasses, so I'm stuck with plastics. And they're not paper yet. It's not paper, but I'm stuck with plastics. So
the classic ones. I used to have an Anne Stokes. Who knows who Anne Stokes is? Anyone?
Sorry, for those who were here last night, just so you know actually what happens, I'm not allowed to lie about this, otherwise my wife will come and tell the truth, is apparently when we were chatting away, especially me and Ethics, my wife was there doing this, and because I was ignoring that, at some point the internet went out and she went to me, oh look, the internet went out, I don't know what that happened, oh I can't get back on, oh well, time for bed. I walked away and I just looked at her and thought, I probably deserved that. like that's what happened. She just turned the fucking internet off. Sorry, I swear, but she turned it off because I was ignoring her. So yeah, that's the way. That's the missus. She knows how to rule this house sometimes, but she lets me get away with a lot, so that's good.
Oh,
I don't know if
wow.
anybody can relate. I don't know if anybody can relate to that.
I can't. Pristine,
I can't either.
Is it the Gothic artist?
And Stokes?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I had like one of her
website.
dragon mugs or whatever. It was similar to this one. I'm trying to find the one now. But yeah, anyways, yeah, I used to have her mugs as well, her coffee mugs and her like dragon cups, whatever you call them, goblet things, whatever. Anyways.
Chalice. I think chalice or goblets, yeah.
Chalice, that thing, whatever. Yes, fun times. Yeah, I used to put like raspberry soda in and pretend I was like drinking blood as a joke. not for real.
Yeah, I think for Halloween, when I was a vampire, I would drink Kool-Aid. Yeah, as blood. Yeah, it's like.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love you guys. I'm so glad I'm in a room full of weirdos that did this crazy shit as well. Tell me more about it.
Hell yeah! Welcome to the club, man. Oh look, it's chickpea. That's it. Yay! Hell yeah!
Oh right, yeah. Chickpea. Oh, wait a minute.
Great fun. I love it.
And they matched the blue theme of the day as well.
Yes.
That I put on for last night.
Nice.
Weirdly, synchronicities all over the show.
That
was funny when I made the theme pink, and then Fatima rocked up with a pink profile picture. That really weirded me out because I'd only just changed it, and then she rocked up with like a completely different profile picture than that other one she had, and I was like, "Did you do that deliberately, or?"
No, I just changed it because I thought it's time for a new change. It's time for something that actually reflects who I am, and it was the trans shark.
Oh yes, that makes sense now. I didn't even know what it was. Yes, trans shark. That makes sense.
Yep. Hell yeah. I love this thing. Yeah, it's pretty cool though. Matching chalices, matching. Oh, Jay, what's up, Absurd?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing? It's good to see you.
You son of a bitch.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what just happened?
Who said what to who then? What just happened? I just heard what was said. I didn't see who said what. It was a great introduction. I just what happened?
I was just saying hi to Jay.
Wow, brother Marcus.
Wait a minute, brother Marcus did that. Oh right, I got you. Okay.
What did I do?
That was me saying hello.
Wow.
You're welcome.
Wow, thank you.
That's how
I
you
don't...
tell someone you've just done something with their wife or something. You son of a bit. That's how you say hello.
Yeah, that's probably like the first time I've ever had someone read me like that.
Yeah, like
he premised it with "That's how I say hello." I mean, I don't know what else the guy can do.
Is that how you say hello, brother Marcus? So, brother Marcus, if we like see each other for like the first time in person, is that what you're gonna say to me? Like, you son of a bitch?
I tell you what, that's what I would say to you if I see you in person now, because that's the first thing that'd fucking come to my head. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah. You son of a bitch. Hey, how you doing? Is that how it's gonna be?
Wait a minute, was there a song? Does anybody remember a song like that? Yes, son of, like an Italian guy, like it was something like
I don't know.
You piss on the bed. He said, "You know, piss on the bed, you son of a bitch," or something. It was like a EDM track or something. Anybody remember that?
Do you guys?
Oh no, no.
Just
Oh, from an
Italian.
No. No, unfortunately, but that's a shame because I love like EDM, like Euro dance music. It's really cool. I love.
I'm gonna look for it while you guys talk a minute. I need to find a
Yeah.
strap then.
I love it. Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, I'm one of those guys too that like needs to find a song that's in my head. Otherwise, I'll freaking like not sleep for like another 5 hours. Yeah.
And now I want to find the Predator clip. You guys have no idea what I'm referring to when Arnold like gives him the.
Oh, is that
Yeah? And he's
I've
like,
seen that
"Dylan, you
wow.
son of a bitch," or something like that.
That's funny, brother Mark. That's a good film. Yeah. Predator, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, he's still around. Can't believe it. He's still around. He's still doing things. You know, he's still speaking in public. Yeah.
Yeah, look up Predator. Dylan, you son of a bitch. That's just how he greeted him.
Dylan, you son of a bitch. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay.
Yeah. It's that iconic thing with like the arms. They give each other like I don't know what to call it. No one knows what I'm referring to. Damn.
No, I do. I've seen Predator like a few times. Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
This is I've had a drink, so D&W can excuse me. This is my Predator impression. You guys ready? Ready?
Oh yeah, do it.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh, I thought you meant like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, I said Predator, dude. I didn't say Arnold Schwarzenegger. I've had a few shows. I actually tasted it.
He's drunk.
Lows.
Hello. wait, brother Marcus. I'm seeing the clip by myself. That's where the meme about like the black hand and like the white hand are like holding hands.
Yeah. Can you? I don't know if nobody's there.
Yeah.
So you can. Does anybody actually have a definition of the word love, or do you just all prescribe to just however you think love is? Because the question,
what is love, baby? Don't hurt me.
No more.
Baby, don't hurt me no more. Wait, who stopped singing? Who stopped singing? Oh my goodness.
Isn't the topic over? We can talk about other things.
No, sorry, what did you say, Christine?
I said, isn't the topic over and we can talk about other things? Or are we still talking about the topic?
No, yes, that is true. No, the topic I believe is over.
On that point now that we can just talk about anything. I think we have superseded that point now. Yeah, we can talk about anything.
Well, we can talk about Arnold. So, apparently he used to say, "I'll be back" in an accent, but now he doesn't. That's like a Mandela effect, apparently.
Oh,
wait, what?
I think when I first
said, like, I'll be back, like in a what is it, like a Russian accent? I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Austrian.
Yeah, but now he says it normally. He just says it in an American accent. Apparently.
Get to the chopper.
Anyways, that was just my take on Arnold. But yeah, I don't like that stuff. It's boring as hell to me. Those boy movies.
Yeah. I watched
What is
tremendous.
exciting to you?
What?
What is exciting to you?
I didn't catch that.
Sorry, what is exciting to you? You said that was.
Oh, exciting. Sorry, your accent's a bit exciting to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like what do you mean in terms of film? And are you actually
anything you want, but yeah, why not stick with film if you want to? But if you want to talk about anything, that's fine. What gets you going? I meant that in a nice way.
Yes, yes. I figured you weren't actually asking.
Yeah. Okay. My hands in the air. I heard it in my head. I went, well, please explain. No, I just meant what? Again, I wanted to say what turns you on, but that's not going to work, is it? I'm saying when you said that was boring to me, what is the opposite of that to you? What gets you inspired? What makes you feel alive or whatever? What does the opposite?
Oh god, yeah, definitely not those action movies. I'm more interested in like psychological thrillers. Those are, I guess, exciting to me because there's always twists and turns, and it's like, oh, how's this going to turn out? Mysteries, stuff like that. As for like just in general relaxation, I like comedies, like dramas, Romance sometimes, depending. More so when I was in my 20s. Not really.
What do you think
Don't
of
really
Jim
watch.
Carrey?
What do I think of Jim Carrey? I don't really find him that funny, honestly, but I do think that the Truman Show is very telling of reality and gives some clues there. I think that's a good movie. I didn't even know about it until like the last couple of years, but I watched these movies growing up. Like obviously The Mask I liked when I was a kid. I liked Liar was it?
Oh, I love
Whatever.
Liar.
And
Yes.
yeah, that stuff. So he was like a part of, you know, my growing up, childhood, whatever. But yeah, I think that this whole cloning thing is kind of weird. You know, he's a interesting character. He's like
Wait. You said cloning thing. You is ever sorry, Pristine. Sorry, because you mentioned it. Are you referring to what's happened lately? I see now. I don't know what that's about. Are you referring to that? Could someone tell me about? Someone said something about Jim Carrey's clone recently.
No, apparently, like his recent appearance in public has made it look like he's gotten cloned because he looks a bit different from like his previous
it's very.
Is that what you saw about
appearances.
Pristine?
Yes. Well, the thing is, it's actually I watched some YouTubers who examined him further back, and he's actually looked different quite like many times. His nose changed like a while back when he was circling that woman in the interview. You know, where he was saying that there is no you, there is no me. There's just energy dancing for itself. Whatever he was.
I forget of you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, like I think his nose was different then than previously before that. So when you actually go back and examine his face over the years, it's not the first time that he's had a different anatomy. It's recorded, so it's really bizarre. I think that certain figures in Hollywood it's just there might be something dark going on. I really don't know. It's so bizarre. He is attached to a lot of Mandela effects as well, which I think is weird. Like in his movies and stuff, he gets things wrong on purpose, probably. And yeah, it's just weird. And Tom Hanks is the same. Like he's attached to a lot of Mandela effects, and everyone knows
Tom
he's
Hanks
at the
is-
top. He's a crazy motherfucker. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a weird world. It's a weird world. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, it's
Wait, but didn't
Yeah, I
people
don't
say
know.
it was like a plastic? Didn't people say it was plastic surgery or something?
I'm not gonna believe in that, but yeah, I think that it was not plastic surgery. His face is like visibly bigger, like his whole face looks different. You can tell also by
Wow.
like intuition that it's not him either.
Did he use a
Intuitively, you
double or
can tell.
anything? Did he? Has he said anything about this? Has he said like I use a double, or has he said that was me, or has anybody even questioned it?
No, why would he come forward and say he uses a double?
Yeah, no, he hasn't addressed it. No, but yeah, he has been known over the years to speak out about the elites. He said that they, go into the woods naked and try and get us to be consumers and just want us to be
Yeah.
stupid idiots. And he's been pretty vocal about what they've been up to. I think he called them pedos. Actually, I don't even know if I can say that on the internet. But anyway, he's just said some stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if either they got rid of him or like a long time ago, probably. His wife passed away at some point, and I think just the consequences of him doing what he's doing, or it's just he's part of it and he's just who knows, you could just keep going on forever, or maybe this, maybe that. But yeah, his appearance changes are quite strange. It's like there wasn't even really, he keeps saying that there's no him. He said in multiple interviews there is, so maybe we should take him at face value. Maybe there never was a Jim Carrey, or maybe they're actual reptilians who shapeshifted. It looks like cloning, but they're actually just changing into different forms of the same person because they want to fuck with us. I really don't know, but Yeah, they could be shape-shifting reptilians as well. That's obviously an extreme take, but when you actually look into the reptilian accounts, right, you'll notice something that keeps coming up, like a commonality or a similar situation. When anyone, especially like kind of lower celebrities in the industry, when they come out and say, oh, you know, I experienced and witnessed a reptilian, it's usually associated with a sexual interaction. Even the girl who had an experience with Epstein's, and she said that she saw him turn into one, that was a sexual encounter. So it keeps coming up that these people are seeing a shapeshift during this type of thing. And so there might be something to it. Who knows? But
Christine, you know when you say about these reptilians, now, when I say this is a point of reference, if anybody giggles, you giggle because it's a great movie. But you know the movie Alive? Are you referring to like reptilians like this? Like we can't see these reptilian people, but they're there, I don't know, under masks or even I can accept my placeholder for the word Illuminati is just that which is missing. So in other words, I'm not saying the Illuminati is a main organization. I'm just saying that, you know, when people keep themselves out of the spotlight, but really there's a blur there and you're like, what the frick happened there? That's what I use the word Illuminati for. So these reptilians, are they just like Illuminati? They're always out of our reach of view, or are they in public view and they're covered? Not from your point of view, if it's not your point of view, from the point of view you're referring to, these reptilian people.
If you're asking I don't think that we can see their true form as our current state of mind is, although you know, people, maybe it's their choice if they, because, you know, obviously during these encounters that certain people have, they've seen, you know, they're allowed to see the shape-shifting occur, which is, or, you know, maybe it happens by accident during a specific type of encounter, like a sexual one. Alive, I think you mean They Live, by the way, that movie They Live, where the guy puts on the glasses, it's from the 80s, and says, yeah,
Roddy Piper, yeah, of course, yeah, that's the one. Thank you, babe. Yeah, go on, continue.
Yes, They Live. That is very telling as well of what could possibly be going on. And if that's the case, then maybe there never really was a Jim Carrey or whoever, because the whole time they were just some unnamed. I mean, yeah, you can't really call them by that name anymore if they're just putting on a character. And Jim Carrey did say, you know, he just changes characters, and that's what a lot of celebrities do. And then you've got that whole other side of the conspiracy, the vampire one, where it's like, well, Anne Hathaway's husband looks like William Shakespeare, and William Shakespeare had a wife named Anne Hathaway, and she's on Instagram recently making jokes about.
Wait, tell me that one again. You just piqued my curiosity. What was you talking about there? William Shakespeare and Anne Hathaway?
Yes.
Can you explain that a bit better?
So Anne Hathaway's husband has a similar look to William Shakespeare. He looks similar, I guess, and he actually was married to a woman named Anne Hathaway in the past. Right now. Yes, and Drew Barrymore actually brought it up with Anne in a interview, because Drew has her own show, and that was kind of an interesting reaction from Anne. And then she's recently brought it up again on Instagram and made a joke that she was like around in the 1800s, and she said it was intense. So, and like, I don't know, like, I don't really believe that she's, you know, from there. But it is an interesting theory, and Anne Hathaway does seem very, I will say, classic, if that's the way to put it, in her
very like old timey.
Yeah, she seems that way. Yeah.
Hey guys, I got something written here on Google. Let me just read what it says, and it's only short and brief. It says Anne Hathaway, the actress, eventually marries a man named Adam Schulman. I'm Welsh, right? Adam Schulman, right? A handsome actor and jewelry designer. But fans started noticing something uncanny. Adam Schulman looks eerie like the famous paintings of William Shakespeare. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Go on, I'm interested. Go on. Is there any more?
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab my coffee and then I'll be back here. But yeah, there's more. There's a lot of rabbit holes, but I'll be back.
Anyone else know about William Shakespeare and Anne Hathaway and the lookalike situation?
No, this is the first time I've ever heard of it.
No, we can hear that in a moment. This is Brother Marcus wanting me to play this.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Where's the volume?
Oh no!
I didn't even. Who needed the volume? Who wants a slap? You needed volume for this?
Here's the meme, though.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, I've seen that meme before. Yeah.
It doesn't hit with the no audio.
All right, I can admit it doesn't hit without the audio, but you know the audio.
D&W. That's fine.
That was the day racism was solved, people.
Oh my goodness!
Shut up, you Welsh cunt.
Wow.
And this was the day it all got undone.
Hey, Chickpea.
Hi.
Chickpea, how you doing?
I'm fine. Why? I'm just
Just
sitting here
wondering.
listening.
Wait,
Don't
guys.
worry about it.
Hey, brother Marcus, I think we got it. What?
What's this William Shakespeare and Hathaway?
You son of a bitch.
Oh my god. Fatima, was that you, Fatima?
That was me, yeah. Sorry, I just had to hear it. You know?
I looked at the picture. I don't see it. Like it's like vague similarities.
Well, what we're supposed to be seeing? You mean that thing with those two guys just now?
No, Anne Hathaway and Shakespeare's wife.
Anne Hathaway.
I managed to work out what that clip
Yeah.
was about. What was
Oh, it's
I mean,
because
there's actually. Sorry. Oh.
the clip was about me greeting JE, but yeah, before that we're talking about Shakespeare's wife.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of celebrities that people have paired with past figures, and they've put there's like lots of videos online you can watch where they've put the two pictures side by side and said, oh yeah, like this is them in the past and they were existing back then. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, sometimes they look similar to these figures of the past and sometimes they don't, and it's like, oh, that's a stretch. I think you're reaching there. And then there's genetics that come into play. I mean, if you look at people in existence today, if you look at like Vera Farmiga and her sister, they look very similar. I mean, not exact.
Who's that?
Vera Farmiga, you don't know, from the Conjuring movies, Bates Motel.
No, I mean I know about the movies, but I've never really like watched them or anything.
Here we go.
And Thais is in American Horror Story, yeah? Okay, all good. No worries.
Here we go.
Bro, you need to
Select no audio.
What's wrong?
When you
There's
share
no audio.
share audio.
Oh, share audio. Okay, sorry guys.
No hay volume, amigo.
No, it's not that.
Mi compadre.
It's when you actually like click on the share, like, and it pops up the window usually.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't see it this time. 1 second.
There is Drew Barrymore. Hello, Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree with Brother Marcus. I looked up the pictures side by side, and they don't really look all that similar.
Yeah, sometimes they don't. So, yeah.
When everybody's ready, my wife wants everybody's opinion. Just let me know when you're ready. She wants opinion on this freaking monstrosity behind me that she just got off my sister. I think if you can't see it, it's some fun, new, fantastic lamp thing. She thinks it's amazing. I think it's just another bit of clutter in the house. But I don't know, maybe it's a woman thing. Has anybody got an opinion so I can tell my wife we don't need it? And I don't want women...
No, that's between you and your wife. I'm not going to get involved in your business.
Yeah, I think that's more of like a personal issue.
Here we go. This is
nothing.
I was at this play that I've loved so much. I've seen it twice now, Anne Juliet. So Anne Juliet is a play where what if Juliet didn't die with Romeo? And a lot of it is influenced by Shakespeare's wife. And her name is Anne Hathaway. Then I did a little digging.
What'd you learn?
There's a conspiracy theory.
Okay.
About your husband. And I feel like I actually just need to bring up the picture that he might be William Shakespeare reincarnated.
Well,
because look.
It's kind of nuts, right?
I thought it was, it took seeing the photo for me to go, oh, I should take this seriously.
It's weird, right? Hot.
When are they going to do this about me and Gandalf?
Gandalf.
Oh my god, that's a good one, bro. I would hand you a high five, bro. That was a great
I
one,
was
bro.
going to ask you about that earlier. I was going to ask you if you like the Lord of the Rings. I was literally going to be like, yeah, he's so a Loda fan, 100%. Like,
I am actually a fan, but I'm not like that kind of fan that understands all the lore. Do you know why I'm a fan of Lord of the Rings? I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to cheat, right? My mate Calvin tried to get me into it. I was like, no, my game is better fan. I was a dickhead kid. But I once wanted to say that the only way I was going to prove that I wasn't what everybody said I was when I was seen as a statistic idiot was if I was going to be able to write a book, which they said I'd never be able to do because I was dyslexic and I didn't understand your language, as in English and stuff. and so I said that before I write a book, I must first read a book because I'd never read a book before. And I forced myself to read The Hobbit.
Oh,
nice. Oh, that's great. That's great.
And it's the only book I've ever read.
Hobbit was your first book.
The only book I've ever read. I've read my own books. I've read my own books that I've written, but I've never read another person's.
Oh my God. Wow, that's crazy.
That's crazy,
That
bro.
is-
Because that's really because you have a lot of information, like a lot of it, you know.
This has been the last 13 months has been like watching a flower. I know I'm explaining it a little bit. Oh, look at me. Well, if you watch a flower grow for 12 years and it never bloody blossoms and then finally starts blossoming, in the last 13 months I've been able to articulate myself, not correctly, but in a way that I went through so many mistakes. I don't know if anybody's heard of this gentleman called Anthony Magnabosco. Anthony Magnabosco is an epistemologist that spent 4.5 hours.
Oh my God, street epistemology? Holy
yeah, he
crap.
spent.
Yeah, I've heard about him.
I have footage of Anthony Magnabosco speaking with me for almost 4.5 hours of my claims that I was Jesus Christ, and he couldn't prove them incorrect. I also told him that.
Wait! What? Wait, you claim that you're Jesus Christ? What?
Well, my claim actually was that I'm Jesus Pantheon, the soon return of Christ, one who understands the logic of what God is, the last druid, and the Pendragon of Camelot. But
Wait! What?
All to entice him into a conversation. He got in and didn't disprove anything. I convinced him that good and evil weren't real, that were poison in reality. And after 4.5 hours, I have the footage to say that he would get back to me and then ghosted me for 6 months because I gave to him.
Damn.
I can actually send it back, but Anthony Magnabosco wrote to me to say that he didn't want me to reveal any of this stuff. He isn't going to put it out there. And if anybody asks, I can trust that man. Maybe I would give it to DNW if he wasn't a dick, but I would give that footage to people who I trusted wouldn't review it because Anthony doesn't want it revealed, to show and prove to him that this did happen. In fact, I could have my wife come on and prove it, but that wouldn't be proving anything. But anyway.
Crazy. If you want, we can do a watch party.
Watch party. Yeah.
I'd be into
Yeah.
that.
Hell yeah.
You guys can explain to me what that is later once I haven't been drinking sherbet, because I have a tendency the next day to go, what the
Well,
fuck?
Crazy. How do you want to do that watch party? Do you want to send me the video, or do you want me to, or do you want to present screen from your side?
Right, I see what you're saying. How's best to do it? See, if we watched live off my screen would be best, because I've got it right. And what they saved it on was this diary. Right, guys, you have to forgive me. There was this the diary thing, and it records everything and notes everything, and you can watch it back, the transcript, and watch the actual video of it all back. And you can watch it if you want, guys, and watch the entire interview and just tell me how you think. Right, and this was raw. This was over 13 months ago when I started being able to just slightly communicate this nonsense that was in my head, first of all. And yes, I presented my argument as I said. I want to be egotistical, tell him, say I was Jesus Christ and everything, but the whole point was I was still saying the same things I'm saying to you about good and evil. I'm not going to go to that tonight. But yeah, right. Well, so that was my point, and I lured him into a certain trap, but I was always honest that it was always about truth. I still present that I'm the living, walking logos of God and love, but that's not for me to decide. I was just doing it egotistically to get them in a room. And once I got these epistemologists in a room, two of them were leading for 4.5 hours almost.
Good.
Yeah, they still couldn't prove any of my claims incorrect. In fact, they ghosted me for 6 months because they said, and I have evidence and receipts of me saying to them, could you help me speak to people like Matt Dillahunty and all that, so I can debate my notion of God and love and all these things to them and show them how the Bible is actually a Gnostic book and actually does prove the existence of God, and it is, and all these things. A different argument for him, but his exact reply was, no, these individuals wouldn't understand you at all. They don't understand this kind of knowledge or this kind of IQ. And so I kind of think he was helping me. And so that's why I say I would never want to release this video footage with anybody's mind to attack Anthony or anything. They didn't have to help me, but I think I even asked AI afterwards, I give it all the footage, and he said, no, I think these individuals didn't understand what they were dealing with. You didn't even understand what you were dealing with. It's taken you over 13 months to get a diagnosis of metacognitive IQ, not autism. And these individuals had no idea. So it's unfair to present them in that light. But if people want to do this in Gnosis just to see how raw I was back then in footage with established minds like Anthony Magnabosco and see how they dealt with it, and I think they were very professional. They just wasn't ready for me. I wasn't ready for me.
How did you cross paths? With this epistemologist?
Well, I mean,
can I answer that?
Yeah.
Right. So nothing. It was about 13 months ago. I was in a place where I wasn't fully understanding, but I was just wanting to scream so loudly of what I saw of reality, and I couldn't. And I was arguing with doctors, and eventually I reached out on I'm pretty sure it was the atheist experience, but I may have been incorrect. I may have put it on a different page. And it was just that I have a claim that I may have a delusion in my head, but I believe this. I think, like I was saying, it was Jesus Christ, that God is real. I can prove what love is. All these things I believe to be true, and I'm willing to admit that I'm not. If someone can show me, I need help. And out of nowhere, Anthony Magnabosco got in touch with me personally and just said, I'm really interested in this.
Oh, wow.
Can you speak with me? And I said, yes. Now, after being ghosted for 6 months after these 2 interviews, with him leading to believe I was going to have another interview with them, they were going to help me. And all they did is they said, I have 10 questions for you. Will you answer them? And I said, can I ask you 10 questions? Well, and they said, yes, anything you ask. I will present those questions they asked me and what I answered them and the questions I asked them. Now, I even asked, AI doesn't mean anything, but I asked AI because it was only outreach, what did I do incorrect? And he said, Carl, you ask questions that not an epistemologist wants to answer because you have that ability. So that's what happened, brother. That's all. So that's all it was. And you guys can make that determination for yourself. But again, really raw. I mean, you think you guys got me bad at all, because I'm playing these characters to see how I fit in. But my wife deals with this every day, and I can be a handful because sometimes I just don't get your world. I don't get all the.
And that's how you know you belong. That's how you know you belong here. Then.
Yeah, I've said that to DNW. Look, no matter what you give me, put me in the back room, put me in timeout. I'm always going to try and be myself. But anytime you say, Carl, you got to change that character, you can't come on. I'll do that for you. I'm just testing things and see how they go. I even download the whole transcript of last night's show, which I always do, and sit there arguing how awesome I am and you guys are shit, and I wait to defend some more. The only thing it did say is unlucky and dear W Crazy owned you all night, and even the audience.
Yeah.
So.
Do you want me to put that up on my channel and say Grazy annihilates DNW?
No, yes, I do want you to do that, DNW. Let's see if you can do that. Yes, I would like you to do that. Yes.
All right, I'll do that.
We'll see.
So Grazy Guru annihilates DNW by popular vote.
Yep, that's what happened last night.
No, and of his own making against Grazy's better judgment.
I think by popular vote's enough. Come on.
All right, I agree with you, but I would have preferred it my way if I could have had it.
All right. What time will I put it at? Yeah, I'll put it in the morning, okay?
I don't actually want it, but now I want it more than anything because he offered it. So just so you're ready.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay. Well, it will go live in the morning for you.
No, the only thing I really wanted to know, because I was confused, bless him, I was hoping he'd be on tonight, is objective ethics. I thought he was playing with me at the end and joking about the circles and the squares. But chat, well, I say chat because that's what I've always called it, but it's Grok that I use because I'm on X. It explained to me that no, ethics wasn't that. He was explaining what normal people do, and they see a square and a circle and they believe that it's real. You weren't incorrect, but of course, neither were they. You were just talking about you're doing it all fucking night, Carl. Oh, sorry, sweating. All night, Carl, and that is talking past people and them talking past you. It was never one and not the other. You were all just as bad as each other. And actually, I think the AI had actually a good time laughing at us all. But it did say it was really entertaining. Didn't say anybody was anything particular. Actually, really praised for Fatima, saying Fatima was the most logical and consistent of us all night. And said something about...
Did I say I was rude or silly?
He said me, you, and Danny Shine were the worst, basically. I don't know if anybody did agree, but that's what it just said. Us three were like children. The rest was actually not too bad. It had mixed emotions about Chickpea, and I don't want to repeat them, and I'm not going to. You can't make me.
Okay.
Oh,
sounds about right. She's a bit of a Marmite character.
But DNW, anybody can do this. They can go in your description of any of your shows.
I was just going to say, I actually have done it as well. I've done it too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. You can download
the transcript.
Yes, what you do is in your description, there's transcript. So if you put more, you hit transcript, and on the side of your screen, you will see the whole transcript with all timestamped and everything. You can now, because you do lovely long shows, it does take a minute to highlight the bloody thing.
I would imagine.
Yeah. And then once you do it, I by the way, I don't mind sharing these DNW to you, the transcripts. You don't have to do it, and people can put up so you can stick in the description, because I put them in PDFs. And then what I do is I'm not there like, ooh, was I better than everybody? No, I am. I do that sometimes, but I won't tell you about that one because that's egotistical. But no, I'm just there just saying, look, shut up, DNW. You know it's true. I'm there
Where
just
do I
saying,
get
hey,
the transcript for it?
I'll send it to you. But if you go in,
know how to get the transcript of your own videos, you just go into
leave him
Yeah, I know that, but
alone.
you just, on the YouTube, I can't do it on YouTube. I do it through another website. You just copy and paste the URL in.
Yeah, no. All right, then. So he's teasing it, right? On your description, and for all those at home, you just hit description, you look at more, and on the video, you'll see at the bottom there's transcript. You hit there, and then the transcript often comes up as to my right. I hope I said that right. I've had a few bits right, but my right, the transcript often comes up. Now, I don't know how to select it all without messing it all up. So what I do is I just go to the beginning and then I highlight and scroll it all down. I don't know if anybody's the same. And once I've got it all,
Control A. get it all, and then just
DNW. Do you know what I really do it for? Just so you know, so you sleep nicely tonight. I go in and I go, did DNW say anything nasty about me after me off the internet? Did he say, I bet his wife shut him down again, like the bait?
I bet
finger on his.
did it as well.
It was. I asked. I said, "What did DW say afterwards? Did he get our stick out?" And do you know what it said? No, he's a bloody gentleman. Well, Crazy Guru, you always give him bad drip, and he's never like that. And I'm like, you liar. He paid you.
There you go.
There's no lies.
There you go. Oh yes, I can see the transcript now. Thank you for that.
Oh, nice.
So
Also,
yeah,
just give it the direct links. Sometimes it'll pull it direct, like automatically, if it's been a few days.
DNW, a really good thing that, like I said, I do, and you can share it because it's not mine, because Gnosis has never belonged to anybody. So you picked the right fucking show for this. Oh, swearing God, you picked the right show for this. Is that Finding Gnosis is all about sharing that transcript. So you stick in your descriptions. Now you understand how to do your codger. And you tell people, look, guys, as you do in your description, stick this into AI if you have to. Is freaking God knows how many hours long, and ask it questions. How many times did Crazy Guru destroy DNW that night? Did Crazy Guru beat him in every single poll that DNW?
Oh my God! What an egotistical maniac this man is.
All I've done is explain to him exactly what I was doing all afternoon. That he can figure. Yeah. I want you to think all night of all the things I asked Grok about you, DNW. I want you to tell
the
him.
whole thing. I'm trying to do that, but it doesn't let me.
Oh, yeah, right. Honestly, you start at 0, and I don't even do it 0 because it always messes me up. So I just go for the next comment down. I highlight just on the side bit, and then I just drag it. Yeah.
There's also online tools that can grab it for you. If you want.
I know you can do that's what I usually use, but for my live streams, for some reason, it doesn't work.
I tell you what,
it's not available for this.
If anybody
the websites you can do to put in you can copy and paste the URL in.
Try the URL and put it into an AI. It usually, if it's been a few days, it could read the transcripts depending on the AI.
Oh, wait a minute, DNW. I know exactly how to do this. What you do is this: you go, Gracie, share that one you did with me every single time, so I don't have to do this because you're twat and I lay you on my show.
I'm going to go into ChatGPT.
Actually, I want to know what chat says about it. Yeah, go in there and just say how much of a twat was Gracie. I don't know. Write whatever you want. I know what I wanted. Right? Ask a mystery. Did Crazy Guru contradict himself at all the night? Just so I can use it against him and show him up on the show right now. Because he claims he doesn't. He's superior than everybody else, but I really want to show him up. Find something on the Crazy Guru so I can wind him up right now, or something to that effect. Just so I can be the joke because I've had a few sherbets and I'm the one that egotistically brought this up. So,
Hold on a second.
Crazy.
All I heard was frothing at his mouth, like, how can I embarrass this prick? Oh, God, swearing. Sorry.
So who won? Who won? What else do you want me to write? Who won? What else, Crazy?
Oh, I don't know. Someone use the imagination. I feel he's so egotistical right now.
Listen, I've just done who won, and then I gave them the.
Right. Who won between DNW and the Crazy Guru? I'm interested. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll just write who won. It'd probably be objective ethics or something. Let's have a look. Searching for event winner. It's doing it right now.
This is so not Finding Gnosis, DNW. What are you doing to us? Anybody swear you've been drinking sherbets tonight? That sounds like I said Crazy Guru was amazing. DNW was an idiot and he doesn't want to tell everybody. Did everybody else hear that? Did anybody? No, just me? Okay. You didn't really write a one, did you? I mean, did you give it something specific like what did it think of the outcome of Crazy's rant about love, or or LA's idea of state and what was we talking about? It was state and rights, and how I claimed at outside state you can't have rights unless you give them to yourself or something. I don't know. Can anybody else remember anything from yesterday? Surely, Fatima, what happened, babe? Tell us.
Hi, I'm back. Can I remember what happened? Well, it started when with us talking about a hypothetical about the parenting and stuff like that, and then you were kind of arguing back and forth with DNW, and then if I remembered that the one dude,
the drill, yeah, it's got to be about the drill. I remember now the drill. Remember the drill. We got to talk about the drill. What did the AI think about us all rambling about the freaking DNW's drill? I need to understand.
It's doing it now. It's looking up for you. It's doing the work.
Yeah, nice. Okay, here we go. We're gonna learn
that's great. I'm waiting to see the drill, baby.
It said 404, not found.
Oh, that sounds like Trump.
Looks like it's having a problem.
Yeah, because it's a lot. It's a lot of words for a transcript because we have 5 hours of stream.
How it's doing
Oh, guys,
looking?
Rock turned around and said, "We're the craziest ever assured the way we would all talk over each other. It'd be spaghetti, and then come back to what did you say? Come back to." Said something, it was to do with like order or something, and then it would go crazy.
This
again.
is actually quite a fun thing to do. Actually,
it is.
What's it say? 1 second. I tried to retrieve the video's caption via YouTube API, but user.
You know what? I'm gonna try it on Grok now because Grok's always been able to do it.
Yeah, Grok did it. Grok did it with me this morning. Ready? I put it into Grok. I put the whole transcript in. It absorbed it all, and then it was just telling me stuff about it. But I was asking specific questions. Oh, pardon me, freaking other shirts. I was asking specific questions just about myself, like, "Hey guys, I'm trying to fit in. Was I too much?"
Do you want to share your screen, Brother Marcus? See what Grok says in real time, or?
Yeah, please do.
Give me a few. I just use it on my phone. I don't actually.
Oh right, no worries.
Yeah.
Hey, DNW, do you want to know what it said about you anyway? It did say some choicy words about me, you, and Danny Shine, to be honest. But do you want to know what it said about you?
Did it really? Did it really?
It did, yes.
Yeah.
It did say that.
Grok is the one that's famously quite. Let's just say it doesn't hold back, does it?
No, it doesn't. No. It said that it did this. It said this already.
In actual fact, I might be able to do it for you on Grok because I've got X.
No, do it. I hope everybody at home has fun doing this to take us all and not take things seriously.
I've never really used Grok that much. So to go on, let me just try and do this for you, mate.
Do you know what AI I use? Sometimes I use
go into Grok, and I'm going to put the URL of this. So. Find transcript and say who won any arguments.
Oh, DNW, don't change that. But another good thing to do with everything about, because I'm thinking about it with certain things, aspects of me.
So
but
if I just give it the URL, it will find it, right? I don't have to.
It will, but the best way I found was just to copy and paste the transcript and put it in. I have it on PDF. I can share it, but someone has to tell me how.
Yeah, you can do that way if you want to send it to the email that we have.
Wait, yeah. I tell you what, while you guys are trying to do that, I'm going to do that now just to give you the opportunity, because it shouldn't take long for me to send an email. I'll just have to go back to this. Oh, God, where did you get off this?
Bro, Marcus, I've got Grok up, mate, so it should be fine. You ready?
Nice. Okay.
Nice.
Well, that's a good idea to ask it to find transcript. I didn't even think to do that.
I'm doing it at the same time.
I'm amazed if it can do it.
I am as well. I'm actually intrigued. This is Gnosis right here. Oh, it's telling us.
No complete public trust. Okay.
Right.
Well. And Grok, you failed me.
Crazy Guru says the adult guardian is 100% responsible for negligence. No need to scold or label the child. Bad action. focus on why questions or non-confrontational responses. His own child rearing, unschooled, non-violent, prevents such issues, emphasizes avoiding trauma. Profit teach the child boundaries regardless. Ouchie, never do that. Okay, context matters. Broader panel, DW fantasy. Fear can be rational, positive for survival. For example, avoiding harm, but excessive fear leads to cowardice or control. Antinatalist angles criticize procreation due to yeah, it's a bit of a gobbledy kind of gook.
I'm gonna give Grok
No
this.
clear winners emerge on the child drill hypothetical and parental responsibility. The poll leaned heavily toward adult accountability, 82% giving a numerical edge to Crazy Guru or Crazy Guru. However, D Prophet and others push back effectively on the need for boundary teaching with no full resolution. Fear as a tool vs trauma mix. Some acknowledged rational fear for safety, survival, while others critiqued it as potentially harmful. Overall tone, philosophical exploration rather than victory. Participants reference personal experiences. Okay. No, I don't know. Okay, well, no clear, but it did say, look, we'll give it to you. I'm happy to give it to you. Don't worry.
Oh, don't be silly.
Guys, why is everyone so fixated on the last show? Like, what did I miss? I know you guys had like a war zone.
Oh, we was just playing. He's just acting out the ears because
we were having a bit of a bawdy kind of.
Yeah, you guys had a bit of a war zone on that one.
Yeah, it was a war zone for a bit.
Having fun.
Even his wife got involved and was calling us names. It was great. You got a good woman there, Gracie. She's sticking up for you. Back, you know?
Yeah.
Do you know what?
Sorry, Gracie. If you don't mind, sorry to interrupt. I never got to hear your take because I had to exit the chat. What was your take on the whole loneliness thing? Because I remember you came in for a bit and then you dipped out.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about it. Look, I thought I could come in and support the show and have a chat with you, but as you could see, there was no way. I was kidding myself. But the lone, like I said, I did mention about loneliness and lonesome, but I won't go down that end. I'd say that see, loneliness that you want, I'd say is very healthy. But loneliness that you don't crave, like the nobody fully truly understanding you or wanting to understand you, I get that. Now, I'm not going to link it back to NW. I'm not going to do that. But the things I teach, which, I often play this thing with and make the NW get pissed off at me, is that the things I teach take away loneliness. And they give certain parts of that back to you. So it's hard for me to answer the question without dragging it down to my rabbit hole, which I'm not going to do tonight. So I'll answer the best way I can. I like the loneliness I prefer, which is like at nighttime, I prefer to have time. I don't sleep in my wife's bed. As she sleeps upstairs, I sleep downstairs. I don't sleep upstairs in the bedroom. My son and my child and my wife sleep upstairs. I sleep downstairs. Why? I think that's nothing to do with sensitivity, nothing to do with any moral or ethical thing. I just prefer the cold downstairs. I like the hard floor and I prefer a thin mattress. My wife sleeps in the Goldilocks. She sleeps in mama bed. I can't do that. I like daddy bed's bed. Hard, stiff, cold, and down. Nobody please make a sexual joke out of that. My mind did that, but downstairs I prefer that. So I've lost track. What was the question again? Sorry about that. It's to do with the sherbet, but go on. What was the question?
No, it's all right. Yeah, it was just basically like, what was your take? What was your take on the topic? Yeah, because I never got.
All right, so not to take it out any too longer. That there's a loneliness that I prefer, and there's a loneliness that I think no human should ever. And I'll say this because people are going to say, "Hey, if I use the word suffer because I understand that's how you guys use it." No human should suffer, but I think there's a torturous nature to a certain loneliness that doesn't have to be there, and we can prevent by loving each other the way I've mapped love, not the way I say love, it's the way I've mapped love. And doesn't mean I'm correct, it just means the mapping was always there to be discovered, and I think I discovered it. So again, it's hard to answer the question truthfully and honestly because I don't want to drive the conversation down there, and I don't want to do it, not just because DNW or anybody else is saying things, because I don't want to. keeping the way we're doing it tonight. Another night I will answer that a little bit more honestly. But there's a certain loneliness that I love, and I think everybody should, and there's a certain loneliness that I don't love. And I mean that because it makes me feel ill. And that is, before I found this show, or you can get stop me with the NW now, gonna get him crying and everything. But before the show, I had a loneliness, because no one would ever listen to me or give me an arena just to be myself and either dismiss me admittedly or just accept me. But here I seem to have found weirdos like myself that seem to accept me a little bit more. I'm happy for that, and so long, even when DMW at times will stick me in the background for being a twat, I'll wait then to come on.
Whoa.
Oh, what?
Connection. Okay.
Yeah, if I'm still here. I hope that answered the question. I appreciate it and give you a full answer. But the reason I don't want to give a full answer right now is not because I want to be dishonest, is because I don't want to turn this about my normal shindig. I've had a drink. I've had a sherbet, and I'm really enjoying everybody's company and what everybody else is talking about tonight. Just know about me. So, did that help you?
Yeah, I remember you, but I don't know why I always call you Flickers, because that's the first time I encountered you on this.
Yes, that's true.
Are you okay with me calling you Flickers, or do you want me to call you Crazy? Or
I don't care if you call me twat. To be honest, the NW is way better.
No, I wouldn't.
No, whatever you feel comfortable calling me with, as long as I understand you're referring to me, I'll respond.
Do you know what, Crazy, Flickers? I have to say, I might not agree with you on everything, but I like certain things. I like certain things you say, and you know, yesterday I caught a snippet of what you said about the, and I don't want to take it back there, so please, nobody think I am. But what you said, if you've reached that level, brother, then I have a lot of respect, because I can understand you. You're a very deep metaphysical guy. So when you say certain things, like, you're not talking about them on a conventional level. I would like to think you're talking about them on an ultimate level. So you said something like, I'm just paraphrasing, by the way, like, if someone did X, Y, Z, you could always come to me for forgiveness, and an easy level to reach, because human beings we're all plagued with egos. And what that just reminded me, I don't know, are you familiar with that chap called Rumi? He was big in the Sufi community in a long time ago. Jalaluddin Rumi, his name was. He's quite appreciated in the West.
All I can say is I have to claim ignorance completely on this person. I recognize the name Rumi, but other than that, I couldn't tell you anything else. Listen.
But what you said, I took something from one of his quotes. It's a very beautiful quote. He said, I'm paraphrasing as well, yeah, I think Fatima will know better than me, but it's something along the lines where he's like, he goes, there's a place beyond good and evil, beyond love and hate.
Yeah.
And he said, he goes, meet me there, but as lovers. And it's not like in a sexual or romantic way, but you understand what I mean? Like,
the version I know is there's a place between right doing and wrong doing.
Beyond, beyond,
and I'll meet you there. That's the version I think I remember. And the person I remember saying this, I think, is a gentleman called Alan Watts. I don't know if you guys know this.
He got a room. I like Alan Watts, old school guy. But he's like, he said there's a place beyond good and evil, beyond love and hate. Meet me there, but as lovers. And when he says lovers, he doesn't mean like in obviously a sexual or romantic way. His meaning is just like pure.
No diddy, bro. No diddy.
Yeah. So I respect what you said, man, because it's not easy to do that. I mean, like, even me, I struggle with, because we have egos in it, and when somebody
it is easy to do that, and when you realize how to do it, but it's not. Easy to do it.
I do think. If some of us try to aspire to be like that, whether we reach that level or not, the world would be a better place, you know, because like we all have like sort of bad things that we do, and then there's the added layer of guilt that we carry, you know what I mean? Because it's like, oh shit, what is so and so gonna think of me now because I did this or I said that, and then if we could all be received like that, I think the world could heal faster.
It would. It would. And by the way, guys, we don't say it enough. Gracie does have epic hair.
Yeah, he does, bro. Yeah.
Epic hair all over.
And the beard, it suits you, bro. You look like a druid level 10, bro. From back, you know, like those wise druids, bro. Like,
yeah.
I like it, man.
Kugaduma, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. You're back again. Can't stay away. Good to have you back, obviously. Obviously, feel free to interject at any time with your pearls of wisdom, much needed.
Yeah, I just got off making a video, hour and a half, to explain how. I'm not promoting my video on your stream. I'm just saying that hour and a half to explain why no fuel leads to no food. So, for anybody who's interested in some science and engineering, there you go.
Thanks, Cougar Doomer. It sounds interesting because I'm always interested in like your topics about climate, science, and change. Yeah.
Where did everybody think of the AI result I got that Fatima was the actual based person all last night, and me, DNW, and what's his name again? Oh yeah, Danny Shine. I did it on purpose, be too weird to ask, but I love Danny really, right? But me, Danny, and DNW were the biggest children.
They do say AI it's just not up to scratch yet.
Oh, shut up. I asked everybody else, not me, DNW, and Danny Shine. We apparently were the clowns of the night.
But you can't understand high level thought at the moment, you know.
Did everybody agree that Fatima was the solid level head that kept the show going last night?
I tried to be. I tried because usually I'm actually the person that like makes a lot of crude comments and jokes whenever like a certain someone is on the show, but like I try to be as level-headed as possible, and like yesterday I think I was trying to be as chill as possible. Yeah,
Fatima, for a whole hour I tried to convince AI that no, Fatima didn't bring anything. I was the star of the show, and for a whole hour AI spent telling me no, you're delusional. You may have had great points. DNW don't need to speak because it trounced him. It said he was an idiot, but it said that even though I had great points, my attitude and childish nature denounced that, and Fatima raised above everybody as the adult in the room. So, I mean, I don't like to admit it, and I think like DNW that the AI was just taking sides. But what does everybody else think? Did everybody agree that Fatima with the adult of the room and me, DNW, and Danny with the children of the room? I don't know. I'm just asking.
I mean,
I think you're getting
you can go DNW.
Carried away with one small victory. Remember, that was just a little battle in the war that continues, Crazy.
It's not about us, DNW. We was talking about Fatima. Look how he turns it all about him.
Don't get too comfortable. Remember, I may have just been testing you out, seeing what you're about, and you might have used all your ammunition, and I might have a lot in reserve. So
yes, I may have used all my ammunition. I may have.
The war continues, Crazy. Kugaduma, as you were, brother, you were telling us about fuel shortages leading to food shortages. You don't have to tell us the ins and outs of how that is, but can you tell us why you made that video? Is it because you feel we are destined to suffer this in the very near future?
Yeah, it's timing is always a problem, and that's a fair complaint against the kind of speculative science that I'm doing. But I've actually been, probably like maybe most of us, I've just been watching the news lately, and because I am distinctly interested in the collapse of civilization, and I think that will proceed at some point, I'm watching the news with a particular slant. I take these things seriously. So what I've been hearing is that, for example, some data points. Australia has run out of diesel. I can explain why that is, but I won't. The Philippines have run out of fuels in general. South Korea is rationing fuels for drivers and telling people to drive less or they'll be forced to drive less. The UK is running out of aviation fuel and diesel. There was a tanker full of fuel, I think it was diesel. It was headed for either the UK or some part of Europe, and it got turned around and sent somewhere else because someone with a greater need and a deeper pocket pirated it and took it and paid the penalties for breaking contract. It paid everything, took it, and it went away. It disappeared. So this is the shit that's going down, people. I don't know if you believe it. I don't know if you care. I don't know if it applies to you. but it's going down. This is it.
Can
This
you
is
just
the
say
this
that?
is the
Can you
big
say that
turn-up.
again about the pirate? Who pirated what? Sorry, say that again.
We don't know who. Okay, I call it piracy, but what it was is that there was a tanker full of diesel headed for a destination. I wish I could remember if it was the UK or Europe, but it didn't arrive. It wasn't because it was pirated. It's because somebody swooped in, probably with a phone call. Okay, swooped in. We don't know. It's a mystery.
Okay, so
Somebody.
like when I use Illuminati.
Maybe someone bribed the captain, or maybe bought it at a cheap, paid more than.
Well, this is all contracts. Okay, this is all done with contracts. It all happens on the mercantile exchange. And so somebody came in and said, "I know this cargo has been sold. I want to buy the contract." And what the captain would say is, "I can't break the contract. It costs me money to break contract." And the buyer would have said, "I'll break the contract and I'll pay the penalty. You just have to turn around and bring it my direction, and I'll pay the extra for everything." So somebody basically purloined. It's not really theft. It's because it's just overbidding. It's overbidding. But it is theft because they broke a contract.
Wow, that's pretty fucked up. I mean, they said they're basically willing to pay whatever the damages are to the person who was originally meant to get the fuel, which would be a considerable amount. So that just shows you how much the price has gone up. Wow.
Exactly. And also, and this is what's really concerning, it doesn't necessarily stop at the price. The bigger problem, and the problem I addressed in my video, is availability. Most people will pay the price.
Was the risk worth it? Whatever they risked in pissing off, and I mean that not in geography. Whatever they risked pissing off, not delivering on, because I'm trying to follow along. I don't know it all. I will listen, but whoever they risked pissing off, not delivering on, was the risk of giving it to whoever they may have given it to worth it? Can you see the risk was worth it?
Okay, well, guess what? It was, because it happened. Now, we don't know who the players are, because all of this happens with anonymous phone calls or brokers who are using VPNs, or who knows how this happens, right? They just purloined it. They just said, "I know what it's worth. I know where you're going, but I'm going to pay you a lot of fucking money to bring it to my port instead." And somebody said, okay, fine.
I'm asking.
Yes,
I'm not denying. I'm saying this already because I want to get on the same length as you already. I have no understanding of this. I want to understand what you're saying. Are you saying someone paid not only the worth of what's gone missing, the obviously the risk, not the risk, sorry, the penalty, but also supplied enough for the risk of pissing their customer off to give to them? Which would that have been like a really handsome amount, not even worth the thing? So it was obviously really needed, or are you just saying that this is fun and games people play regularly on each other? Because I'm always looking at the risk. What was the risk worth it?
Yeah, and that's fine, and that's actually really a really sensible approach. But look, it could have happened that, remember, this is all companies. None of these are countries. These are all corporations. It could be that the higher bidder may have actually contacted the other company that was the company of destination, and may have told them, "I know you bought this and you have customers of your own, but I'm willing to outbid you and pay you to let me outbid you on the high seas. The tanker is en route. I'm willing to pay you twice what you paid for this so that I can have it." And the company who was the company of record on the contract may have simply said, "Wow, you're going to pay me double? Fine, give me the money." And that could be how this works, okay? But the point is, there were customers who were expecting that fuel to be delivered. And what they're going to hear is that, well, because the force is out of my control, I wasn't able to bring that tanker to port. Now, no one's going to know what that means, but that's what happened. Now, what you have to kind of think about and understand is that these are symptoms of something that is not being discussed. And that is something I've alluded to in the past on this forum, which is that we are probably in the end game. This may be the end game. And in the end game, people start behaving differently.
What do you mean by endgame? And I'm not trying to be a dick, because I got an endgame scenario myself. I'm not going to share you. I want to hear your. Does anybody know Cougar's endgame? I'd be willing to listen to it. What do you mean by endgame?
Okay, first of all, for those who are not familiar with the term, it's a term from chess, the end game. Well, it could be any game, Go or checkers or anything else. But the end game is when both players are looking at the board or the arena, and they're saying, okay, we know how this ends. You're going to move your queen. I'm going to move my bishop. You're going to take my bishop. I'm going to take your rook. And then the game is over. Checkmate. So they play the end game really fast. There's no argument about what the best move is. You move your queen. I move my rook. I move my bishop. And then we declare checkmate. Okay, the end game is already set. People know the moves.
Is the end game, whoever they is, the placeholder, has achieved the targeted goal, whatever that may be. Is that what you mean by end game, yeah?
That we both agree what the end of the game will look like, meaning checkmate. We both see that there's going to be a checkmate. We're just going to move the pieces very quickly to end the game legally, so everyone can see the pieces got moved, and then everyone will agree who won, and then we'll clear the board, and we'll start another game. So the end game is particular. It's how you end the game quickly, because you both agree on the outcome.
Well, the question I have is, and again, I'm only interested, and I think this is really interesting, to be honest. I don't know about anybody else, but maybe because of service, but this end game, is it decided between two players or just one?
Well, okay, so the example of chess, where the term originates, is two players. Now, in the world stage, dealing with fuels and warfare and commodities prices and geopolitics, that game, which is a multi-dimensional chess game with hundreds, if not thousands of players, the end game is a little more complicated. But everyone plays the end game, their own end game. And for some of them, it's money. For some of them, it's commodities. For some of them, it's territory. For some of them,
subjective end games, yeah? Individual subjective end games.
Individuals or small groups. Like Russia, China, and North Korea may have a particular game they're playing. But the UK and Europe may have a different game. And who knows what Donald Trump is doing. So they're all playing the same game with different objectives in mind, but they're all moving very quickly at this point because it's the end game. And when you're in the end game, you play fast and hard and loose, and you get what you can get as fast as you can get it. And if we're in the end game, I expect different moves from players than I would expect if we were in a sustainable game. If it's the end game, then we're done. And done is a different type of game.
Cougar, you know this end game, is this systematic, so it's done on a mass scale for the what we would often refer to the elites, who or other people have different mapping of this, but this end game, is it is it something from an individual level, or is it like and I don't want to say mass like we all know about it, but it's done by elitist types that decide our future or what's best for it? Is that what the end game is decided for?
Yeah, I think your summary and your instinct about what it probably involves is largely correct. For one thing, you and I can't really know. I don't run with these dogs. Okay, I'm not in that pack, so I don't really know what they're doing. I can hear what they're doing. I can see some of the manifestations of it. So can you. My sense is, because I follow this closely, is that they, whoever they are, the Rothschilds, the Illuminati, whoever they are, pick your poison. Whoever they are, they have entered the end game. They are playing an end game. They don't care. Trump attacked Iran. People say, well, they're going to close the straits. He doesn't care because he's playing the end game. He doesn't care what happens. And so if they close the straits, it's fine.
Cougar, I can't tell you that all these individuals have an end game, but I can tell you it's plausible they do. Do you want to know why? Because I have an end game myself. So if simple old me can have an end game, then there's no way on earth someone can convince me that individuals with great power and influence who think like me, they're delusional, are God, but they have the power to act in that way. They can certainly have end games, and so I can sympathize with what you're talking about with end games. I'm just trying to narrow in, is there any particular end game that you can see with it. I'm going to use the word smell because you brought it into that territory. But when I say smell is, like I said, the placeholder for Illuminati is it's not necessarily one thing. It's just a label you use for something you can't quite see, but there's a blur there, and you go, something freaking did that. When you smell something in this sense, do you smell anything in particular? And I'm not talking about scent of it. I'm talking about from your experience. Does anything stand out in all of this that says, look, this hits me more than anything else? This is an end game that I can see these individuals playing that affects me directly. Or are you more empathic of seeing it affecting more of a global or national scale?
Yeah, and none of this is probably personal to me. It will be, but right now, I don't feel that any of this is aimed at me or even people like me or people like you. The end game, to answer the other question, though, is this is geopolitics. We've been entering the end game probably for 2 or 3 years now. I don't know who started this, but all this talk from Trump about seizing Greenland and seizing the Panama Canal, and the Chinese going to take Taiwan any day now. Russia threatening nuclear weapons every other week. This is definitely people giving up on.
Okay, you talk about Taiwan. Do they still have, right? I heard about this and I'm really interested, so I'm sorry for being curious. But do they have this thing, right? What is this porcupine thing? They said Taiwan, they give them, is it guns or something? And they give this a porcupine effect that America did because of this threat of invasion to it. Does anybody understand what that is and can explain it to me? What is this porcupine thing?
Yeah, sure. It's a strategy. I've heard about it too. I think probably many other people have. But it is part of the end game. So this is on topic, actually. What the strategy for Taiwan, and actually it's also the strategy we're seeing in Iran play out right now. The porcupine strategy is the porcupine. The porcupine doesn't have claws and weapons and all these kind of things. He has spines. He's covered with spines, and he just walks through the forest, not giving a fuck. And so when some animal, cougar or leopard or tiger or something, the wolf wants to jump on the porcupine just says, yeah, go at it. And they get a face full of quills. So the porcupine just walks about the forest and does his thing. So Taiwan, and as we've seen recently, Iran, because they did this, it played out, they don't really care when the Chinese attack. They're just going to be so covered with hazardous things, spines, whether they're missiles or revetments or minefields or
logos. We get it. Yeah, go on. You're talking about the logos. We get it. The porcupine. Yeah, they're making themselves impenetrable with whatever defense they can. Yeah, I think I slightly get it, but yeah, that's what you're talking about. Yeah,
it's called the porcupine defense, and it means you don't have an offense. The porcupine animal doesn't have an offense. It's an inoffensive animal, but it has a layered defense, and it works. So Taiwan
is that true in nature? You saying that an actual porcupine has this? I don't know anything about porcupines. Is this?
Yeah, porcupines are mammals. They're chewing animals. They're not hunters. They're herbivores, and they are covered with spines. And there's all kinds of porcupines. There are different species, but their overall characteristic is that their back and their flanks are covered with long quills that have barbs on them. And they have the characteristic.
Yeah.
No, they're not offensive themselves,
cool.
and they don't attack with their spines. They don't run at you and hit you with their spines. They just waddle around. They're kind of clumsy, kind of stupid, and they waddle around looking for things to eat and mates to have sex with, and all the things you do when you're dumb and slow. But they have this defense, and they don't have to worry about anything because they have this defense. They're like a walking castle.
And this is what this phenomenon is based upon. Yeah, this porcupine does this, so we're not going to make Taiwan offensive. We're going to just say, look, here's your. They give them ordnance like Americans, of course, guns. Yeah, of course, us British don't have that. But and said, look, I'm gonna be plain tongue. These bitches cross the sea to try and but they cross the water to try and do anything. Shoot bitches. Yeah, I get it. The American Wild West, and this is the porcupine defense as you see it. Yeah.
Yeah, and Iran definitely did this because as soon as they didn't advertise anything. They just said, if you attack us, you're going to pay for it. And so the Trump and the Israelis did, and there was a lot of damage that was incurred. For example, American air bases, military bases in the Gulf region were pretty much wiped out. There were like 12 American military facilities that were sort of, well, they're kind of not inhabitable anymore.
I haven't heard about this. Is this true? I'm just asking, does everybody else understand this? I'm not calling you a liar. I'm saying this is actually new to me. I didn't know any of this.
It's not covered in the media.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, so you understand, and I've looked at it for what to understand what's going on, and I don't know, anybody can tell me, but from what I've watched, even, is it Asmongold? I even watched this young gentleman just to see if all the youngsters were watching, if they would say the same thing. Everything I watched hasn't told me anything that you're saying, Cougar. I'm not saying you're incorrect because I understand how propaganda works. So tell me how you see it. Is American losing forces? Because as far as I'm concerned, America is, fuck yeah! Swearing, Carl.
Okay.
They're doing amazing. You were giving me a different impression. You don't think that's what's happening right now, no?
Okay, okay, so more than one thing can be true. America has a very potent attack military. The F-35, the F-22, even the Thunderbolt. Of course, they have these enormous aircraft carriers. They have Marine expeditionary units, the 82nd Airborne. All this stuff is being mobilized. The 82nd Airborne can pretty much take over anything that is attainable from the air. So it's like special forces, except there's 1,000 of them instead of 10. There's no question that America has a lot of throw. However, America has air bases. These are stationary. They're not armored. They have weak defenses, and they're in the Persian Gulf. So there's air bases in Iraq, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Well, they're not that well defended. I mean, they can't be. They're useful, but they're stationary, they're easy to locate, and everyone knows where they are. So when the offensive started, and the F-35s and the B-52s and the B-2s and the B-1s and the bombs and the penetrators and the sex and the grab them by the pussy and everything else happened, the Iranians said, okay, that's fine, you do that. We're a porcupine. And so they started firing. I heard today it was 5,700 ballistic missiles into neighboring Gulf countries where the U.S. had air bases. And they've been raining fire on the U.S. air bases so hard that the U.S. service people had to leave and bivouac in local hotels. They're basically working from home, and or at least they're staying. They can't be in the barracks because it's all been blown to rat shit. And no, you don't hear about this because the Trump-controlled media isn't going to talk about this. Donald Trump came out. No, it was his FCC chairman.
Why do you think this war is happening, Cougar? What? Because I've heard you say some heated things about Trump. I have got no fight in this war. I'm barely Welsh, but British at best. From your opinion, why do you think this war with Iran is happening? And I'm guessing it's a war now, yeah? From my limited knowledge, it's been gone over a week now and people are still bombing each other as far as I'm aware. I don't know. But cool, why do you think the war is happening? What's the main reason you can see for this war?
Yeah, there's a lot of theories. I actually heard one last night from this Professor Zhang character who's kind of hot on the internet right now.
Do you agree with the Zhang character, or do you have a different opinion?
I listened to him because I understand his approach. He's using game theory and psychohistorical analysis, and these are legitimate practices. There's different ways to practice them, but that's what he's doing. So it's a legitimate approach. You can disagree with what he thinks is happening. He thinks the same thing that I'm thinking, and I thought this separately. And then he has reinforced my thinking. Which
wait a minute. He thinks what you're thinking, or you think what he's thinking? I'm interested.
No. I was thinking this before I recognized that he was thinking the same thing. So, what I think is we're in the end game, and what he said, we're in the end game. So, the pieces have been set on the board. And the board is moving. The board is in motion. And things are going to happen a certain way. Now, you don't have to believe him. and you don't have to believe me. He's far deeper into this than I am. I simply sense that we're in the end game. And he's saying, okay, this is what the end game actually looks like. And this has been going on for 20 years. And so it's intriguing to see somebody who actually has the ladder, the escalation ladder, all written out, ready to go. That's cool. I found that interesting because I don't have an escalation ladder. I just have pieces moving on a board. So he thinks we're in the end game. I think we're in the end game. As for who did this and why, again, there are dozens of players. They all have different reasons, but it's the same game, and it's coming to an end. And what you want to call that game, you could call it global industrialized civilization. You could call it the petrodollar. You could call it overhanging debt obligations.
Okay, when you say global, do you think everybody's involved in it, or when you say global, you're just referring to certain elitist countries, if I'm saying that correctly? When you say global, you're saying that everybody, not everybody is in me and you, generally, as in like all the elitist leaders involved in this, or do you think it's just a certain select people involved in it when you refer to the word global?
Okay, so what is it? There's 191 or 192 countries in the UN. Every one of those countries, something like that. We'll just roll with that. So, every one of those countries has a prime minister, a president, a minister of the interior, minister of whatever. There's going to be at every government, 192 countries. There's going to be 10 people. There's going to be 10 people for every government, and those 10 people are rich and influential, at least on some level. They can vote in the UN. So that means we've got 10 times 192. We have 1,920 people, actual human beings, who are running the world. Some are more important than others. Some of them have oil to export. Some of them have weapons to export. We have 192 people who do these things, and these people run the world through the UN and through trade agreements and everything else. On top of that, we have another couple thousand super wealthy oligarchs who nobody knows their names, can't find them in a country register as being important, but they run the world through money and finances. And on top of that, we've probably got another couple of thousand people who are just buying and selling stock, buying and trading treasuries, who can influence the world through causing economic turmoil. So there may be 8,000 people who run the world, either deliberately or on accident.
Cougar, it's into when you were pristine. Any of these people you see as running the world, and I promise you, I'm really intrigued in this actually. But do you see any of your Pristine's view? I think it was her view, or she was quoting someone else's view about more reptilian individuals, whether it be prehistoric kind of ours or alien formed. Do you see any of that, or does that go beyond what you're seeing right now? Because I'm not mocking you. I'm just saying, does it go beyond what you've said so far, which I think there's a couple of relevant points there. Does it go into pristine or anything that someone else said about reptilians or anything like that? Do you see any of that, or is that a bit too far for you?
That's too far for me. I wouldn't do that.
I was just interested to see if I could link something with something else.
That's fine, and definitely go wherever you want to go with this. And I'm not the only one having these thoughts or making these observations. All I'm doing is making observations.
I agree with you. You're not the only one with these thoughts and observations. To be honest, there's nothing incorrect in what you're saying. I actually, what do you, DNW? Do you, if he's here, Fatima, if DNW is not, having a whiskey, but does anybody else not agree? But anybody see anything similar to what Cougar's saying about like? How there's, I'm going to put it down to orchestration, Cougar, that there is some sort of orchestration to these things and how they happen and why they happen, and that it's not what we've been told.
Yeah, I'm actually okay with that. We would have to talk about that. And I know you just asked Fatima a question, but if we were going to talk about that, we would have to sit down and have a discussion, because I haven't wrapped my head around this. I'm a climate scientist, so I have to go certain places because I know that certain things are happening that are going to be detrimental. But apart from that, I don't spend a lot of time in this area. This really isn't my wheelhouse.
No, Cougar, right? Do you know what I used to say to individuals? I used to be scared to get up and sing karaoke when back in the heyday when I was young and I used to run a karaoke DJ. I used to say this already: it's not X Factor, love. Just get up and sing your heart out and have a laugh. Everybody will clap for you. So this is finding Gnosis, and I'm sure DNW, if he wasn't sipping whiskey right now, would tell you, brother, you're doing the correct thing. This is the place to come for this. Even me, who claims to be the greatest Gnostic of all mankind, still comes to the finding Gnosis because that's where they'll have us, brother. So I'm listening, and I think that as DNW and Fatima and all that do on a nightly basis here, is we listen to each other and. There's similarities to certain things, I think, not exact, but similarities, and it's always interesting to hear how someone else sees these things. So you are looking at the fact that there is some sort of orchestration up there, and you can smell it. And I'm with you, and I think many people, other people are. In fact, I think that's how people like Joe Rogan and even here, where we have the likes of. What's that English twat? The actor's name. I actually like him. Russell Howard. No, Russell Grant, isn't it? That's Russell Grant.
Russell Brand, yeah.
Yeah, I actually think he's a great guy. He makes me laugh. I mean, I think I could have a great barbecue with that guy and enjoy my company with him.
I prefer the likes of David Icke. I think he's like better than Russell Brand.
I see what you're saying. I'm not saying about his knowledge. In fact, yeah, David Icke could actually entertain me a lot further in sense of knowledge, but Russell Grant's got the human charismatic nature that I like. But I'm just saying that, everybody's got a take, and they've all got similar views you are. They can all smell the same thing you're claiming to smell. Even I do, to a degree. I just think it's really interesting to hear everybody's point of view, and hence the reason finding Gnosis is because we listen to what you've got to bring to everything. So, no, you're not in the incorrect place, but if you were, I wouldn't be here. So, it's nice to hear what you see, and it's nice to see others smell this, whether it's true or not. You smell something that's different to others, which is what I think DNW put the show on for. Well, at least I hope that is, because that's why I come here for. It's not the show, but Fatima, do you agree that that it's really refreshing to hear that some people smell something different, and that that's what the show is about?
Yeah, everyone has their own, I guess, like their own way of smelling things, right? Yeah, in like a metaphorical sense,
Cougar, how does that make you feel? Are you happy that at least that we're encouraging that it's nice to have people smelling a different reality and wanting to express how they see things?
Yeah, it's I don't have an agenda to convince anybody of anything. I'm sort of a dispassionate observer. I came on Finding Gnosis, just to give you my background in case you don't have it, because I wrote a book basically on these topics. And DW found out about it and invited me on here to talk about my book. And so I've been hanging around since, because I find a receptive community, and that's always a good thing to find.
What's it called?
My book?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. It's on Amazon, and it's called "It Was 100 Days," and the number 100. It was 100 days, and it's a collapse novel, but it's the end of oil. It's the end of oil, and what happens to people, and how they cope, and how they survive after the end of oil. It's complicated. It's long. Lots of essays. Lots of explainers.
I'm seeing so many versions of 100 Days. What's the art? Is it the name of the?
It was 100 Days. It's a good book. I read it,
Yeah.
and do you want me to give you the review, Cougar Duma?
Yes, I would love.
Cougar Duma.
Sure. Go ahead. Sorry, coughing.
No, I mean, do you want me to write it on you?
Oh yes, please. That really helps to do a review on Amazon, and also, to write something about it, what you thought about it. I've been getting good feedback. People seem to enjoy it, and they like the way I wrote it. So, there's that going on.
No, wait a minute. Right, and there's not that going on. That's everything. Well, no, I shouldn't say everything, but that's a huge thing going on. I mean, not every day everybody.
Not as much of a doomer as he makes out.
Yeah. I mean, if you write in books. Yeah, so Duma, if you write in books, it's something that's instantaneously in there for most people there is, I don't know if anybody who knows what Gnostics say in Christic fashion, is there's fruit to that. And that fruit tells me that there's, like the NW just said, there's no doomer, is there? I mean, you're creating these books. Well, again, the artist, who's the author of this book? And I don't want to guess it's Cougar Doomer, see? So,
No, it's a cat, C-A-T, Edwinson, E-D, C-A-T. I inhaled something. Now I'm coughing. Edwinson, E-D-W-I-N-S-O-N, Edwinson. Cat Edwinson.
Okay, is there 100 years of cat days? No?
No. Yeah.
It was 100 days.
I'll share it in the private chat for you.
Yeah, that's really nice of you, DNW. Also,
I've shared it in the private chat, mate.
Okay, if anybody also wants to get a link, I have a YouTube channel called Cougar Doomer.
Okay, I was going to say, I've got something here. I just want to know for clarification, and I'll read out for you. So, I had something to it. So it says, written in the form of a dated journal. Is this correct? This is a story about 100 days immediately following.
Something like that.
The unwind and collapse of a modern global industrial civilization, written by a formerly trained scientist and engineer. The events in the story explore how civilization collapses, who survives it, how they go about that, and the forces and tragedies they must overcome. Fluent, incisive, and bringing to the telling equal parts drama and engineered accuracy. This story is a glimpse into the future of a post-collapse world. It is also a user's manual giving examples and motivation for navigating an event that in all probability lies scant years away. I'm actually intrigued. Actually, this sounds good. I might give out a little wine.
Thank you. And the irony is that I wrote it as a fiction, and I published that description a year ago. My speculative fiction is rapidly becoming a documentary.
How do you feel about this? What's it doing to you?
Yeah, I'm not happy. Yeah, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I'm not happy to be right. I'm not happy.
Oh no, okay. All right. Okay, I see where you're going with that. But how are you I don't use the word success. How are you on having that book up there and others being able to hear your words?
Well, I wrote it to be heard. Like I said in the description, it's something of a user's manual. I have a background in education, and as a scientist, I have a certain personality to dig things up and share what I discover. That's kind of what the scientific method does. So I'm exercising my personality and my interests in writing this book, and I did it with a certain amount of urgency because I felt that we weren't too many years away from when the contents of the book would become reality. Unfortunately, almost everything in the book is becoming reality in sequence. And that's a bit alarming to me because I know where the book goes. It's alarming if it comes true.
I get that feeling. I've done similar things myself, which I won't go into them now, but I get that feeling. And you're saying that things I'm not calling you a prophet. I'm saying there's some sort of prophecy here where you've had prophetic visions of what you think is going to occur, and having writing down, seeing things come into reality. You're seeing that you were correct on some level. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's one way to put it, but it's worse than that. Actually, I'm not a prophet. I'm simply an observer, and
I'm just
scientist and an engineer. So for me, this has to be speculative fiction. It has to be based in physics, mathematics, reality, and it is. And so to see how I interpret things on the ground actually coming true on the ground, it doesn't really surprise me because I wrote it thinking that was a probable narrative. But to see it happening, I'm discovering, I'll tell you what, I wrote it thinking, well, this could come true. A year later, I'm thinking, God damn it, it's coming true. And it's a different feeling than saying, I wrote a good novel. I'm happy with what I wrote. Maybe this will be interesting to people. Until a year later, my feeling is, God damn it, it's coming true. And I'm not happy with that.
Wait a minute. Can I ask a question, Cougar? And this might sound actually I'm going to go to because I'm going to be honest with you, I am a little bit. You tell me you created a work of fact or fiction, how you see it, the betting side. But you created a work of art that you were able to share with everybody. So no, I'm going to let you explain again. And you seem to have a complaint about this somehow. Is your complaint anywhere in the workload that you've done and the effort you've put us out to people, or just the way in which it's being received or it's being presented?
No, I don't care how it's received. I was compelled to write the book, and I wrote the book I wanted to write. And it's out there, and people are coming in contact with it, and they're saying they like it. So that's good. That's fine. I wrote the book because I felt it had to be written. It needed to be written. And there's sometimes that happens. And why does somebody write a book that must be written? It's because they think they're sitting on something that they shouldn't sit on.
It burns inside them. It burns inside them. That's why.
Yeah, and to some extent, because even though I'm speculating from as much fact as I can. The book sort of wrote itself, to be perfectly honest. It kind of wrote itself, including many of the characters. So I was kind of a conduit for reality. Yes, it's reality in the future, but reality in the future can be present in the now. You can set up a bunch of situations and then extrapolate them into the future with some sense that, yes, this is what's going to happen. And that's kind of what I did. So the fact that I did it that way, it's speculation, but it's not fantasy speculation. It's speculation from facts and figures and human nature. There's a lot of human nature in it, and a bunch of other things. And the observation that it's kind of starting to play out the way I wrote it, it's not surprising to me because I expected it to. I just didn't expect it to do it so soon, or while I'm still alive, or whatever else. It didn't feel at the time that I was setting myself up to be surprised and dismayed, but I am. I'm not. Yeah.
Cougar, do you feel you've reached a pinnacle in all this, or do you think there's still more for you to discover?
Well, there's always more, right? Because this isn't dogma. This is simply speculation and observation. So sure, there's more. I'm actually working on a second novel called Ariadne. That it takes this a little further. It's not the same book. It's not the same characters, but it takes these ideas a little further into speculative territory. And I'm combining artificial intelligence, the rise of artificial intelligence. And the book is actually about the confluence and collision that I sense is now inevitable. Again, speculation from principles.
Sorry, Cougar, what was the book about? It was about, sorry, say again?
It's about the collision, and I don't have my elevator pitch honed yet, but it's speculation about the collision between the forces of the rise of AI and the forces of global heating, and how these intersect, and they do inevitably intersect. For one thing, data centers require a lot of power. Data centers there's an inevitable collision. Yeah, inevitable collision between these two. And so called Ariadne, where the two threads collide and work through the lives of a group of people over the course of about 5 years.
Cougar, if you finished speaking, it interrupted. I didn't hear the end of it. I didn't hear what you said, sorry.
Yeah, you know what? My wife is trying to call me, so I'm going to have to get off the stream. Maybe I'll be back on later.
Oh, I'm right. Ready? This is how crazy it is. Literally, my wife's in the background going, "Are you getting off right now?" And I'm like, "I don't want to." She showed me stuff, so I might have to get soon. DNW got another guest on.
Okay. Thank you, Gracie. I enjoyed that back and forth there with Kugudima. Aldi, 1K, you're on the Final Show. What would you like to say?
What's up? How are you?
I can't hear you. 1 second.
You say you're
hello,
gonna end.
Aldi.
Your wife's calling. Oh, my wife is calling. She's making me get off. When? Why are you even streaming then? If your wife doesn't like you streaming, why are you even streaming?
Hey, my wife is asking me to get off. Is there an issue with that?
Get off, crazy guru.
I don't
Get
want
off,
to yet.
man.
I don't want to,
Please.
but I don't want to yet. But like, is there an issue with it that you can see? No, you haven't got an issue, little boy. You wanted to speak just a
Why are
moment
you
ago.
telling your wife? Why does your wife tell you what to do?
She's asking me.
All right, well, tell her no then.
I don't want to.
You don't want to tell her no?
No, I don't. Should I?
What does she give you? What does she offer you?
None of your business.
Pussy.
It says the man
I'm
that
not the man of the house. So she wears the pants?
No,
And
she
wears the
tried.
pants in the house?
No, she doesn't.
So Aldi. Oh, guru, crazy. Bro, I guarantee you, does she have an Instagram? I guarantee you I'll message her and I bet you she'll want my dick.
I can give you Instagram if you'd like, and
Hey, what?
DNW, I'm up for the challenge. I would love to give him my Instagram and see if he can do it, and we can all have a good giggle with
Sit
him.
in your place, DNW.
You know, I don't need to do that. Ready? Watch
Shut
this
your
now.
fucking
Ready?
mouth,
Melissa.
DNW. Stay in
Yes,
your
we
place,
did.
bitch. Stay in your place, DNW, you pussy, you owl. Hide in the fucking goddamn
watch
tree.
this little child.
Go
now, ready?
hide in the tree, bitch.
Baby, come and see
All right,
this.
what's your fucking wife's IG,
Yeah.
nigga?
In the youth, they call these guys incels. It means, unfortunately,
Incels. I'm not an incel. I'm a fucking rapist.
Show me your female in incel.
You look Jewish, so you are a
Incels.
Let me see your
Incel.
girl.
Show me your female incel.
Incel.
Yeah, you. I'm talking to you, incel. Show me your female. Show everybody here how you are an incel who's trying to bait people to get his dick hard. Come on, incel.
Oh.
Show me a female, incel.
Incel?
Show me a female. Hold your mouse in the air and show everybody who you jack
My
over.
female is
incel.
busy making money for me right now. My female is busy making money for me right now.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Show me her.
That is very interesting. Meanwhile, you're dating a girl that's 20 years younger than you. And what are you doing?
Yeah, because I'm a player, bro.
You're the man. You're the man. You're the man.
Your female
and how
is
much
earning
money
money,
do
bro.
you give her? How much money do you give
female
her?
is out dating, bro.
How
Because
much
she doesn't
money
respect
do you give your female?
Nothing, because I give her
Oh,
the real
you don't
thing.
give your female nothing?
I don't need to.
Oh, so what is it? You just got a big ass cock?
Pretty much.
All right. So why do you have your underage or not underage? I won't say that. Why do you have your girl that's younger than you, like by 20 years, wearing like a fucking onesie?
Because I'm a player.
You're into onesies and shit?
Yeah, bro, it's the old rage.
Onesies? You're into like dressing like a girl with a onesie?
If it gets my
your dick hard? So onesies get
No,
your dick
I was gonna
hard.
get it if you got it sucked. not
Onesies
hard.
get your dick hard.
No, sucked.
Oh. That's fucking lit, man. That's
I'm
cool.
aware. I'm aware.
So at the end of the day, though, like, what do you think? Like, since your girl like is only around you for like money and stuff, and like she likes getting she
I
has
got no
daddy
money.
issues,
She's got all the money,
she has
brother.
daddy
I'm on
issues,
pip.
stuff like that. So like, what do you think is gonna happen when you pass
Yeah,
away?
no, but he's got to be giggling right now. Well, so I wasn't listening. I was rude to me. Sorry. Say what you're saying again, brother.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
I guess, man.
I want you to talk shit about me.
Can I? Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead, sweetheart.
Yeah. Oh, frick. Yeah, I'd love to. No, I'm gonna lie to you. Yeah, I'm not. I'm really curious about what you're wearing first, and I'm not making fun of that. I'm not that lame to make fun of what you're wearing, but I am curious about what you're wearing. Can you tell me about that first? And I probably.
What's that shiki? I'm African.
Wait a minute. You, as in, like, what province you come from in Africa?
Senegal and Cameroon.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if that guy is a migrant, but
I know. It is what it is. I know you're not.
Tanzania is the only place I know. If I'm honest,
You're
I'm lying. I know where Madagascar is also, but Tanzania is the only.
Madagascar is not a part of Africa.
That's fair. But is Tanzania?
I know, bro. Like, listen, it's all right.
No, fair.
I have
It's Tanzania.
146. I have 146 IQ. I know what you're doing, bro. It's all right.
Yeah,
I like what you're doing. I respect what you're doing. You're over here grooming girls that are 20 years younger than you, and you call yourself a player.
No,
And
boys,
listen, even though you have a young ass bitch, like she must be boring as fuck because why are you on here arguing with me?
I'm not arguing with you. You see it as an argument. I'm playing. I'm learning.
I know you're playing, but why wouldn't you rather play with your bitch?
Because I get to do it after I play with you.
Oh, hell yeah. So I mean, if that girl is so good, why would you even be on panels?
Because I've been with her 16 years and she'll wait for me.
16 years. All right. So how long have you known that girl?
To be honest, 17 years.
17 years. And how old is she? Because I know she's not like in her 40s.
No, she's like 6.5 years younger than me. I just look fucking.
How old is she?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question. Say again, brother.
How old is she?
Listen, she's like. Listen, you 37 or 38? I'm ignorant. 39 next week. Oh fuck, she's 39 next week.
39 next week. So 17 years ago. What's 39 minus 17?
I want to slap you right now, but I think you're so cute. 22.
What is 39 minus 17?
22, brother. Come on.
All right, so you've known her since she was 22. Where did you meet her?
Well, that's fine. Did I know you since I was 22, babe? I know you since you was 22. Yeah. Yes, she said you're correct.
All right, so where did you meet her?
I used to be a karaoke DJ. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, karaoke DJ. What's your favorite song to sing?
I'm going to be honest with you. I've always done favorites, but now I practice not doing favorites. But I'm going to be honest with you, when I was doing karaoke, I clearly had favorites. So I'm going to answer you. What's favorite
song that you listen to? Yeah, exactly. My bad.
Do you mind if I give you a favorite artist rather than song?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. And you call me lame because I'm UK and this is American based, but it's Garth Brooks.
Garth Brooks?
Yeah, you know him?
Country music?
Yeah.
What about like 3 Doors Down? What about like some Creed?
No. Now you're also speaking my language. I used to. I tell you what, I was a big fan of Lifehouse, so not 3 Doors Down. I didn't mind 3 Doors Down.
Got you, Aldi.
And they hit me a couple of times with good few tracks, but I was more of a Lifehouse fan. I like things like I also like Creed. Fuck, you've got me twisted. You got me twisted. You got me twisted.
Creed. Yo, good times. Can you sing some Creed for me?
Wait a minute.
White bearded fuckhead. Ollie is the biggest troll on the internet.
No.
You didn't know this.
And I don't give a shit. He's no bigger than me.
You want me to out troll his ass?
In all honesty, I was going to troll his
say nigger.
I respect the crazy guru. I respect this motherfucker. This guy's actually pretty cool. I fuck with him. This guy's cool.
Aldi, I fuck with you too, bro.
I have cooler beards than you do, Aldi. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Well,
shit, I'm not being rude.
I have a bigger cock and bigger balls. And
I've seen your penis is tiny.
I could take a bigger cock in my ass too than you guys can.
Aldi,
this guy, whoever's leading this panel, this guy down here, Good Times, he follows me around and he porn bombs people. So be careful with him.
I've never porn bombed anyone. Aldi, you're the only one that does that.
He stalks people.
I know. His name is
and he's having a big event in June 19th.
Oh wow, I'm Aldi. I can't be the center of attention right now.
He's having a good.
I'm the center of attention, biatch. I'm the center of attention now, biatch.
You can't troll me, bitch.
I am trolling your dumb ass.
What are you doing? I thought you were off stream.
I'm stalking you.
See, that's how you sell a joke, Aldi.
Yeah, that is how you sell a joke at times. Why are you following me around?
Because you try to troll me saying that the link for people to join my stream on YouTube
It was broken.
It wasn't broken.
There's a bug or something going on StreamYard.
Well, then
I
how
think
we all
somebody-
here right now?
Listen, I think because these people pay for their StreamYard. I think
these
somebody
fuckers.
snitched. Somebody snitched, and now in order to do like panels, I think that we're gonna have to pay, bro. For real, for real.
All right, maybe I'll find $20 next month.
Well, you're gonna have to find $20 every month just for like panels. They got you
Okay.
good times.
Well, let's
They
talk to
got
the
you.
person that doesn't have a camera on. Me and Aldi, we both have facial hair. Do you have facial hair?
Yeah, Cougar Doom.
Cougar Boom. But it don't. I mean, this guy is an epic beard, but whatever.
This guy, Crazy Guru, good time said that he has a bigger cock than you do.
I don't care about penises, you gay faggot.
Yo,
Bullshit.
it's probably true. I got this.
Are we
thing-
on Rumble or are we on YouTube?
On YouTube. Don't say the F word, bro.
We're on YouTube.
Or I kick you out of here.
I thought this was.
I found a replacement for you, good times. This guy, Crazy Guru, is way cooler than you are. And he has pussy. He has pussy on standby.
Yeah. You say he has a vagina.
No, he has pussy on standby. He actually fucks women.
Listen.
I have
Somebody
sex
wants to
with
see
women.
what-
You just
what my
watch
boy
me do it all day.
Come over and show him. Okay, put the bong down and come. I mean, put whatever you got in your hand down and come over here a minute.
I have a beer.
Oh,
No, I didn't say that. I did not say
Look at
that.
Look at he's.
Oh my
look
god!
at
I'm not
Says
even
daughter.
tired.
Well, yeah.
Good time.
Oh, it's 2 o'clock. Guys, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Give her a break. She's cleaning China in the background, not bongs, right? She's cleaning China in the background, and she.
He has good times. You have bigger tits than she does, I'm pretty sure.
That was very rude to say, Aldi.
Alright, I was rude, my bad. I was fucking around. Come on.
Sorry.
That
Not
was rude.
you. We're talking about Aldi, not you.
I'm pretty sure it's a
My wife
woman.
just said sorry. Good times. She said sorry to you because she thought you was talking.
Don't say sorry to me. I'm not the one that insulted her. Like, Aldi!
Aldi's in the background going, my plan is fucking working.
Good times. So, let me tell you about this guy, Good Times. Good Times, he's 52 years old and he hasn't had sex in 15
That's
years.
not true. Don't listen to Aldi.
And
He's
he's
a troll.
jealous of you, crazy
So I
guru.
don't
He's
know how
jealous
old
of
you are, white beard man, but I'm 46. Aldi is 37-year-old incel.
30 years old. 95.
Yeah,
Don't
you're
get
not 30. And I don't know about the guy without the camera, but whatever.
No, I'm 45.
No way, hell.
Yes,
So see, Aldi people can go gray at an early age. I'll sit up so you can see me. So see that?
Good times. This guy is way cooler than you are, bro. Like you just gotta face the
good
facts.
times. Way cooler. Tell him, Ollie, perfect.
Way cooler, looks better than you. You guys are pretty much
He's
the
trying
same
to gain
age.
your trust so he can
He's
destroy
way-
your
Damn,
soul.
dude,
Don't listen
look
to
at
anything
you, asshole.
Aldi
Turn your
says.
camera off
Dude,
now.
you guys
Aldi
are
tries to
all
gain your
cooler than
trust
you.
to
Look at
destroy
it,
your
look at
soul.
it.
Don't ever listen to him.
Mrs. Gnostic. Oh, well done.
Cougar Doomer looks super cool. Look at him.
He
Does
does.
forge
He does.
knives?
Fair play.
Well, his shirt is
Is
too
he
small
a
for his belly.
blacksmith? Bro, do you forge knives, Cougar? What do you
Do you know, I was thinking the same thing. Like he sharpens
Yeah,
the
it's a knife forger or he makes glass. Either he makes glass or he like forges knives. Go ahead, Cougar.
Wow, interesting take. I've done all those things, but right now I'm installing a toilet in my basement. Isn't that marvelous?
Yeah.
You
know that takes some skill. It takes a little bit of
Yeah.
skill.
It takes a
Can
lot
you
of
show us
skill,
how
and
to
I don't
do
have it.
The real question, can you show us how to actually install the whole toilet?
Oh, how the toilet works. No, Addy, we don't want to use.
No, I know how a toilet works. You flush the plunger. So show us how you rip it out of the floor and actually put a new one in, because I knew that you can do it on my toilet.
Bro, you know this guy Good Times? He makes his 90-year-old dad mow his lawn for him.
He's lying. He's
No,
lying.
it's
By the
true.
way, my dad's not 90
True.
years old.
That sounds like a lucrative
That's
deal.
fucked up, dude. These
Why
are my
is it-
homies
My
now. Good
my
Times.
dad's 75
Good
years old.
Times,
Addy,
you're
his dad
replaced.
might
These are
like
my homies
mowing the
now.
lawn. What if his dad loves mowing the lawn? I mean, you might just be destroying
Yeah,
an
maybe
old.
My dad's a farmer. He can do a lot of things. All right.
So this is a basement, and this is a basement toilet. And a basement toilet.
Okay, so
has a
how are
pump.
you gonna?
Here's the basic.
Shut up!
Here's
I
the basic.
want
Here's
to
the
talk
basic.
to him. How are you gonna
Here's the
unscrew
basic
it and
toilet.
replace it in?
But it has a tank. It dumps into a tank, and then the tank has
no
a
shit.
hose
There's the tank. It's
that
called
goes up
tank.
and into a sewer pump that I have. Also discharges out to the street for the sewer.
What type
Okay,
of
so
weird place?
Why is there not a wall behind that toilet? Is it me? Am I really old school here? Is this just like fucking something weird Gracie would say? Why is there not a wall behind your toilet?
there's a wall.
No, there's not a wall behind your toilet. Show us the toilet again.
You have plywood ceilings. Like what the hell
Where's
is
the
that?
wall behind the toilet, Cougar? I'm very confused.
Okay.
Anybody else see anything?
Okay, I have pulled the toilet away from the pump. See the little white pump there in the center?
No,
I pulled
we
it
can't
away
see it.
because-
Fucking focus it on it so we can see it.
Not situated there normally.
That's a pump.
So what the hell is that? That's a hole in the floor.
I'm seeing it.
No. Okay, that's water because it spilled out. That's a pump.
Is it really
Pump
water?
Bunch of shit.
goes up a pipe
That didn't
to
look
a
like
big sewer pump. Big sewer pump. Okay.
All the up
So what's happening is
for me.
it's
alright?
leaking. The new toilet is leaking water to my basement. I can't have that. So I took it apart so I can fix it.
I can't keep up with this.
So here's the toilet. Pulled away from the pump because I have to fix it.
All
All of this is happening in my basement.
Yo, that's a banging basement. I'm not gonna lie. That's a banging basement. I'm a hater, no liar,
What the
guys. That's
hell
a
is a
banging basement.
bunging basement?
I have
Aldi,
no-
are you getting confused yet?
No, I everything that he's doing
What's
makes
that?
sense. He's
You
in
don't
his
need-
basement.
yeah.
He's
Well, I'm sure he knows
he's
what he's
installing
doing.
the toilet.
But,
He knows what
I've
he's
never
doing.
seen anything like
I
this.
know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Cougar, that's a banging basement.
No, go back toilet. I want to see the pipe.
He knows exactly what he's doing. Like you guys
Yeah,
aren't letting him talk. You guys are pretending like you guys know
No,
what.
I want to see the pipe where
You
he's
guys
hooking
know.
it back
He
into
knows what
or
he's
some
doing.
shit.
Wait a minute, who knows what they're doing, Ali? Who knows what they're doing?
Cougar Doomer knows what he's doing.
Well,
He
we don't
knows
employ me like that in
what he's
America.
doing.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No, what do you think Cougar's doing?
He's installing a toilet. What the fuck you mean? What is he doing? He's
What?
installing the
Dude,
toilet.
we don't have anything like that.
No, all right, that's fair.
He's fucking installing the toilet.
He has a
He doesn't
basement
gotta call.
full of
He doesn't
drugs.
have
What
to
the hell
call
is going on
anybody.
right now?
He doesn't have to call anybody. He doesn't have to pay anybody to do it. He does it himself. He figures it out by himself.
Well, it's called
Cougar
using a
Doomer is
wrench.
a real
He
motherfucker.
was being a dick.
You use wrench.
You actually got me.
Fucking.
I also dug the basement.
Yeah, I can tell you're in your basement. You're in a dungeon. Show us your fucking.
Nah, that's not a dungeon, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. There might be something behind that one door there,
If zombies
sir.
come, I'm going to Cougar's house. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to Cougar's house if the zombies come, because I ain't even kitted out like this. I'm just I'm gonna level you. I'm not kidding out like this.
Well, you're on. If you go to Cougar's den, then you'll probably only find like screws and like.
So there, he has a hidden door. I saw his hidden door. He didn't show us what behind was
You're not
his
going to
hidden
his house.
door.
This is a
Show us your
beautiful
hidden
basement,
door.
by
I
the way.
saw it. No,
This
it's
is
not
one
around
of the
there.
greatest
Nope,
basements
nope.
that I've ever seen. This is a handyman's basement. This
Yeah,
guy
I'm
knows what
really
he's doing.
This
No,
is a-
no,
This guy knows
if he
exactly
goes
what
to the
he's
left
doing.
and makes another right, there's a
He
hidden
knows what
door
he's
to a
doing.
dungeon.
Oh,
And I've got food.
Keep going.
I've got food in my basement.
Wait a minute.
Okay, you got food. Now go ahead and make a right, and there's a hidden door that you haven't shown us what's behind it yet.
Hey,
no, he's hiding it.
Anyway.
He's hiding
It is a hidden door. There's a hidden door. Yes. What's it?
Yes.
That's not the one I'm talking about. But
This is an elevator. This is an elevator. I built an elevator because this is how I got the dirt out.
Where'd it go? Show us where it goes. Show us.
Okay. I have to go back up.
Yeah, we're coming up.
No, what was that door that you just passed by?
Okay, now we're
there. Right where you walked
Yeah, the doors. Let's see where this one goes.
Bro, this guy
He has
Cougar
a
Doomer is
dungeon.
really wealthy. He's wealthy, bro.
Well, I'm sure he is. He
This
has a
dude
lot
has
more
the
than I
greatest
do.
basement that I've ever seen.
What's happening to the floor right now?
Oh, here we
What's
go.
going on? What's
Here we
happening?
go. We're going
Whoa,
down.
Well,
We're
I'm gonna
going
say,
down.
this is slow, but it's still cool. What's happening right now? You going down?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he has a whole ass elevator.
I'm
he told
guessing.
you guys.
I'm guessing
he's
he went to
smarter than
school
all of you
for
guys.
engineer degree or something.
I'm agreeing.
You guys are all in your 40s, right?
He just said he went to school for
Shut up!
engineering.
Shut up! Good.
No,
times,
I'm not
shut
shutting up. He
These
just
guys
admitted
are the
that he went to
same
school
age
for
as you,
engineering.
Good times, and they're better than you.
Dude, I'm trying to have a conversation with him. So he just admitted that he has an engineering degree, which I can tell because he's very smart.
This is a crafty man. This is what a real man
No,
does.
this
Good times.
I could tell anybody has shit like this. They have an engineering.
Oh, here we
degree.
go. We're going into the bat cave, the
Oh
man
my
cave.
God.
There we go.
No.
Look at that. Yes.
Don't show the hidden door that you won't show us.
You're so jealous, good times.
I'm not
Stop being
jealous. I can
jealous.
tell he's smart.
Stop
I don't
being
care.
jealous of these guys that actually do something with their lives, good times.
I'm not jealous of anything.
You're fucking jealous.
No,
You're jealous
it's
of the
impressive. It's
elevator.
impressive.
I'm
I'll give him a thumbs up
I'm jealous. I like
on
this.
what he
That was-
does. I'll give him a thumbs up.
This is cool as shit. I'm really jealous of this. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is beautiful. This is beautiful.
I don't have
craftsmanship.
that one.
Well, I could tell by all the shit that he knows engineering.
Brother, can you show us the weather out where you are? That sunshine looked lovely. Can you show us what is outside you right now? The weather?
No, do not show outside your house. They're gonna try and find
that
you.
is sweet.
No.
Oh right, and yeah, that
My
might be.
God.
But it,
All the-
show us
all
what
the-
you're comfortable showing.
You
us.
don't want people. You don't want people knowing where you are, Cougar.
No,
Doomer.
it's
You're
true,
a real
right?
one, bro.
I'm agreeing.
I don't think he's
not
worried
exactly
about it.
expecting but like, show us where you're comfortable showing us.
Well, I
No,
saw
I'm
another
gonna-
hidden door
I'm gonna
behind
go up
that
and play
door.
with it. All right, I've seen it.
He has a dungeon.
Good times is so jealous. Look, going up.
I'm not jealous. Like the
Going
guy's
up.
I'm jealous. Why are you lying? I'm jealous. It's just
still.
saying.
I'm not jealous of people that
This is
know how to do
real
things better than me,
engineering. This is
but-
real American engineering right here.
It's nice. I like it.
Well, he's not American, you dumbass.
How do you know he's not American?
Because of his accent, you fucking
Sounds
moron.
American.
What do you mean, babe? Tell the boys if I don't get off, I'm not going to get off.
I think he's from New Zealand or something.
Apparently, lads, if I don't get off now, I'm not going to get that thing I like tonight. So,
Yo, Cougar D-Mare, where do you hide the bodies?
Oh my god!
That's a
Right
good
down
question.
that
Where
fucking
do
tunnel.
you hide the bodies?
There has to
I
be
mean,
some
I
bodies
was
around
because
here.
I'm looking for tips myself.
Show me where you hid the bodies.
Aldi, you're starting to scare him.
Good times, yo. You know this guy.
You wait till Cougar opens the door and goes there.
See right there. There's another hidden door.
I would love it for the beauty of
Bro, don't worry
There's
about
a
the
hidden
hidden
door right
doors.
there. There's
Good times.
another hidden
Don't
door
worry about
behind
the
that
hidden
hidden
door.
door. All right.
All right, Cougar, you've limited your awesomeness.
He's
This is
got
really
women
good.
tied up.
Unless
in
there's
his
another hidden
basement.
door with bodies behind it, I don't think you're going to get anybody.
That's been
Actually,
for
this is really
40
nice.
years, I guess.
Cougar,
Anyway, that was the elevator that I used to pull the dirt out. I dug the whole thing with an electric shovel. I have a 1968 Dodge 1-ton pickup that's actually a dump truck. I did a dump conversion, so I could take the dirt to the landfill. And I dug it all out of here, 6 buckets at a time. It took about 2 years. And now it's a basement. And there's a building.
Well, you did a good job. You must have been really bored not getting fucked by any pussy.
Well, I wasn't bored. I just wanted a
You think that's hilarious?
You know what it is.
I'm going to be honest. I would trade a couple months of pussy for this.
You know what it is. I've got like a 35-year history as an engineer, and when I retired, I just didn't know what to do
I
with
already
myself.
figured out you were an engineer immediately.
Yeah, sad, isn't it?
I figure out Aldi got brain damage by getting beat up by a
I'm
tiger.
not. See, like good times. I'll tell you, I was jealous, bruv. I wish I had that.
I don't get jealous of people, but I could tell immediately if he did all that himself, he knew what the hell he was doing.
Well, Aldik doesn't agree with you. He thinks you are jealous. Isn't that right, Al?
Aldi's jealous because he lives with his mother.
Well, I love my mom.
Well, it was fun showing you guys around.
But like this guy dug a whole goddamn cave in the ground, and fucking it's impressive.
Good times.
Yeah.
You literally had to ask your dad for money this morning.
Yeah, I did. He gave me $50.
Okay, that was banging, brother. I really appreciate that.
I'm gonna pay it back.
I'm gonna do what Aldi and Good Times can't do right now, and I'm gonna get knee deep in female.
Yeah, get knee deep in some pussy.
And I'm gonna catch you. Okay, Cougar.
Hold on. Do you
all
eat
start
her out?
digging
Do you
tunnels.
eat her out with that beard, crazy guru?
Yes.
Yeah, and do you shower right after, or do you like the smell?
I like the smell.
All right. Well, go ahead, get along.
Do you grow a beard to cover up your face herpes?
All right, guys.
What's so funny, Aldi?
That's how you sell a joke. Good times. That's good. That was funny.
That was the best one he did tonight. I will agree with you.
I got cold throw on my lip one time. So after
What?
a woman's pussy out, it was just a little tiny sore on my lip.
Do you know what's funny? Good times talking about a woman's pussy. Right, guys, I'll catch you later. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. That was guru. That was good, guru. Have a good time, guru. See you soon, man. See, you scared him away. Good times. That guy was way cooler than you were. Good times. I'm looking to replace you. And these guys are way cooler.
I just want to listen to everybody wants to rule the world over and over.
Bro, all these people, good times, they're like way cooler than you are. What the fuck are you doing with your life?
I don't know if they're cooler than I am, but they're people.
Yeah, fuck yeah, this guy has an elevator that he built. Oh, that fucking
well, Aldi, you know what it takes to do shit like
has
that?
like a lesbian who's gonna scissor.
Aldi,
come
you know
on,
what it takes to do
man.
stuff like that? It's called money. It's called money. Money, money, money. So if you have money, you can put your mind to doing anything you want to do. Okay.
Gentlemen, the time has come.
Yeah,
Yo, DMW, shut up, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
To say you have gone on too long.
Shut up, faggot. Shut up, nigger.
You've gone on too long. Even
we
you.
run this shit. Just
so it's time to
end stream. Shut up, end stream.
Time to give your closing
end
remarks,
stream,
brother.
bitch.
Time to give your closing
end stream. End stream. Faggot. End stream. Faggot.
Thank you to Aldi. He's out of here. Good times, brother.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it weird.
Thank you. Good
I was impressed with that guy's construction skills or whatever.
Good times. Do come again. Do come again.
What's the name of your channel?
Finding Gnosis. Finding Gnosis. That's GNOSIS. Finding Gnosis. Cougar Juma, do you want to give your closing remarks for tonight's stream?
Yeah.
I know you're putting the toilet back.
My hands are busy, so I can't talk. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, well, thanks for having me on, and I hope you didn't mind the tour of the basement because it's a thing. It's what I do.
It was
and
impressive. You're
It was
very
amazing.
impressive.
It was amazing.
Yeah. Well,
and Good Times. I thought Good Times was Mel Gibson initially. He did look a bit like him. But yeah, Kukaduma, thanks for coming on as usual, and that was really good fun seeing your basement. It was amazing. There's no other word for it.
yeah, and you got to ride on the elevator, so that's
Yeah.
one for your bucket list.
That's it, brother. That's it. We'll give the last words tonight to Brother Marcus. Go ahead, Brother Marcus.
If you're ever feeling lonely in the world, remember you always have the Finding Gnosis show.
There you go. There you go. There is no need to feel lonely. Take care, everybody. We will come back soon as possible. Subscribe for more. Chat to you then. Bye.
Take what you need, leave the rest. Keep what landed in your chest. Stay well, stay sharp, stay aware of what is going on to the best of your ability. Breathe in deep and close your eyes. There's something moving everywhere. No big answers handed down, no fixed truth to pass around, but something shifted, something did, something opened, something lived. Not a path that's set in stone, not a voice that speaks alone, just a space where thoughts can meet, just a place to take a seat. Take what you need, leave the rest. Keep what landed in your chest. Stay well, stay sharp, stay aware of what is going on to the best of your ability. Breathe in deep and close your eyes. There's something moving everywhere. Hold your mind, don't drift too far. You don't always need to know what's true. You don't always need to see it all. Just stay with what moves in you. Take what you need, leave the rest. Keep what landed in your chest. Stay well, stay sharp, stay aware of what is going on to the best of your ability. Breathe in deep and close your eyes. There's something moving everywhere. Take what you need. Be on your way. We'll speak again some other day. And if we never speak again, don't worry, don't you fret. We roll on in spirit all